Welcome, fellow freaks, geeks, and nostalgic peeps, to my channel, Slime and Slashers. I was going to point to the wrong side of the screen. So, today, guys, we are just going to be chilling, hanging out. I am home alone, like Kevin from Home Alone. Uh, so I figured I might as well take advantage of this time alone and chill with some of my reading friends. So I'm very excited. And thank you all who are watching live or anyone who is watching after the fact. I know some people like to watch sprints after they're done while they read and stuff. So I see Kelly is here. Hey, Kelly. Make sure you follow Kelly's channel, by the way. She is very underrated and very awesome. Arlene is here, and she is saying hello from Manchester, and apparently it's balmy there. Oh, she is making some arty Christmas cards for friends. That is cool. Cool Gamer is here. Hi, how you doing? And also Destiny at Pines Reading is here. Hi, happy Saturday. I'm so happy it's the weekend. I am very, very glad. It feels like it was a long week, even though I don't know. Sometimes it goes by fast. Other times it goes by slow. I don't know how you guys felt this past week. But yeah, I'm just glad it's the weekend. So, what are you guys reading today? What have you been reading this November? I decided to not only do this because I'm home alone today, but because why not do some sprints in honor of my readathon that is going on right now, which is called Nostalgic November Readathon. It isn't as hardcore or intricate as the Halloween readathon. This is more of a casual readathon, especially because, everyone did so much in October. I was like, I want to have something, but nothing too stressful for people. This way, people could have something to look forward to, but they won't be overwhelmed with like things happening, every single day or every single weekend day or whatever. And I'll just sprint when I can or do whatever when I can and share people's reads and et cetera, et cetera. So I have only read 3 books for my own readathon so far, even though we're 12 days into November, and that is because I had to start the month reading this big boy, and this was not for my readathon. So you guys can see it doesn't have the slipcover, but look how chunky! It's Needful Things by Stephen King. So I really enjoyed it, and I did use audio as well, but that is why technically I've read 4 books, but only 3 are for my readathon so far. So I'm going to tell you guys about what I've read so far, just for fun. But yes, I've got actually a list of things to do today, so I thought I could be productive during these sprints. This is my taboo list. Look how cute it is! It's a ghost. I love it. So let's see what people are saying here. Kelly says, pushing through Sign Here by Claudia Lux. Been slowly dragging through this, and I'm almost done. Congratulations on almost finishing. Are you liking it, Kelly? I've heard good things about it. I've heard it's humorous and fun and kind of light and funny. Doesn't it take place in hell or something? I think. I don't know. I kind of am intrigued by that one. It takes a lot for me to get into newer books. I mean, not that I don't read new horror, but like brand new releases. I'm always last to the game when it comes to reading new releases. Sylvia's here. Hey, no idea what I'm gonna read. I don't know either, so you guys can help me. I have like 3 things I'm choosing between because I just finished a book today. What I just finished like this morning, I was up at like 4 something to bring my boyfriend to the airport because he has a work trip. And so I did go back to sleep, but then I woke up and it's very dreary here. So I said, it'll be the perfect time to finish my current read. I only had like 40 pages left. So I finished Seeing Things by Sonora Taylor. I think that's how you say her name. This was decent. This is a coming of age book, but the the thing that makes this unique is that it follows a girl main character, which if you're a fan of coming of age books, especially coming of age horror books, they usually follow a boy or a group of boys growing up and, their trials and tribulations and stuff like that. This followed a young girl, and I do like the first line of the book. It says, "One thing Abby learned about growing up was that there was a lot of blood involved. She often nicked her knees when she shaved her legs, and then she talks about getting her period and stuff." I really liked that idea and how it opened up. This would have been a really higher rated book for me if I had liked the main character a little more. I thought at times she is young, she's 13, so I guess it's expected for her to be whiny, but I don't know. I just thought she was a little annoying at times, and the way she reacted was just, I didn't like it. But I will say I liked the story overall, and I really like how it ended, especially like the very last page. I thought it was kind of powerful. So yeah, I liked it overall, but I think I'm gonna give it like a 3.5, and I'll round it up for Goodreads. Kelly says, and she's talking about the book she's currently reading called Sign Here. It is good, but slow right now, a bit longer than necessary. I feel like a lot of books are like that sometimes, but I don't mind some character development here and there, so I'm no stranger to longer books. She says part of the book is set in hell, the other is in the present, not hell. Not sure how to describe the not hell storyline yet. It does sound kind of hard to explain, but it does sound interesting. Crystal is here. Make sure you also check out Crystal's channel. It's fiber artsy, as you could see here. I was trying to point to the right side of the screen and I did it. Hi, Crystal. By the way, Kelly, Crystal, and I, as well as Katrina Brown and Michelle's Melancholia, follow all channels. We are all co hosting a wonderful readathon in December. So please, please think about joining in if you guys like readathons. I'm so excited. It's going to be so much fun. All of the prompts are not Christmas related, so if you don't celebrate Christmas, that's okay. Still would love to have you join in. It is technically a horror themed readathon, but you guys can bend the prompts to read non-horror books. Like if you're a romance fan or a thriller fan, go ahead and bend those prompts and be as loose as you want. Derek is here, my good friend Derek. How you doing, Derek? Nice to see you, technically, kind of. Not like literally see, but you know what I mean, metaphorically see. Destiny just started Cirque Berserk by Jessica Guess. I did read that earlier this year. It is not my favorite slasher book, but right now everyone is loving it. I know my friend Katrina Brown, that's like her favorite slasher book. And I did enjoy parts of it, but other parts I was like, eh. The kills were not creative enough for me for the setting, personally. But I will be looking forward to hearing what you think, Destiny. Sylvia says, "Oh my jaw, oh my jaw, what the hell? I can't even say, oh my god, oh my god, Cirque Berserk was so much fun. Parts of it were definitely fun for sure. I guess I couldn't get invested in the main characters because anyway. I don't want to go into the details, but I am intrigued to see what you think, Destiny. I'm glad you did enjoy it, Sylvia." Crystal says, "I'm reading Into the Forest, a baby it's supposed to be a Baba Yaga. I thought you were gonna say a baby yoga, a baby Yoda. I thought you were gonna say, which would be amazing if it was a baby Yoda anthology, but I'm pretty sure it's not that. Baba Yaga anthology, and it's excellent so far. We could literally be seeing each other since we're staring at our computers. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your dad. Oh no, that's horrible. Kelly said Cirque Berserk was a lot of fun. Best book ever, no, but very fast and entertaining read. I don't know, I struggled to get through it. It didn't feel fast for me. And yet, my favorite slasher, it does take some time to develop things. It's got character development. I like Taste Like Candy. Cat! Cat is here. Cat! Hey! Oh my god. Make sure you follow my friend Cat. She has a channel and it's awesome. It's brand new, and she just released her video talking about her October reads. I've got to go and comment on your video, Kat, even though you know I watched it because I watched it before you published it. So you know I watched it. But yes, guys, if you want to hear about what Kat thought about her books that she read in October, you need to check it out. Plus, if you like my channel, you will like hers because we do a lot of content together and we like a lot of the same books. Movies, not so much. I'm a fan of Christmas Evil, for instance, the movie, and she is not. And we have a whole big debate about this, but she did like it a little bit more the second time she watched it, so I will say that. She doesn't absolutely still hate it. She can attest that there are some good things about it. All right. So, just to go over with you guys what I've read this month so far, you can shout out your favorite reads of the month so far if you guys want to. I just finished this week Bats. I was on Lexi, and her channel is Books with Lexi. If you want to go and sub to her, you should. She just got to 1K. Congratulations, Lexi. That is awesome. On her channel on Sprints, I was reading this and I finished it. This was so bad. So, I read this on Kindle, but I do have this nice vintage copy, as you can see. There are bats on the cover. Does that tell you it's about bats? Yes, it is about bats, and it is so poorly written. I read that from my friend Kelly's book club. She is in the chat right now, Kelly Hooked on Books. She runs an awesome book club that I try to participate in every single month of the year, and it's where we read vintage, old school horror books, like, paperbacks from hell, hence the name, the From Hell Book Club. And it's a lot of fun. Sometimes the books are pretty trashy or bad or cringy, Bats was I like animal attacks, and they're usually always kind of ridiculous and over the top and absurd, but Bats was worse because it was just not well written. So, yes, the idea of that type of subgenre is already absurd and fun, and you can't really take it too seriously. But that's why I like the subgenre. However, when it comes to Bats specifically, I don't think it was flippin' written very well, if that makes sense. So, do I still have my little highlights? I actually highlighted some parts and read on Lexi's channel, like some absurd parts. Like it's so poorly written. Like you guys don't even know. A huge bat landed on his back and tore his scalp off, exposing the white of skull bone. The young man screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. The bat had a leisurely snack to the throb of heavy metal music, because the place where the bat was attacking, they were playing heavy metal music. Whatever. I just don't think it's written that well. This is one of my favorite things, and I've already shared it on Lexi's channel, and I've already shared the picture of this line on Kelly's Discord. So there's this part where they're talking about these people are hanging out at like a bar and they think they're going to be safe, whatever, and they're not going to be safe. So it says the people are opening the windows thinking that the flimsy screening would keep the bats out, and the patrons were whooping it up. For many, it would be their last whoop. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It would be their last whoop. And everyone was like, it should be a t shirt. It really should be. And I know I've got one, there's like an orgy or coven orgy scene where this coven was having an orgy, but do I still have it? Oh, yes, I do have it screen captured. The coven had a membership of 16. Their leader was a rather eccentric man named Clyde Dingle, who names their character Clyde Dingle. Anyway, everybody in the parish felt that Clyde was about one brick shy of a load, but he had inherited a fortune from his parents, and when one is as rich as Clyde, folks tend to overlook a few minor eccentricities. Clyde's live-in lover was a nut who called herself Dark Moon. Her best friend and member of the coven was another wacko who called herself Royal Crown. When Dark Moon wasn't available for sex, Clyde poked Royal Crown. Also in the coven were Percy and Renee. Sometimes Percy and Renee joined Clyde and Dark Moon and Royal Crown in Clyde's huge special made bed. When that occurred, nobody knew who was sticking what into whom or cared. There were two sisters of oh my god, is this say Lesbos? Lark and Lilla, the parish drunk Rex, and a farmer and his wife, Wade and Wanda. Those names sound so fake. Wade and Wanda, they just happen to be married. Okay. Lucille, a lady who'd been married and divorced about 15 times and in the process got rich, a school teacher, mechanic, two goofy twins, Don and Dot, and the son of a local Baptist minister, Victor, who had dabbled with every drug known to mankind and who had about as much sense as a road lizard. I didn't know how much sense a road lizard has, but apparently not much. Victor kept the group supplied with dope. On this lovely early spring morning, Clyde Dingle strolled out into his front yard naked as usual to see if his nightly prayers to the Dark One had been answered. When he saw the huge ugly bat squatted on its wingtips, glaring at him, Clyde knew he'd finally broken through to the netherworld. Thank you, my dark prince, Clyde shouted. I am yours forever. Bet your ass there was truth in that statement. What, this is so bad. Clyde rushed to the bat and picked it up, whereupon the bat promptly bit the shit out of Clyde. But Clyde was so excited, he didn't notice the pain. He ran into his huge rambling house and shouted for Dark Moon and Royal Crown to join him in the den, which smelled like Saigon whorehouse after a busy Saturday night. The bat also bit Dark Moon and Royal Crown before they got him or her caged. Call the faithful, we meet tonight, Clyde said. The Prince of Darkness has sent a sign, he whirled about, almost falling down, and pointed to the bat. And there it is. The bat crapped all over itself. It's so bad. It's so horrendous. The writing is just atrocious. So anyway, that's what I read, and I'm rating it 2 stars. But like, I probably would rate it lower, but the absurd sentences and segments are a little bit entertaining. I will, I will attest. So because of that, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna give it a little bit higher of a rating of a 2. Favorite of the month so far for Kelly is Magnum Opus by Caitlin Mars. I'm not going to say it right. Marceau. It's totally wrong, isn't it? She also wrote This Is Where We Talk Things Out, which everyone needs to read. I will definitely put that on my list, Kelly. I am intrigued. Whenever Kelly likes a book, I take note because I find that it's hard to find a book that Kelly really, really loves. By the way, I do have to comment on your vlog, Kelly, but I did watch it. Kelly read a suggested book of mine and also my friend Crystal, and she DNF'd my book. It's so sad. Anyway, that's a spoiler to the video. I'm sorry, Kelly, but I was very, very sad. Also, I read this month The Dreaming Jewels, which is more of a sci-fi book actually. So this is by Theodore Sturgeon, and this is actually quite an old school book. If you guys see the green printed pages, the green dyed pages, I should say. And this, I actually read it on Kindle, so it wouldn't hurt my copy. And let's see when this was originally published. 1950. So very, very old school. This was a really strange book. So the idea of these jewels, they're kind of like alive. I thought like it was about kind of a sinister toy or a strange kid with powers or a strange kid who had a doll who allowed him to have powers, but it's literally about jewels. Anyway, it's hard to explain. I did enjoy it. I have no idea what to rate it. Probably a 3.5, I would say. My favorite read of the month so far is definitely, I think, Needful Things, of course. That was a 5-star read for me. And although it's long, I really, really enjoyed it and was pleasantly surprised because I don't know if going into such a long book, if I would like it or not, but I definitely liked it. Crystal said, "Don't know if I can do bats." Like, yeah, you heard me. Read those sentences. I don't know if you don't like those, then you're not gonna like it. And there was so much description in Bats by Johnstone about the military and all this other stuff. Just very, very long-winded military. Like, oh, Johnny, you know, dialed in to the military police, and he was like, "What should we do about this?" And it was just a lot of back and forth about that, and that was just kind of boring. Kat says she doesn't think she could read Bats either. I don't blame either of you. Kelly says, I think it depends on my mood when I'm reading too, about, if she enjoys a book or not. Yes, Kat, Bats was atrocious. Crystal says she's had a great month so far. I've liked everything I've read, she says. What has been your favorite, Crystal? I want to know if you have a favorite or if it's hard to pick a favorite. I know you read scan lines for my readathon, and I'm excited to hear your thoughts on that because I also have scan lines. And guys, if you don't know, scan lines is by Todd. I always think I say his last name wrong. Todd Kessling or whatever. You guys know I pronounce stuff wrong, so just know that I'm sorry if that is the case. So that is on my to read list. Oh, her favorite is probably scan lines. That is on my to read list for next year. I'm already making up my 23 books to read in 2023. So this is my progress so far. You guys can see this is my TBR list. I don't have Needful Things on here, but Needful Things technically it was supposed to be on October's TBR, but I read it in November. But so I read 3 books, technically 4 if you count Needful Things. So Bats, The Dreaming Jewels, and Seeing Things. And I don't know what to read next today. So I might chart. I might start Transfer, which I forgot who it's by, but I have it on Kindle. It is on Kindle Unlimited. It kind of reminds me of The Ring. It's these people working at like a video transfer place where I think they probably transfer stuff from VHS to DVD or something like that, or something similar to that nature. I also am thinking about starting Big Bad, which is a Buffy book, and that is by Lily Anderson. I'll show you the cover. All right, here it is. And this takes place in an alternate version of Sunnydale where like the baddies rule. And so Buffy is basically like the only good person in town who has to contend with all the baddies of the Buffyverse at once in this alternate, like dark version of Sunnydale. Scan Lines was 5 stars for Kelly. That makes me extra excited to read it. Crystal says it was great, heavy subject, but very well done. I have read the intro where Todd, the author, does talk about how dark it is and what inspired the book, and that was already well done and very powerful. So I can't wait to go into the actual book of Scanlines, the actual story. But his author intro was really well done. Yeah. Also, Crystal gave Scanlines a 5. That is great. That is great news. And my last choice is I did start this book and I might continue. Actually, I have two other choices. So I started The Mysterious Matter of I Am Fine. It's a vintage middle grade book from like the early 2000s. And this I'm reading it for my readathon prompt about a book about a book. And these kids in this book are reading books by this author called I Am Fine, and it's a play off of the author R.L. Stein. So the author in this book, I Am Fine, writes like these book. I think they're called chillers. So the chillers series, so much like Goosebumps, these are chillers. So very, very cute to see this nod to R.L. Stein. And kids, like weird things are happening to the kids who are reading I Am Fine's books. I was about to say R.L. Stein, but no, the fictitious I Am Fine. So I am enjoying this. I don't, it's not like I'm not getting into it. It's just, I get into these moods where I don't know what I want to read. Another potential is The Auctioneer by Joan Sampson. Kelly recently reviewed this book on her channel. This is a vintage paperback from hell. This copy is a new edition because they have a whole new line of these books printed by Valiant Court Books, which is, they have this on the cover, which indicates that it's a newer edition. So I could read this. So yes, my choice is continue on with this, or start. I know that's a lot of choices. Big bad. What should I do? I don't know. I don't know what I feel like doing. Kat says, I'm behind on my reading for November. I'm currently reading short stories from the collection of L.M. Montgomery, enjoying all of the stories I've read so far. What have you read thus far, Kat? Have you read that romancy one yet? Or do they all kind of had romance in them? I know that Kat is just diving into some more L.M. Montgomery, which I haven't read anything by that author. So very interested to see once the month wraps up what Kat overall thinks about L.M. Montgomery's work as a whole. That'll be very interesting to see. All right, guys. Oh, Kelly says she voted The Auctioneer. That is what I should read, she says. I am leaning towards that because it is one of the, it's not like super long, but the font, I'll show you, it's small. And I feel like if I start on this, I could feel like I'm making progress. See kind of how small that is? To me, that feels small. So yeah, even though it's only 235 pages, when it's that small of font, it kind of makes me tentative to start because it just feels like it takes a while. But I've heard great things. Katrina over the channel Katrina Brown gave it 5 stars. So Kiki says, "Hello, hi Kiki, how you doing?" I believe Kiki was on Lexi's channel the other day talking about how she wanted to start a channel. I think that I got that right, Kiki, hopefully. Reading something different, trying to finish Terms and Conditions. Well, I hope you have luck finishing that. And guys, thanks for joining me. I know this is very impromptu and it's just me by myself, so I appreciate you guys joining me and hanging out. But I think we're going to start sprints. Hopefully 45 minutes is cool with you guys. I think since only Kelly said The Auctioneer, I think I'm going to go with The Auctioneer and try to make some headway on this, and we'll see, what I think about it when we get back. And again, I think this is kind of like, it says harrowing tensions explode in a series of events that could happen anywhere to anyone, just as they do to John Moore, whose days of freedom run out, who is stripped of his possessions, his courage, and his hopes by the ominous presence of a stranger impossible to resist. So this takes place, in a small town. So we'll see how I like it. DJ's just starting Hex. I've heard good things about Hex, but also some mixed things. I believe that's a translated book, if I'm thinking of the right Hex. All right, guys, let's get some stuff done. You don't have to read. If you just want to keep my video up and do something else, like write a blog post or get some laundry done, or I might also plan some of my video that I have to film today because I do have to film my suggestions for my Christmas readathon. So, by the way, Kiki, my friend Kat just launched her channel and she found a lot of helpful videos on YouTube about how to edit and stuff. So you can find a lot of helpful videos online. Kiki is saying she's trying to start a booktube. She just needs to watch a few iMovie tutorials for editing. Yeah, just, you could find a whole bunch on there. Kat, if you remember any specific channels that helped you out with starting your channel, you might want to shout them out in the comments for Kiki. All right, so guys, 45 minutes. I've been procrastinating. We will start now. See you guys in 45 minutes, and thank you so much for being here. All right, let me share my screen. Here we go, and I will see you guys soon. Hello. I didn't have my mic on for a second. How'd you guys do? I got to about page 29. But to be fair, the first page of actual story, because I skipped the introduction, I'll read the introduction afterwards. It's by Grady Hendrix. I started the actual story, it's on page 13. So 13 to 29, not too shabby. Especially for a book with small font. So I don't think that's too bad. All right, so we had Heidi join us. Hi, Heidi. She says she's reading all day. Yes, today is like the perfect day. It's cool today and it's kind of overcast and stormy. It's so awesome of a day to be reading, I think. Crystal had to go, my friend Crystal, but I was glad she was here. Amy says hello. Hi, Amy. Everyone check out Amy's channel. It's Amy McCaw. That is her channel. Also, she's a fantastic author. Thought I had her book right here. It must be on the other side of my precariously balanced book cart. I'm so glad you're here, Amy. She's going to use the sprints to do some writing and also to sort her bookshelves. I have a plan to get a new bookshelf and I'm going to replace, I have this weird, like different level thing back here. I'm going to put a bookcase. Although I love my thing back here, I need space for more books. And it has to be in this room because I don't want my old vintage books like in the living room or any other room. Arlene says, just finished Island of Dr. Moreau, H.G. Wells. Ooh, that's a fancy read. I say fancy. I guess classics make me feel like it's fancy or something. I don't know. But had the Lost Souls film in my mind the whole time as it's quite faithful to the book. Oh, that's awesome. Christian says, love your earrings. They're Furbies. Thank you. Furby. Classic 90s toy. If you guys don't know what a Furby is, but I'm pretty sure it's widely known even if you weren't a kid growing up in the 80s/90s. I wanted to wear them because I thought it was perfect since we're doing these sprints and I'm kind of using these sprints to read stuff for Nostalgic November, my readathon, and this is pretty nostalgic to me. Furbies. God, I wanted one so bad, but when I got one and I got it for Easter, it was in my Easter basket. It was gray. Can't remember if I named him something. But anyway, the Furby would not shut up. And I was like, shut up. So I don't know if you guys felt the same way, but I was just like, shut up, Furby. And I do remember when the rumors started to circulate that people were spying, like the government was spying on people through the Furbies. My friends and I, and we were just like 7, 8, I don't know, 9, can't remember exactly, but around there. And we were all like, is it watching us? Like, even we were paranoid about it because of all the adults like talking about that. I think it was like on the news too, or I don't know. It was a very hyped up rumor about Furbies, like, and you know, people watching what you were doing through the Furbies. Destiny says, I read a chapter and had lunch. That is great. Great progress. A whole chapter. Sylvia said, picked Goddess of Filth back up, made it to about halfway through. It's good so far. I have been wanting to read that. I do own it. I've heard great things about it. It's fairly short, so hopefully you can finish that in a quickish amount of time, if that's what you're trying to do. Some people like to take their time reading. I like to be like, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go fast. Bethany's Independent Blind Life says, hello, I am 19% into the science of the silence of the lambs, I'm guessing. I also did a bit of productivity. That is great progress. Congratulations. Kelly says, I'm 88% of my ebook. Will be finished today. Yes, Kelly, great job. The kitty meowed. Yes, the kitty meowed. I love it. Made it to chapter 5. Great, cat. And I did save a comment of yours that I didn't read before. Now, I asked Kat, she's reading L.M. Montgomery, and I asked how she was enjoying it, and Kat said the short stories are tales from the darker side, and they are pretty good, not pure horror. Finished, I don't think I'm going to say this right, Kilmeny? Kilmeny? Of the Orchard, sweet romance. And Kat says, I think I'm going to read Nothing But Blackened Teeth. Is that what you ended up reading, Kat? Is that what you're on chapter 5 of? Nothing But Blackened Teeth. That is a very divisive book, by the way, if you guys have heard of it. It's got an amazing cover, very cool horror cover, very short book, but it's very divisive. Some people hated it, whereas other people were like, why do people hate this? But it's got pretty bad reviews right now, and I own it because I got it in a book box, but I don't know. I don't know why people are hating it. I think they said they wanted more from it. It's okay. I know what you meant, Bethany. She did mean Silence of the Lambs. I just was like, maybe it's like a play on Silence of the Lambs and it's like a science book, Science of the Lambs. Like, that would be a clever title for a book that's like, about lamb anatomy or something. What kind of book would that be? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would need to read a book about anatomy, but hey, farmers might. But anyway, I'm so random and ridiculous. I use voice dictation and autocorrect doesn't always pick up my accent. I understand I have an accent as well. It is like a Cajun accent from Louisiana. That's where I'm from. And my family is Cajun French. So my mama had an accent. That's like what I call grandma. My mom kind of has an accent, apparently, supposedly. But yes, whatever. And apparently I have an accent, says my boyfriend. He always like kind of makes fun of it in a not mean way. Um, I thought I had a message, sorry. And Bethany loves Furbies. Yes, Furbies were so cute. I wish I had a different one that wasn't just gray back in the day, but still, I liked my Furby a lot, except for when it got annoying. Kind of like a Tamagotchi, like little pet. Those got annoying too. Like, they'd make a lot of noise, and then in the middle of the night, you'd be like, ah, it's making noise. Kat is going with Nothing But Black and Teeth, and she did make it to chapter 5. She confirms. Kat, is it cold where you are today? So Kat also lives in Louisiana, but she's about an hour away from me. So today, here where I am, closer to the city of New Orleans than Kat is, it is cool and it's dark and it's like an actual fall slash becoming winter day, which has been very rare here. It's been like in the 80s. It's horrible. Kelly says she doesn't hear the accent, my accent, and she says, as an New Yorker anyway. By the way, people have thought I was from Brooklyn before. Like people, when we had to evacuate for Hurricane Katrina back in the day, we stayed in Texas for like a month, and I went to school in Texas, and it was very odd. But I went there for about 2 days, and then I told my mom, like, I don't want to keep going to school here. Like, I just want to not go to school. And it was fine since there wasn't any kind of regulations in place about what we had to do with school or not. It was everyone was just figuring out it was a crazy situation. But people were like, "You sound like you're from Brooklyn." And I was like, "Really?" That's kind of odd, but yes, they were saying that. I don't know what makes me sound like I'm from there. People have even said I sound like I'm from Canada, which I don't hear that either, but hey, I don't mind. It's not a big deal. It's kind of funny actually. So yeah, I made good progress. I am liking this. It is funny how different this is in terms of writing quality than the other books I've been reading in terms of books like Bats by William W. Johnstone. This is just written in such a better sounding way, just way more eloquent and elegant overall. And this takes place back in the day. We're following this family who they're a family of farmers. And I just mentioned farmers with the Lamb Anatomy book, but I am really liking the way this is written. And I can tell something's amiss with this auctioneer who's just moved into town and he wants to have all these auctions and he wants to spruce things up and to bring city people into the country. And I have a feeling shit will hit the fan. Pardon my French. Kat says, very cold and windy. I was doing a garage sale this morning, quit at 10. Oh, how did that go, Kat? And I'm glad you're experiencing some colder weather because I feel like we need that here. I'm glad to be able to wear a long sleeve shirt and not like be sweating my butt off. You know what I mean? I can't wait to wear my sweaters. And I've got some Christmas sweaters that I'm excited to wear in December. Guys, once again, I don't mean to plug this out the wazoo or anything, but I really am excited about this December readathon I'm hosting slash co-hosting with my friend Kelly, who it was her idea, by the way, with Crystal, who was in here earlier, Fiber Artsy, Michelle's Melancholia, Katrina Brown. I can't wait. It's going to be so much freaking fun. And again, you don't have to celebrate Christmas. You don't have to read pure horror. You can bend the prompts and do as many or as few prompts as you want. But we are going to have a holiday party. Ooh, Destiny had snow today where she is. Where do you live, Destiny? What state? Sylvia says it is 80 degrees here. I would kill for snow. I would also kill for snow. That would be a lot of fun. Arlene says I have a Northern Irish accent that would give voice dictation a nervous breakdown. Northern Irish accent. I love Irish stuff. I really do. Irish history and things. I really like reading Irish set horror books, and just I like Irish lore in general. Kiki says, "Off to a bad start. Added some books to my Goodreads and talked to someone about health insurance. Soup's fun." Yeah. It's okay. It's you got stuff done when it comes to the health insurance thing, and adding books to Goodreads, I enjoy doing that quite a bit. That's like a pleasure for me. I It's a guilty pleasure. I'm like, "Yeah, I wanna read this, I wanna read that." I've got a few books in my Amazon book cart because one of the things I was doing late last night and that I have to keep doing is, write up books for my recommendation video for my Christmas readathon that we're doing. Bethany says, well, first Kat says, "The subdivision where my mother-in-law lives didn't advertise, so hardly any people, too cold to stay out in the windy cold." We were just saying how hot it was. You should enjoy the cold while you can, Kat, because we'll have another 80-degree Christmas. I think my bet is that, you know, it's gonna be hot. So I am enjoying it while we have this weather. Bethany says, "Readathon?" question mark. Yes, it's called the Christmas Evil Readathon. I have an announcement video on my channel. I also have a playlist on my main channel page with all the co-hosts' announcement videos. So my friend Kelly, like I said, Katrina, Michelle, Crystal, all of our announcement videos are on there, and my video itself is at the top in my recent videos. My light behind me looks like a halo. It's actually not a ring light, it's just like a floor lamp, but I really like it because the top can be a color and the bottom can be like any kind of white you want. You can set the colors on your phone. But yeah, it does look like a halo. Yeah. But I'm really like a demon, Christmas evil. So you guys don't be fooled by the fake halo behind me. Destiny says she's in Northeast Ohio. Oh, cool, Ohio. My friend Cameron lives in Ohio. I love him. He's one of my favorite people. And it's so awesome that you guys have snow. But I know sometimes after a while, people get sick of the snow. People who have to deal with it all the time. I really love snow though. Kelly says, "If you ever talk to Crystal, her accent is more thick than in her videos." Really? She doesn't sound like she's a very like heavy accent in her videos. All right. We'll go to another set of sprints soon, but I did want to what did I want to do? I wanted to update you guys on something. Also, I wanted to hear oh yes, I wanted to hear recommendations for Christmas horror books. Again, I am about to make this you don't have to read Christmas horror for this readathon. The prompts are very general for the most part. You could read seasonally or not. A lot of people like to read seasonally, that is me. So a lot of my ideas and suggestions that I'm about to film the video later I will be suggesting seasonal reads, but some non-seasonal as well. But yeah, like I need some good suggestions for slasher books that are wintry. It's so hard. Does anyone know of any? I found a few last night, and I've got some that I'm reading myself for my own TBR. But yes, if anyone knows of any wintry slasher books or wintry books with killers, because I think this is going to be a prompt that's harder for people who want to bend the prompts to be non-horror. I feel like I'm going to tell people in the recommendation video if you just want to read a book with a killer, that is fine. You don't have to read a pure slasher book because slasher to me is a very specific subgenre of horror. It's a very specific definition. Like, there's like a supernatural type of like killer who's, on a rampage killing like most likely teenagers. Where sometimes slashers, they don't always follow that formula, but a lot of times that's like the classic set slasher. So I'm looking for something that like, fits like that. Sylvia said, "I read Secret Santa last year. It was fun, not great, but I enjoyed it." I actually really liked it. I gave it 5 stars because it was easy to read. It's not like it was the greatest book ever written or it blew me away, but it was so thematic and it just felt very appropriate for Christmas time. And I loved how the book, Secret Santa, was like taking place at a book publishing company. I thought that was neat. So we were getting a glimpse into like the book publishing world. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Secret Santa, but I agree with you. It's not like the greatest book of all time or anything, but definitely a great Christmassy holiday read for sure. Oh, yes, this is a great idea because I need ideas for like haunted type of books. That's one of the prompts. Hell House is a great book to read at Christmas. All right, I'm writing that one down, Sylvia. I'll attribute it to you. All right, Hell House is a good one. I was already gonna suggest, this is spoiling my recommendation video, but I was gonna suggest Secret Santa. Oh, Kelly, this is a good idea. Or a recommendation for the slasher prompt. If people don't want to read a slasher book, read a blood red book in terms of color. That is a great idea, Kelly. Very, very good for the cover. Yes. And you could read non horror books out the wazoo. Why am I saying that phrase? You could read a lot of non-horror books that match that prompt. So I'm going to suggest that in my little video when I recommend books. So yeah, if people just want to read something with a red cover, then yes, blood red cover. Love it, Kelly. Ooh, Bethany says I'm reading Nosferatu this month. I love that book. It's by Joe Hill. That is a very, very good book. Not everyone loves it, but I personally do. I think the character Charlie Manx is like a very frightening villain, and Kat, who's in the chat, loves that book too. And it's a great Christmas read because although that the whole thing's not set in winter, obviously there's this whole Christmas element to it because Charlie Manx, the villain, loves Christmas time. And so I won't say any more than that, but yes, I hope you enjoy Nosferatu. I know it's an ode and an allusion to Nosferatu, but it's spelled out like, a license plate number. That's why I kind of say it like the license plate number. I can't think of any Christmas slashers. I want one now. I'm going to read Krampus for the first time this year. Oh, cool. I love Krampus themed stories, and there are a lot out there. Now, I know everyone loves the idea of reading Krampus by Brom, which I also want to read, but there are other Krampus books that are really good too. So I'm going to highlight some Krampus themed stuff in my recommendation video. But I will say, for the slasher book, I do have a few wintry, Christmassy slashers that I will recommend. So Sylvia, stay tuned if you want to check out my recommendation video, which will be dropping hopefully tomorrow, as long as I don't spend 8 hours editing it. And even if I do, it'll probably still be up tomorrow. Knowing me, I'll probably still just like push through till it's done. Ooh, Sylvia says Nosferatu was a great audiobook too. I did not listen to it on audio, I just read it physically, but that is great to know in case I ever want to reread it. That way I can experience it like in a new way. By listening to it on audio as well. I will remember that for the future because it's a book I definitely see myself wanting to reread, for a future December. Kelly says, such nice people. Oh my God, I wish people could find that easier. If people could find that easier, I would reread it just to do a whole book club meeting about it. So the book Kelly is referring to, let me grab it. It's rare. So I'm not trying to suggest it to you guys because you'll get frustrated because you won't be able to find it. All right, it's on my little, I'm knocking stuff over. It's on my little display shelf. So here it is, Such Nice People by Sandra, and it's dusty. Oh no, I've got to dust my books. By Sandra Scopatone. And here's, you can see like the gun on the mantle kind of pointed at this picture of the family. Very Christmassy cover. It is set at Christmas, and if I remember correctly, it goes through different days of Christmas. Like at one point, it's leading up to Christmas. Like where are the chapters where it's like just, oh yeah, okay. Sunday, December 22nd, and then it keeps going to like Christmas Eve. Anyway, this is rare, but there's some crazy, crazy shit in this. Like, pardon my French, but it is nuts. There's this one scene, the shed scene. If you've read it, you know what I mean. I'm not gonna give it away. If you have not read it, oh my God, the shed scene. It was so disturbing. It was so disturbing. But yeah, that book got me. Now I will say that book, Kelly was contemplating DNFing it because it does have kind of a slow burn element to it where you're just getting to know the family that we're following and you're getting to know like the backstory of the different people, and there's some relationship drama between the mom and dad. So anyway, oh my God, Melissa has it. I've been saving Such Nice People to read in December. Does it fit in with any of the prompts? Yes, Melissa, it fits in with, and let me get my binder, because guess what, guys? I made a binder for Christmas and November, my readathon. So you can see I have it in my binder, my prompts. Okay, so here's our printable that I created, and Kelly has an amazing bingo board. So Such Nice People, I'm so excited to read it. I cannot wait to see what you think of it. So here are all the prompts in the printable, and Such Nice People would fit with a mood read, it would fit with a slasher because that's what Kelly mentioned. So you could technically, because there's a killer in the book, I want everyone to think that they to be able to feel like they can just very loosely fit the slasher prompt. So even though it's not technically a slasher like in your traditional slasher, like when you think of Friday the 13th or Halloween, such nice people can be used for the slasher prompt. And also, as Kelly said, if a cover has like a blood red on the cover, you can count that as like a slasher book if you want. And this does have like a blood red ribbon. It's kind of got blood red font. So yes, Melissa, you could use this for the slasher prompt. And also it is set in winter, which is another prompt on here because set in winter, it takes place in December, and that is winter. So yes, it would fit multiple prompts depending on what you're looking to fill. Kelly likes my theme. She goes, "Yes, the thematic binders." Yes, yes. I don't know what's with me in binders, but I'm gonna make one of the things I want to do this weekend while my boyfriend is gone is make a like a printed out like cute little cover slip for this binder. And it's not gonna be just Christmas. I think it's gonna say something like content binder, and I might have like little cute pictures of Pusheen on it, or maybe I'll put stickers. I don't know. I don't know yet. But I want it to be cute because I'm gonna use it for like my content for the whole year, essentially, like anything that I want to have stuff printed out for. All right. Kat says, yes, Nosfer A2 is awesome. I knew you'd say so. Amy says Whiteout by Gabriel Dillon is a red eye book, which Amy was talking about when she was on Sprints on my channel. She did talk about how she likes these red eye books. They're YA horror set on a ski resort. Oh yes, so the specific red eye book she's talking about, Whiteout, it's YA set at a ski resort. A group of teens go to a school trip and end up being trapped on a mountain with vampires. Now that would work for set in winter. That would also work for the Krampus prompt. The Krampus prompt says creature, feature, or monster. Vampire is a monster, so it could fit for the Krampus prompt as well. And also, anything could fit for a mood read. We also have a prompt about a gifted book. And now, if you have never given a book to someone as a gift, I mean, I'm sorry, if you've never received a book as a gift because people don't know what books to get you, let's say, for example, you can interpret this multiple ways. Like say you want to read a book that you gifted yourself, because technically every book we buy in a way is a gift for ourselves. But if you really like can't find a book that fits the gifted book prompt, feel free to read a book you bought yourself as like a treat to yourself. Oh my god, this is fun. Bethany saw a romance Krampus. That is unique. Who knew that this existed? Actually, there is a short story of Krampus store. A book collection of Krampus short stories is what I should say. That is the correct description. And this Krampus collection has a short story that's kind of like a romance angle on Krampus. So there was some romance that I've read, kind of. It's a short story dealing with Krampus, and that was actually well done. And I am going to talk about the short story collection of Krampus stories in my recommendation video coming tomorrow. Kiki says if I could have a Black Christmas in book form, I would absolutely love it. Now that there is a book called Black Christmas, but I don't think it's a slasher. I think it's more of like a mystery. Kelly, you and I were talking about reading Black Christmas. What kind of book is that? Because I've heard people say don't get confused and think it's a novelization of Black Christmas the movie, because it's not. And that's by, is it Thomas Altman, I think? Now, where is my Black Christmas book? I thought it was over here, and it's not, clearly. Where is it? Anyway, I gotta find it. It's somewhere. I thought it was around here. Clearly, it's not. I'm disorganized. I cannot wait to get the new bookshelf. Then I can organize things more. But yeah, it's hard to find a wintry slasher, which is weird to think about. But there are a few out there. I'm gonna try to highlight as many as I can in my video. Kat says, watch my Christmas Evil readathon announcement. Sounds amazing. Love the bingo card. Thank you. And I know Kelly is thankful that you like the bingo card. She did a great job designing that. Justin says, Such Nice People is a great book. Totally agree. I gave it 5 stars. I actually read it last November. I remember the exact month I read it. I loved it. It blew me away. I really liked it. Ooh, Kelly says, so we have that gifted book prompt. She would also consider an arc a gift too, which that's a very clever way to interpret the prompt. And I totally agree. If you guys want to consider arcs as a gifted book, go ahead and do that. Kelly said, "What's that Christopher Pike book we read for your book club? Set in winter and a slasher of sorts." That was Slumber Party, and that would fit. It's not my favorite Christopher Pike. It's not like on par with other Christopher Pike I've read, but would definitely fit the prompt. And it's one of those fun, cheesy, vintage YA point horror books where it's not going to be a perfect and amazing read, but it is going to be a thematic, fun, easy to digest read. And that's why I love reading old school vintage YA because it's always a good time, no matter if it's like the most in depth thing or not. You know, it's never going to be an award winning type of book, but definitely usually enjoyable. Last Christmas, I read The Shining. My friend Kat and we've been reading a King book or story every month and watching the adaptation or adaptations if there's more than one. And we'll be rereading The Shining in December. And we're also going to be watching the Kubrick movie, but I've never seen the Stephen King version of The Shining, the movie. So I'm going to be watching that as well. The version that King actually likes, which is kind of like a made for TV version, I think. So we'll be watching that as well. And I'm gonna write down Slumber Party to recommend, I guess. That would be a good one since I did read it for my book club, and it is winter set, and it is kind of a slasher. I just didn't know if I would consider that a slasher, but since you said it was, Kelly, I guess I could say that. Pike. Okay. If anyone is looking for a super spooky, character-driven, Lovecraftian, and cosmic horror slow burn winter read, I'd recommend Midnight Sun by Ramsey Campbell. Yes, I actually own Midnight Sun. That is a good suggestion. Slow burn winter read. I actually saw that on a list of winter books. Campbell. I'm writing some of these down, guys, just because I'm trying to collect, suggestions from different places. Like some people have made their TBRs on our Discord. We have a Christmas Evil Discord set up, and you could find that by going to any of the announcement videos of the host. The Discord is linked in each one of our announcement videos. So if you want to join the Discord, people are already in there talking about the Christmas readathon, and some people have already shared their TBRs or their tentative TBRs. So I might mention some of the books from other people's TBRs who don't have YouTube channels, just to give people an idea of the different options. Stolen Tongues and The Shining are two books I'll be reading for the readathon. I really love Stolen Tongues. That would fit for a creature feature, which is our Krampus prompt, or it even could kind of fit for a Christmas Carol, which is about a haunting or a ghost story, or it could kind of fit for set in winter. It could fit multiple prompts, or it could, of course, anything could fit the mood read. Mood read. That sounded like I had an accent. I'm planning on reading that Black Christmas book, actually. I think it's a slasher, but different than the movie. Alex posted a review on Goodreads, but there's no official synopsis on there. Really? I wish I had my copy in front of me so I could read you guys the back of the book. On our next sprint, I'll look for it, and then I'll come back and I hopefully will find it, and then I'll read you guys the back of the Black Christmas book. That one was easy to find on thrift books. That's where I bought my copy. I did not find Black Christmas in the wild. Justin is coming through and saying Black Christmas's deaths play out like a slasher, but the rest of the story is more small town police procedural. I actually really liked it. But I think you could bend the prompt because there is like a killing involved or killings involved. I think that people can consider Black Christmas an appropriate choice for the slasher prompt. I'm just worried because I don't want non-horror readers or people who read more thrillers to feel like they can't fit the slasher prompt. And so that's why in my recommendation video, I'm going to mention the blood red cover. I'm going to mention if you want to read a book just with a murder mystery, go ahead and read a murder mystery, whatever you want to do. If you want to read a cozy murder mystery, which those do exist, sounds like it wouldn't go together, but apparently they do, then please feel free. Do not feel hindered or boxed in by the horror part of the readathon. If you guys want to read non-horror, be as loose as you want with the way you interpret these prompts if you're going to, join in, which I hope you do, because I don't know why I'm so pumped about it, because I've got my own readathon going on right now, but I'm actually more pumped for the other readathon. Only because this one, if I had more time, like next year, this is the second year I'm doing Nostalgic November, but next year I would probably do like co-hosts and for my old school April, I'm definitely gonna do co-hosts. So anyone who wants to co-host old school April, I know Kelly already volunteered to be one of the co-hosts. And I don't even care how many co-hosts there are because that one's gonna be fun. And that one's about reading older books of any sort, but also watching. There's like a watch-a-thon with that one, my old school April. So that'll be coming back next year, and I will have co-hosts. That's my big goal. Regarding Midnight Sun, think Lovecraft's wonder with impossible geometry that drives you mad and apply that to snowflakes and such. That's cool. That sounds interesting. Christian says, I hope I'm saying your name right, by the way. Is it Kristen or Christian? I appreciate that you're getting book options from your commenters. I can't even say regular words right. I know for the gifted book, I'm reading a book I also gifted to someone. I forget whose video suggested to do that. Yes, one of my friends, or even on the Discord, they might have said, if you want to basically read a book that you bought for somebody else and consider that a gifted book, you can do that, even though you were the one who bought it for someone else versus someone else buying it for you. That still counts as a gifted book because it was gifted in some way, shape, or form. So, yes, that completely counts, and that is a perfect idea. I put the opening titles from Kubrick's The Shining on my stereo on repeat and a few other songs from the film when reading Midnight Sun, and it casts the perfect mood. Oh my gosh, that sounds like a great atmosphere for reading like a spooky book. Oh, hell yeah. It could be fun to do teams for old school April, like 80s babies versus 90s babies or something of that sort. Hell yeah, Kelly. Yes, I've got to plan how to do that because I don't know if I want to revamp my prompts or not. But the prompts were pretty general, but it did have like stuff about horror in there. But yeah, that is a great idea, Kelly. I 100% want to do that. Yes. And the watchathon part is so special to me because like no readathon usually has a watchathon involved, but my old school April last year did. So I'm bringing that back. The watchathon's definitely happening, and I definitely want to do teams. Oh, hell yeah. Let's do it. Yes, Bethany, this is a perfect example of a slasher. I did read this last year for Christmas time. Silent Night by R.L. Stein would 100% fit. And it's set at a mall, which I don't know why. Like an abandoned mall is kind of spooky and creepy. So I love the setting of Silent Night. I think it's great. And it's a perfect Christmas read because there's some creepy stuff that happens with Christmas lights, like in the scene. And oh, it's awesome. The vibes. It's perfect, like spooky Christmas, like what you want to read for that time of year if you like spooky stuff. One of the scariest books Justin ever read is set mostly in the snow. Stolen Tongues by Felix Blackwell. Right out of the gate, the book is incredibly eerie. 100% agree. I hardly ever get scared by anything, but Stolen Tongues did scare me. Also, by the way, Kelly, if we're gonna do 80s babies versus 90s babies, if I was born in 89, am I technically an 80s baby or a 90s baby? I mean, technically, yes, I was born in the 80s, but like I consider myself a 90s kid. So I don't know. I guess I'd be team 80s, but I want to be team 90s though. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, we could be kind of loose with that, but I'd love to do teams and figure out how to do that. That would be so much fun. Or like even teams like within the decades, like 90s Nickelodeon team versus 90s Disney versus 80s movie mania because there was so many great 80s movies like E.T. and like 80s family movies, specifically E.T. Goonies. God, so much good stuff. So Kelly is an 85 baby, but a 90s kid. So that's me. I guess that's me too. I'm a 89 baby, but a 90s kid. Passages in Stolen Tongues were making me squeal out loud because they were freaking me out so much. Yes, especially if you are disturbed by stuff like having to do with sleeping. Trust me, there's some creepy imagery in that. Kiki's the same as me, born in 89. Oh, we're 89 babies, but consider herself a 90s baby. Kat says, I think I should get Silent Night 2 since I read the first one. Yes, Kat, I am also going to be reading Silent Night 2, I think this month, but if I don't get to it this month, definitely next month for the readathon for Christmas. But yes, you should get it because I'm going to read it too and we could talk about it on my channel or on your channel if you want to do a video on your channel. By the way, guys, speaking of Kat, Kat and I are talking about everything we watched in October next Wednesday, the 16th. As long as you're still cool with that, Kat. I texted you last night. I'm good for the 16th. And it'll be at night and it'll be a live stream. And yeah, we'll be giving our top 5 or so favorite watches that we watched in October. And we're also going to be talking about some movies that we both watched and had in common off of our marathon list. And if you like movies, we'll be talking about movies a lot next Wednesday. So turn on my alerts for my videos, and you probably will get an alert. I haven't made the link yet, but I will soon. Bethany was born in 1990, almost an 89 baby. Very, very close. Still a good year to be born because you lived in the 90s. Hell yeah. It's like my favorite time, bitch. I'm not calling you a bitch, Bethany. Just I say that as a term of endearment in case of people don't like that. Oh, could be thematic teams like movies or shows. Yes, like we could do like a Legends of the Hidden Temple thing. Like blue baby, like blue 80s babies barracudas. Like I don't know, you know what I mean? Like blue barracudas, silver snakes, but it could be around like decades or like specific movies, or just blue barracudas versus the ETs versus the, yeah, like we could have like an actual name of the group that's like favorite things from the 80s and 90s could be like 90s Nick could be a team, or specifically like I don't know, we could come up with something like that, but you get the gist of what I'm saying, right? I'm already excited about April. What the hell is going on? We haven't even gotten to the new year. This is ridiculous right now. I'm already looking ahead to like months instead of like just dealing with the month we're in. And I know I'm talking a lot and we have not sprinted again. So I think because I am caught up with comments that we should go and sprint, and we'll come back and talk more fun stuff if you guys want. I hope you are liking the convos. I know it's really making my day more special and less boring. And I do apologize if at any point during this stream, if my dog snores, because he was snoring when I was reading, but then he stopped when I started talking. So I was like, "Ah, good timing." He just stopped snoring. But in case you hear snores, it's my pup who's on the floor on his little comforter right now. Anyway, yes, such nice people. Such a good book, in my opinion, but very hard to find. And I'm sorry if I make people want this so much. Hello, Magnum Mac. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. We're about to sprint again and just get some stuff done. So that means you could read during the sprinting, or you can write something, or you can do chores, or whatever the heck you want to do. I never know who knows about what sprints are and who doesn't, especially because my channel has a lot of non-readers. So I don't know why I'm explaining sprints, but just in case, I think it's safe because I didn't even know what sprints were until like a couple of months ago, and I've been a fan of reading not for super long, but for like a year and something months, and I still didn't know what sprints were. But now I know, and I've actually done a few on other people's channels, and it's actually quite fun. I like it, and it helps me to actually sit down and read. So, all right, guys, so that's fun chatting. We'll talk more Christmas stuff. If you think of any other Christmas book ideas, or winter book ideas, or general ideas for the December readathon, go ahead and shout those in the comments below, and we'll keep going with the chat when we get back. All right, I'm going to do 45 minutes again, if that's okay with everybody. And then we'll come back and chill. And if anyone has to go, don't feel bad, no problem. And I am going to share the screen, right? Yes. I like forget how to do this thing. All right, there we go. And I'm going to start it. All right, see you guys in 45 minutes. So how did everybody do? I got about flipping not as much as I wanted because my friend Kelly told me something exciting. I'll let you guys know what she told me about in a second. But I got to page 41 and I was on page 29. So that's not too bad, I guess, for only reading half of the sprint because I was searching for things after my friend Kelly told me about this cool site where you can read books that are hard to find. I'm not gonna link the site or say the site, but we'll link it in our Discord for December because there's some December books that are hard to find that you could find on the site. And it's not like you're taking money out of anyone's pockets because a lot of these books are out of print. So if you do buy them, it's like from a secondhand seller. So it's usually from people on eBay who are marking up these books to crazy prices. Anyway, so I get distracted and I was like, hell yeah, let me see what books are on here. And so, yes, I am very excited. All right. Magnum Max said, I saw slasher in the name, as in my channel name. So I subscribed. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That means a lot. Kat says she's loving this sprinting. It's her first one ever. I'm so glad you're here, Kat, to experience the sprinting for the first time. And Lexi's here. Guys, sub to Lexi's channel. She is incredible. And she is the one who kicked off my sprinting journey in a way because the first time I've ever been on any sprints was on Lexi's channel. Again, check her out, sub right here. That's her channel name. She says, I'm so excited you're doing these. Me too. I just did it last minute today, so that is why I didn't ask anyone to be with me, but I would totally love to have Lexi on one day to do some sprints with me on my channel because I was on her channel this week and it was so much fun. We talked about all kinds of ridiculous things from the books I was reading and it was just a lot of fun. Bethany said, I cleaned the living room and tidied up the bathroom. I just have to do the floors. I'm also 23% into my book. You are multitasking. That is great, great progress there. Very good work, Bethany. Kelly says, 8% left on this book. Got distracted with that website. Me too, Kelly. You did. It's your fault, but in a good way because, oh my God, I'm so excited, guys. So, yeah, you could read Such Nice People if you wanted, for instance, just to let you know the site. Like the site offers books like this that you could actually read without having to spend like $30 to find this thing because this book is crazy and it would be a great read for Christmas. So if you're trying to find rare Christmas old school vintage books, this website might have it. And yeah, again, we will link it in our Christmas Evil Readathon Discord. You think we could do that, right, Kelly? That'll be okay to link it there. Again, I don't think it's like illegal or anything, but just in case, I don't want to say the name or link it here. But yeah, it seems to be a free resource online, so I'm not too worried about it, but just in case. But I'm so pumped because there's a book I want to recommend that's vintage that I was like, I really want people to be able to feel like they could find this and read it because it's a great suggestion for winter. But I didn't know if people could find it. But now with this site, they can find it. So I'm very, very excited. Kiki says, I got 54% into terms and conditions. Great job, Kiki. That's quite far into the book. You're over halfway. You're making great progress. Kat said, I made it to chapter 7. Definitely going to finish today. Yes, Kat, it's a shorter book, so that'd be great. You can check it off your list and move on to the next thing. Just got home from work. Hi, Sherry. So excited you're still sprinting. Will you be on for a while longer? Yeah. I have nothing to do today. My boyfriend's out of town, so I'm pulling a Kevin Home Alone situation where I am eating candy. I'm not jumping on beds like in Home Alone, but I probably will watch stuff and read all day and just, whatever, kind of lounge around. Do all the things that like I never do when he's around, which is like eat like shit apparently. Cuz I can never eat right when he's gone. I'm just like, candy, sugar. So anyway, I will be on for a while longer because this is like my main thing I'm doing today for fun. And I just thought, why not get some stuff done and hang out with friends? And I love talking with people and live streams. Although this is like one of my first sprints by myself, I used to live stream by myself all the time, like on Twitch. And I did talk about books, but I also talked about movies. And so yeah, I've done tons of live streams on Twitch, and I've actually done a ton on YouTube as well. Not a lot about books, but and no sprinting by myself except for this one. But yes, I am loving this. I'm definitely going to be sprinting much more because it's fun. Bethany says she loves multitasking. Well, you are doing a great job of it. You're getting your house all spick and span and reading at the same time. Hell yeah. Books with Lexi says, I still have to finish Mother thing. I haven't read anything since Thursday. How long do you plan on sprinting? I don't know, for at least another session, if not two more sessions. So, like, at least an hour or so more, if not more. Lexi says, not to invite myself, but I'm not doing anything for the rest of the day if you decide you want to guess. I mean, you could pop on if you want. I could Instagram message you the link if you really want to. No pressure. Sherry and Lexi are saying hi to each other. Justin says, finishing up my Halloween read still. The graphic novel Pumpkinheads and Autumn Crow by Cameron Chaney is not next up. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I read this wrong. I got so excited about Autumn Crow. I was like, oh, Cameron. Anyway, um, he already finished Pumpkinheads and Autumn Crow. Next up is It's Me, Billy, Black Christmas Revisited by Paul Downey and David Hastings. I butchered that whole comment. But is that a like a nonfiction book, Justin? Is that like about the making of Black Christmas or something? Anyway, by the way, I just want to pump up Autumn Crow for a second. Kat can attest in the chat that Autumn Crow is amazing and it's a perfect seasonal read. And Cameron is one of my favorite people of all time. I am biased because he is my friend, but his writing is actually good, despite my bias. Sarah's here. Hi, Sarah. She says, I'm reading How to Survive Your Murder. I read about 50 pages during the sprint. That is impressive considering I only read like, let's see, where was I? 29 to 41? Yeah, like 11 pages, which feels like a little bit, not a lot. But hey, I feel like I'm still accomplishing things. My boyfriend is getting rained on at a game. Oh, well, it stopped raining, he said. He was just texting me what he's up to. He's in Pittsburgh right now. He's covering the Saints, which the game is tomorrow. Halloween weekend definitely got me hooked on sprints. I know, they're so much fun. It's all Lexi's fault in the best way. Autumn Crow is really good. Yes, I love Autumn Crow. Cameron's one of my favorite people of all time. Autumn Crow is wonderful. Heck yes, it is. And by the way, Cameron is making videos again. He is kind of under the weather this week, so he didn't release one this weekend. But he's got a huge backlist. If anyone wants to check out his YouTube channel, it's Library Macabre, and he is fantastic. And if you love vintage horror, whether that's adult vintage horror or middle grade vintage horror, Cameron literally is like one of the best resources ever to learn about great, vintagey reads. But he also reads newer horror, and he's very well versed in like the world of publishing in terms of like knowing what's like coming out and the stories behind things. And he's just like a fountain of knowledge. He's wonderful when it comes to books. And his channel is super cinematic. If you like the style of my channel, his channel is very similar in that we both like cinematic styles to our videos in terms of we like to edit a lot and we like to have like uh, thematic videos and we love book hauls. So we both do that. Like his channel is a huge inspiration. I cannot flip and praise it enough. All right, Lexi, I'll send you a link. She said she's always up for sprints. So hold on, guys. I don't know if this is going to mess up my video here. It shouldn't. I have to do it off my computer because anyway, it's too hard to share the link off my phone. So, let's see. Yes, I was right. Justin says the book about Black Christmas Revisited, it's a nonfiction book. Uh, about all the Black Christmas films. New interviews with all involved. One of the authors made the Black Christmas sequel fan film, It's Me, Billy, which is excellent and on YouTube. So there's a sequel, but it's not official, you're saying. It's Me, Billy. I'm going to write this down. I already have my movie marathon planned, but it's not cemented in stone, but so half of my marathon is Christmas related and all of it's Christmas related. What is wrong with me? Half is horror Christmas related, half is non-horror Christmas related. A lot of it's rewatches for the non-horror part because there's a lot of, Christmas movies I like to watch every single year. Right. Sorry, Lexi, I'm taking forever. I'm moving slow like a bad robot or dysfunctioning robot. Alright. Thank you so much for offering to join. All right, I think I sent it to you. I think everything's gonna work, hopefully. So I'm excited, Justin. I'm gonna check out this on YouTube. Another thing you could find, it's not on YouTube, it's on what is that other platform that's like people put up their films sometimes? Vimeo. Anyway, there's this movie. Well, it's not a movie. It's a short called Trevenge. I also recommend that for like something different that's horror related for Christmas. I watched it last year. Kat, don't forget I said to put that on your list if you can find it. Because last year your Christmas horror list was not strong. This year we need your list to kill it so you could watch stuff that you're like super entertained by and have a good time with. So yes, I'm gonna bring up my letterbox and tell you guys what I watched last year and then what I'm watching this year. I know we're talking about Christmas and it's November. I'm sorry. It's just because I'm so excited about this Christmas Evil Readathon. I am like so jazzed. Let's see. I have a letterbox, guys. I don't know if it's linked below in this video, but it's linked in like every other video I have in the description. I I love Letterboxd, but I mainly just use it for lists. Like I don't rate a lot of movies on there. I just basically make lists for different movie marathons. Like I have one for my Halloween 2022 marathon, all the movies I watched. And also I've got like private lists like about movies to remember for future marathons, etc., etc. Last year I mean not read. Last year I watched some good stuff, but I'm hoping to kill it this year with my Christmas marathon and watch some good stuff. All right, so it's not an official sequel to Black Christmas. This It's Me Billy on YouTube, but it looks like $1,000,000 and follows Jess's granddaughter, the heroine from the original. That is really interesting and it makes me want to watch it. So I am adding this to my list. And we also will be doing movie nights as part of the Christmas Readathon, guys. So stay tuned for that. That'll be a lot of fun. We are still deciding on the dates, and we're going to put a poll out for people to determine like their best, um, like what they want to watch the most. Justin says, It's Me, Billy on YouTube captures much of the creepy atmosphere of the original and is made with so much love. That is awesome. Sometimes, you might find something that like a lot of people don't know about, but should know about. And I love when I come across something like that. For instance, Trevenge, because I do think that is a fantastic film that not enough people talk about. It's really, as I said, more of a short. And Lexi's here, so let me add her to the stream. Hold on. Lexi,
Hi.
hey! Thank you so much for joining.
Of course. I love joining sprints. Anytime anyone's like, hey, are you doing anything? I'm like, no, I can join.
I'm so glad. It's nice to have company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never done sprints by myself.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And since March, I've done 1 to 4 sprints every week.
That is so many. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
4 a week? Whew.
Yeah. That's not typical. It's usually like 2,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm always on sprints.
Oh, I like your sprints, so I think you're really good at it, but, like, the only reason I was like, "I don't wanna ask anybody today," because I just decided when I woke up, I was like, "I have nothing to do today. I'm home alone."
Yeah, me
Sprint.
too.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. So I got home and I looked and I was like, "Ooh," and I saw you're sleeping by yourself. I'm like, "No pressure, but"
You might as well join. Kelly's saying hi.
Hello.
So yeah, guys, shout out again what everyone's reading, what you're hoping to get done today in the comments. So you haven't read since Thursday, Lexi?
No. I did. I was supposed to post a video yesterday. Didn't do that. And I'm just gonna post it tomorrow in theory, but I have to read a book. I have to read another like 200 pages of Mother Thing. But my video is completely edited up until like this point, so at least there's that.
So you've made some progress on the video. All you have to do is kind of like, put in this new part.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a vlog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's definitely doable, but I just need to sit down and actually read.
Yeah, I know. It's hard sometimes. Like, I'm so glad I'm doing this today because I was like, I don't know what to read next. once my friend Kelly said the auctioneer, I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna read what she just said instead of determining, like, and deciding and procrastinating. So it's helping me make decisions and like actually get stuff done.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm not on camera, I'll just be like, I'll just not do anything.
Yeah.
And like I love reading, so it's not like I'm forcing myself to do anything, obviously, but I like reading with an ebook is my least favorite way to read, and that's how I'm reading this book. So it's just taking me forever.
Yeah, I understand because sometimes, as we talked about on your channel on Thursday, when I don't have an audiobook now, I read so much slower and I get
Mhm.
distracted really easy. Whereas an
Yeah,
audiobook, I kind of just like keep going and going and pushing through. So I
yeah.
do find the physical books, I know that sounds terrible because I like physical books quite a bit, but it's just, it takes me a little bit longer now that I'm used to the other way. And so
Mhm.
that is one reason too that these help because whereas audio, I don't need the extra help as much.
Yeah.
This, it's like it's time to read, everyone else is reading, and also let me just have my camera on and show that
Mhm.
I'm reading
Yeah.
and actually doing, like, what we're supposed to be doing or whatever.
Mhm. Yeah, it's a struggle, and, like, I don't force myself to read ever, but, like, I also don't think I'd read quite as much if I didn't have a channel. Like, I would still read a decent amount, but, like, I wouldn't be on 170, like,
Yeah.
because 'cause I'm trying to get content out, and, like, I'm not, like, hating any of my time, like, I'm still having a good time doing it, but it's still, like, a little excessive, so
I think people who do have a channel usually read more just because of the channel itself. It just kind of goes with
Mhm,
the territory, and
mhm,
you do wanna make, like, specific videos, and so you're like, "Well, I should read this for the video, I should read that for the video," and on and onwards, and so it kinda just piles up, which is
mhm,
great for, like, your reading goals for the year, but like you said, it kinda gets to, like, a crazy level to other people. They're just like, "Wow, you read, like, a lot." Like,
uh-huh.
a lot.
Yeah, and, like, I feel like I've read so many, and then I know people that are, like, in, like, the close to 300 books already, and I'm like, "Excuse me?
I don't even know how.
What?"
I was impressed, well, 1, that you got to 170 and that I have gotten to, like, 104 or something, like, that's a
That's
lot
still
for
so
me.
impressive.
I'm very proud. I'm like, "This is, like, the most I've ever read," from someone who started off as thinking they weren't a reader to
Mm,
now someone who's reading, like, 100 books in a year. It kinda blows my mind. It's, like, awesome.
mhm.
I'm very happy.
Yeah, yeah. Audiobooks are the way like, that's the only way I get all of it done, though.
Yeah. I do use audio quite a bit. I think my total would totally be less if it wasn't for the audio.
Yeah.
Bethany says, "I don't think I will ever be able to do this with friends or my own or host them like sprints," I think she's talking about, "mostly because I
Mhm,
won't be able to read the chats while I'm on camera." It does take some practice sometimes, and I always bumble and fumble through comments every now and then when I'm reading comments out loud, but it's fun. It's fun to
mhm.
interact. So do you wanna do a sprint?
Yeah.
Okay, are you cool with 45 or
Mhm.
okay, cool. Let's get some shit done, as you said the other day. R Mine, I think, says right now, "Let's get stuff done, bitch." That's what it
I
says.
love that.
Yeah, I like it too. Alright, guys, we'll see you in 45 minutes. Good luck on all of your tasks. How'd everybody do?
I got a shower. And I did some laundry, so that's why I'm wearing my cat shirt now.
Oh, cute. Catitudes.
Yeah, there's like different, like stupid little things on it. It's funny.
I love that.
And then I had like 3 minutes left once I finally sat down. I was like, but the next sprint, I'm gonna read the whole time.
Okay, good.
That's my plan.
We'll hold you to it. No, I'm kidding. We
Good.
won't. You can do what you want, but
Somebody needs to.
we don't want to put pressure. But I'm reading The Auctioneer because someone's asking us what we're reading. So I'm reading The Auctioneer by Joan Sampson. This is kind of like a paperback from hell vintage book. I think it's from the 70s. Can't remember exactly when it was published. Let me see. 1975. And so far I am 63 pages in, and it's about this auctioneer who comes to town, hence the name. And he seems to be like really great and everyone loves him. And he's holding all these auctions and he keeps taking things to sell at the auction from people in town. But he's starting to come off as kind of sinister and like his motives aren't pure. So that's what I'm getting so far. His kind of sinister nature is coming out a little bit.
I'm going to be reading Mother Thing by Ainsley Hogarth. It's horror about this woman being haunted by her mother-in-law.
Oh, that kind of sounds cool. I like that. So it's kind of like the mother-in-law does not like her, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like she wasn't good enough for her son and like that kind of thing. So, yeah.
That kind of reminds me of this book that I read recently, and so did Katrina, The Amulet by Michael McDowell. There was like a monster of a mother-in-law in that book, and she was so mean. It was the worst.
I want to read that one.
Yeah, I think you'd like it. There's a lot of crazy like kills, but also it's kind of set in a small town, and it was interesting. A lot of people liked it. Bethany said, I feel like I'm an average reader. I am only on my 73rd book of the year. I still think that's nothing to snuff at. That's good. I wouldn't have dreamed of 73 books like just 3 years ago, I'm telling you. So I think that's great. Sylvia says, hi again. My stupid internet went out, so I went grocery shopping. Well, that is productive, so you still did something. I'm glad you are still sprinting. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you joined us again. Kelly said, finished, signed here. Things got confusing as hell and details on crap that didn't matter, giving it 3 stars. Did you read this?
Not yet.
Not yet. I'm intrigued by that one because I've heard a lot of things about it. And I don't know, it just seems interesting that some of it takes place in hell. Bummer that you didn't like it more though, Kelly. Rally Review says just got in from work, and we talked about what we were reading just now. Sherry says started the Poppy War, read about 40 pages.
That book is so long.
What's it about?
I think it's a war fantasy. I don't know any real details, but I know it's fantasy, and it's part of a trilogy, and it's gigantic.
Well, fantasy, I seem to like notice that it's long. Like all fantasy is long.
Yeah, but this one, like, it's long.
Oh, geez.
Like, they're huge.
See, I want to read more fantasy next year, but I do get a little intimidated just because they're all a series. They're all long. It's like, what do I do? I don't know. I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm scared too. I don't think I like high fantasy, but I try some like more contemporary urban fantasy out every once in a while.
Yeah, I'd be open to trying things. I'll just have to ask people for, suggestions or something. And things that aren't like too crazy overwhelming. Like I don't want like an 1,000-page book to start with that's like a series of 7 books or something.
Yeah.
Then I'd be like, I can't. So Rally Reviews is saying this looks like a halo. And that's what my friend Kat said.
I love it.
A halo over my head, and we're talking about very disturbing, like, horrific books. It's very, very ironic and weird. I cleaned my bathroom. Very good. And also read 4 pages of Tender as the Flesh. Oh, so do you like Tender as the Flesh? Are you enjoying it? Lexi, have you read that one? Did you like it?
Yeah, I do think it was a little slow, but I give it 4 stars.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I mean, I know it's not for everybody because it's probably pretty gross, but I own it, so I'm definitely gonna read it one day.
Mhm.
Bethany said, I didn't get to any reading. I finished up the bathroom, did a couple of other things. Now I'm folding laundry. Doing chores is still getting stuff done, so you're still doing well. Mother Things has a cool retro cover. Yeah, that really looked cool
Mhm.
what you showed us.
Yeah.
Rally Review says, I'm still reading Night Crawling. It is good, but I am reading it a little slow because thinking on it. Yeah, sometimes you just have to think about what you're reading and you have to take your time, especially if it's like a dense book, I think, or a
Mhm.
book with like a lot of messaging or maybe even flowery language sometimes.
Mhm.
Like Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury. I did read that last year. Thank goodness I used the audio because it is very flowery and
Yeah.
sometimes it's hard for me. So, but it was beautiful.
Yeah,
So,
it takes me so long to read. Like Mother Thing is kind of written like that. Like there's a lot of like metaphors and stuff in it, and sometimes I just want the author to get to the point.
yeah.
But like
Yeah.
it's good. It just takes me so long to read it.
Yeah, I could totally relate to that because sometimes you just want something fast
Mhm.
and exciting and like that jumps right into it.
Yeah.
I think there's like not that many books that fit that bill because it is hard to create a story where you don't really need a lot of character backstory that just dives in. I mean, I can only think of one book that is really dove right into the action and never stopped except for maybe like a tiny bit of time. But it's not a book for everybody.
Mm.
It's a book by this guy Richard Lehman who is like very trashy, like non-PC to the max. His books are
Mhm.
pretty like old school with like old school mentalities, but the action is so easy to read sometimes.
Mm.
The Poppy is not thick, just feels a little long. It is based off a real war with a little fantasy in it in academics and the fighting, I should say. She meant Poppy Wars. Not the Poppy.
Mm.
Oh, Tales Point Horror Book Club is here. Follow them on Instagram, by the way. Hi, guys, just settling into bed here in the UK. Thought I would do some reading. Oh, awesome. What are you reading? Is it a point horror? I
Mm.
didn't look at what you're reading this month for that, for your club. I'm reading Once Upon a Readathon for Once Upon a Readathon.
Mhm.
Not really sure what I do and don't like in fantasy, so it's interesting trying to figure it out. Oh, yeah. So, what have you read from that you like, Sherry? Like, what do you like? What kind of fantasy have you noticed you like for that readathon? Goddess of Gore is here. Hi, how you doing? I have 100 pages to read until I'm at the halfway point that I want to get to in Red Sister. I haven't read that one.
Mm-mm.
So I have to look back up. What was Jody reading?
I
Oh, yeah,
can never
Thunder is
remember.
the Flesh. Yeah. Gave it five
Oh,
stars, said Sherry. Oh, cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm reading The Midnight Game by Cynthia Murphy. Cool. In terms of Tender as the Flesh, Jody says it's okay so far. It's not written in a way I'm used to, though. I wonder what she means by that.
me too.
Maybe because it's kind of gross.
Yeah, I read it last year's. I was that last year? Oh God, was that this year? I don't know. I read it either early this year or last year, and I've read so many things since then that I can't remember the writing of everything.
Well, when you read 170 books, I think it's easy to kind of like forget some of the books
Mhm.
like, from months ago.
Yeah, like I remember my favorites, but yeah, I remember the ending of it.
Well, that must mean it was a decent ending if you remember it, hopefully.
Hmm. Yeah, I like the ending a lot.
And by the way, speaking of Tender as the Flesh, if you like audiobooks, the audio for that one is really good. That is good to know. I think I saw it on, unless I'm wrong, maybe it's on Scribd. But Jody says she'll check out the audiobook. Arlene, I'm not ashamed to admit I'm a slow reader, and 30 to 40 books a year seems what I usually do. Criminality, frankly, freaks me. I know. I don't know how Ollie reads so much. I mean, Lexi too, because Lexi's here saying she's reading 170, which is awesome.
But
But
like also
Ollie
I
like,
I
reads
do
really
read
fast.
novellas and stuff. Like it's not like, I mean, it's still a lot,
Yeah.
but I'm not reading like 400-page books every time.
Well, I know Ali, I think, just posted a video where he's like, I only read 2 books this week, but like I saw him hold up the stack and one was like this thick. I was like, damn, that's still a lot.
Yeah.
And Kat says 30 to 40 books is still terrific, and I agree, Kat.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are still here, says Crystal, aka Fiber Artsy. Follow her channel. Yes, we're still here. Sherry says, in terms of fantasy, she's determined that she hates fairy tale retellings and hated The City We Became because it didn't make sense.
Interesting. I feel like the fantasy that I like either is a mix of fantasy and horror or fantasy and like more sci-fi.
Yeah, I think that's
So,
what I would like, probably.
have you read The Hollow Places by T. Kingfisher?
Not yet. I
That's a
thought,
fantasy horror.
yeah, but I thought I heard mixed things from somebody on Sprints with that. I know that it wasn't Amy from Amy Noel Reads. It wasn't her favorite, and she
Yeah,
liked T. Kingfisher. I can't remember who else didn't like absolutely love it, but
I can't remember. I know Katrina gave it 4 stars. I gave it 5 stars. I think Kaylee gave it 4 or like 3.5. I can't remember who
I
else.
like I like T. Kingfisher. I've read 1 book by her so far, but I definitely want to read more. I read What Moves the Dead, which was decent, but I have a feeling I'll like her other books even more.
The other ones are more quirky.
Yeah, I like quirky, so I'm
Mhm.
excited to read more by her for sure.
Yeah.
And I've got The Hollow Places on my list. It might be on my 23 books to read in 2023 list, which I'm so anal that I've already like made one. I've actually made 2. One's vintage horror, 23 books I want to read, and one's 23 books that are like newer horror.
I love
I'm
that.
excited. I just love anything to do with a list. I'm like, I'm there. As we talked about the other day after we sprinted, I was like, lists.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were here. Did you I mean I showed you, but I'm gonna print out, I don't know if you had joined yet when I was talking about this. I'm gonna print out a nice like cover for my content binder
Ooh,
today. I'm gonna
love
design
that.
something. Because we both love like being
Mhm.
organized. So I thought you'd appreciate that.
Yeah. I need to start planning my December content. Like I know generally what I want to do, but I need to start like writing things out for like sit down videos and stuff, or it's never gonna get done.
I feel the same way. Like I've got all these ideas and I don't know how to space them out on the calendar. And so I have to start
Mhm.
planning it now or I won't have time to film them all
Yeah.
before the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually think December is like a really good time for booktubers because I feel like people are looking for things to watch when they're off of work and just hanging out. And so like I definitely want to have some fun, like, wrap up end of the year content, but it all takes planning, as you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm excited to sit down and do it. I've just been like kind of out of it since Hollow Weekend ended.
Yeah.
Um,
It was so massive of an event. No wonder you're out of it. It was like massive, epic, awesome, all the positive words.
also exhausting, but like it was worth it. Like I'm so glad that like it happened the way that it did, but it was tiring.
I will say that that was one of the best Octobers I've had in forever because yes, I always look forward to October, but then there are those times where you're like, I want someone to join in on my excitement. And that's what
Mhm.
Halloween Weekend I think provided was a group of people who were just as excited about Halloween and who could like join in and talk in one place. And I
Mhm.
just think that was special. So super big kudos. I know you don't like overpraise, but I am gonna praise you no matter how bashful it makes you feel.
I appreciate it.
It's true. Let's see what the people in the chat are saying. Oh yeah, already read that one. Bob Apples is here, and by the way, his last name is not Apples, and his first name is not Bob, but we still love you, Bob Apples. You remember how mad she was that that
Yeah,
wasn't his name?
that was
Sarah.
so funny.
I love that. He
Mhm.
says, I feel Richard Lehman's writing did get a lot better over the years, which makes it all the more sad that the guy died while he was still in his prime. So that is the writer I was talking about who I like how his books sometimes can start fast, but they're definitely sleazy in
Mm.
like a non-PC, totally 80s, 90s way. The Hollow Places was fun. I'm
Mhm.
glad you liked it, and it makes me more excited to read it.
It's
Got
like it gets kind of weird. I think you're gonna like it.
I don't mind weird at all. Like, Lex,
Mhm.
what would you say is your favorite or one of your favorite, not your absolute, but like one of your favorite fantasy horror books?
I haven't read a whole lot, but definitely the Hollow Places. Um, the Death of Jane Lawrence is fantasy horror, but like nothing is explained. So if you need that, do not read that book. Um, and I really liked Empire of Wild by Sherry Demeline, which is by an indigenous author that deals with like
Oh,
indigenous like folklore, um, what's the word? That kind of stuff.
like lore and legends of like
Mhm.
of that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to remember those, but also Eric LaRocca, I think, wrote a recent like short book and
Mm.
people kept calling it fantasy horror.
Yeah, I haven't read that one yet. I can't
Me
remember if
neither.
it's You've Lost a Lot of Blood or the one with the yellow on the cover.
I think it's the one with the yellow. I
I
don't
think
think
it
it's
is.
yeah, I don't think it's You've Lost a Lot of Blood, but I can't remember.
Is it called? I think it's called like We Can Never Leave This Place or something.
Yes, I think it's that one.
Yeah, I think that one's fantasy.
And I've heard mixed things about it, but I don't know if it's because people were expecting horror but got more fantasy, or if
Yeah,
it's
this
just
one.
yes, it's that one. I know for sure. It's the cover is what I know more than
Hmm.
the name. But yes, thank you for looking that up. That's the one. So
Hmm.
I might want to check that one out too, but I'd rather read The Hollow Places first.
Yeah.
Because I feel like more people have said more positive things. And speaking of positive things, Goddess of Gore says The Hollow Places was pretty good. At the start, it was very creepy. Oh my god, my friend Kat already finished her book. It is short though. I finished Nothing But Blackened Teeth, liked it but wanted more, made myself a cup of praline pecan coffee, and fed my doggies. Ooh, that sounds like good coffee, Kat. I am jealous and want some. Even though it's 4:10 in the afternoon, I would be fine with a cup of coffee right now. Because I feel tired for some reason.
Hosting sprints, especially like I can imagine when you're by yourself because you are the only one
Yeah.
talking, it's tiring.
It's actually like this sounds crazy, but it's actually not as bad because I used to stream like by myself on Twitch and on
Mhm.
YouTube, and those would go for like hours or at least an hour, 2 hours without a break. So I like the sprints themselves are a break,
Yeah,
whereas on the Twitch, like I would end up losing my voice. Like my
I
voice
can
would go
imagine.
and I would start coughing and like I was like, my voice, I can't even talk anymore. Like Kat can tell you, she used to tell me, get herbal tea and do this and that. Cause like literally everyone could tell my voice was going at a certain point. I'm
Mhm.
like, I've got to end the stream. I'm sorry. Like I've got to end it. So it's not too bad with sprints because at least you get that time to read where you're not talking.
Yeah.
Sherry says, I read Fable by Adrian Young and it was fine. Very early, but I think the Poppy War may be more up my alley. People dying, badass female main character, etc. Can't go wrong with a badass female main character. I love that.
Yeah. Oh, Sherry, you should look into The Bone Orchard by Sarah A. Muller. That is fantasy that has a mystery element in it. Um, I think I gave it like a 3.5 or 4 star. Because I really, really liked certain parts of it, and then other parts I was like, this is fantasy parts. So
That one sounds interesting, though. The name sounds familiar to me. I'm sure I've heard of it.
I have it has this really cool cover.
Ooh, I love that. Oh my
Like,
God.
yeah, it's really cool.
I forgot what they call there's a certain name for those covers where like a hand is reaching out from like the ground or a grave. I can't
Oh,
remember what the name of the type of cover is. My friend Cameron from Library Macabre, he
mhm.
calls it something. It's like some name, but I can't remember what it is.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it's like called like the don't even freaking remember. I'll have to look it up or ask my friend. Sylvia said, I like the Twisted Ones by her too. That's T. Kingfisher. She has a unique style that isn't for everyone, but I think they're light, fun horror fantasy reads. Yeah, I'm really excited to read more by her. And I know my friend Kat loved What Moves the Dead. So I know Kat would probably like to read more by T. Kingfisher as well.
Yeah, I've read all three.
Oh, you have? Do you have a favorite out of the three?
Yeah, The Hollow Places is my favorite, and then What Moves the Dead is like very close. And I still gave the Twisted Ones 4 stars, but it's a bit more confusing. And that one is folk horror.
So the Hollow Places, that one's about like a hole somewhere, right?
Pretty much.
In the wall, kind of.
Yeah, there's this like hole in the wall, and they go in, and it's a situation where like things are way bigger than they should be, and it like they end up in a different world.
That kind of reminds me, like vaguely, not the other world part, but the things are bigger than they should be. Reminds me of House of Leaves. Have you read that?
Yeah, that was an experience.
That was an experience. Like part of it I loved, part of it I hated.
Yes.
I hated the Johnny Truant parts because he was so gross. Like, what was with like the stuff with him having sex with random people? Like, I didn't understand why that was there or what that meant.
Yeah, no, I ended up just like kind of skipping his stuff and just only reading the house stuff towards the end because I'm like, I hate reading this Johnny stuff.
Yeah, me too. I didn't like that's the part I didn't like. Otherwise, I love the house part, and I'm sure like the Johnny stuff was an allegory for something.
I'm not smart enough for that.
Me neither. And I had to go Google stuff about the book. I was like, I don't understand. Like, I want to read theories or whatever. Talk about a book that doesn't explain everything, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Gabby Reads keeps talking about how she wants to read it, like how it's on her TBR every year. I don't think she's going to like it when she does read it.
No, yeah, I can see her not liking it.
Me too. Just from like what I know of what she likes from her vlogs and stuff, I'm like, I have a feeling once she does get to it, she'll be like DNF. Not that there's anything wrong with that, as Seinfeld would say. There's nothing wrong with DNFing at all. In fact, it's what you should do if you're having a bad time.
Yeah.
Or you could just push through with a terrible book like Bats, like me, and then almost get into a slump.
Oh my gosh.
They have whooped their last whoop. I talked about that on the stream too. It's so ridiculous. Who writes that way? So ridiculous. Rally Reviews says, I have been grateful for the fun at the end of this year because everything else going on this year has been so rough, scary, really. I know, like with everything in the news and just everything in the world, really, it has been a tough year. So when we can have events like Halloween Weekend and my friend Kelly coming up with our readathon we're doing in December, which I'm so excited for, Christmas Evil. Which again, Lexi, like you're so inspiring. Like I took a page out of your notebook for our holiday party idea. I was like, I've got to do something like kind of in the vein of what Lexi did. And I just like these events because it gives us all something to look forward to. And,
I agree.
Yeah, something fun to do. Bob Apple said, I read the Twisted Ones and the Hollow Places, love both books. Pick a favorite. Do it. I'm going to I can't wait for the end of the year content. Love hearing what everyone's favorite books were for the year. It's going to be so hard to choose. How are you going to even choose, Lexi, with 170 books? Is it easy or difficult?
It's easy. So there are like ones that are 100% like new all-time favorite books. But then picking from my other 5 stars that like I don't know. I'm gonna look and see how many 5 stars I've read. Because I'm very lenient. I'm like, if I had a great time, it's 5 stars.
There's even some books that I rated 4.5 that I'm thinking about going back and changing because I'm still thinking about those books. And there was like one element in one of the books that I didn't like, but my enjoyment, like you said, was still like really high. And it's not like I was hating that part. It just wasn't as good as the other parts of the book. So now I'm like thinking, should I change it? I feel like I should change it.
You should change it. Yeah.
I should change it. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I've read 30 5-star books this year, but like 4 of them were rereads.
So you don't count rereads when you're doing your favorites of the year, right?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that either because I did have a 5-star reread, which was my best friend's Exorcism, which I'm not going to count at all.
Yeah, I've reread a couple, and yeah, it like it's not fair to the other books to put
Yeah,
them on because I
exactly.
went in knowing I would like them because most of them I read last year, so it's not like it's been super long and my tastes have changed.
Right. And for me, like, so I did a halfway, like, top 10 of the year,
Mhm.
and I already know that it changed, like, the day or 2 after I recorded it, because then I read, like, my favorite book of all time. Like, I had finished my favorite book of all,
Wait, what
Boy
is it?
it's by that guy I was telling you about, Robert McCammon, who did Usher's
Oh.
Passing, but
Mhm.
it was Boy's Life, which I was telling you guys
Oh,
about how it's a coming of age, very sweet story,
I need to write
heartfelt.
this down. Sorry, I'm grabbing a pen.
It's okay. It's not horror though, so don't expect it to be, like, super horror heavy or anything.
I'm fine with that.
It's definitely kind of, like, character driven and, like, it's just I don't know, it had, like, humor, but heartfeltness, it had a
That
lot of things.
that sounds exactly like Project Hail Mary, except that's sci-fi.
Really? And that
Yeah.
was one of your favorites of all time, right?
Yes. Yes, it has friendship. It has like it's funny. Like it's the only book that makes me cry. And I don't know. It's so good.
That kinda makes me wanna read that because you mentioned that the other day, and so I'm gonna write that one down.
It's a long one, but um
Is it sci-fi?
yes, it is, but it's written in a way that like is easy enough to understand or you can like easily like skip it. Like you don't need to understand the hardcore science to understand what's going on.
Right, and I'm sure it's on audio somewhere, so that would help
It's
too.
the dumb thing is it is an Audible exclusive.
Oh, yeah.
So like I got a free trial with a different email and listened to it. But the audiobook is 100% worth it because of reasons I cannot tell you.
Oh, well, now I wanna listen to slash read it for sure. It'll have to be on my list, next year since next year my whole project is reading outside of horror, but also
Mhm.
horror, but I just wanna definitely make sure I have non-horror. Because this year, if you ask me, like, "What did you read?" Like, basically 99.9% horror, and that's it.
Mhm.
So next year, it has to be different. But yeah, my top 10, it's gonna be difficult because I don't know what I wanna take off from the halfway top 10 of the year, like,
Mm.
some of those books have to go to put other
Yeah.
books I know I want on there, so it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I read a lot of thrillers and horror, so I might do two different top
Yes,
tens. I don't know.
I think you should because it's just they're different.
Hmm.
Like, what makes a good thriller is different than what makes a good horror book, and I
Yeah.
think thrillers are just it's hard to find, like, really unique good thrillers because sometimes after a while, I feel like they probably get kind of monotonous and similar in
Hmm.
plot.
Yeah.
So, I think that could easily be its own top 10 if you feel like you have enough of them to name a
Hmm.
top 10.
Sorry, just read Amy's comment.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, just got home from a long day at work. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Wait, did she send another one?
Yeah,
Oh, we can never leave this place is
not
the
that one
poetry
either.
horror. Not that one?
No, it's later.
Oh, it's still oh my god, I'm so behind. What the hell? Uh, You've Lost a Lot of Blood is kind of tech sci-fi. It has to do with video games. Here's one. I'm gonna have to try the audiobook for Project Hail Mary. I tried to read it physically, but it didn't go great.
I can see that the beginning is him doing like he's by himself, like just doing these experiments. But like it starts off and he doesn't know, like he doesn't even know who he is. He doesn't know where he is or anything, but he's like hooked up to all these machines. So he has to figure out what exactly is going on. And then he figures things out and I love it.
I just love how you say there's more to it, like friendship and like,
Mhm.
bigger things at play, which I love, and that's what I love about Boy's Life because
Yeah,
there's
that's why
stuff
I'm
about
like,
friendship exactly. There's stuff about friendship, there's stuff about like life and death and loss and like
mhm,
how when you're growing up you have to like come to grips with saying goodbye to like parts of your life and I don't know, it's
mhm.
so good. The
Oh
ending
my
made me cry.
I need you to read this book immediately, actually. I think based on everything you're saying, I think you could really like this book.
I obviously have to read it. Maybe I have to add it to December before the end of the year. Like, you know what I mean? Or maybe this month. I don't know. All right, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Where was I? So happy and enjoying what you all did for Halloween reads and stuff. That was so fun and I felt a part of it with everyone. Yes, it was a great time. Lexi did awesome. I'm just here to embarrass Lexi, basically. So, like how she just got 1K subscribers, and it's awesome. And if you're not subbed, you should sub. Sylvia says, I agree with Kelsey about Lexi's readathon. It made the whole month fun. I know, I agree. Have you joined Christmas Evil Readathon, Sylvia? Please do. I'm so excited for it. Kelsey made some awesome merch for it. The merch is actually ridiculous. One of them is like a cartoon version of me in like a red Pee-wee suit with a Santa hat, and it says, the top says, you know, Christmas Evil Readathon, and then the little sign says, bitch, because I always say bitch. Like, Lexi, I know I don't say it like in person very much, but like in my videos, my tape videos, I say it all the time, like as a term of endearment. It's like my thing where people are like, it's gonna be the catchphrase of the readathon. People in the Discord kept saying that it was gonna be what we said for the readathon.
That's funny.
Let's see. Where can I get all the info for Christmas Evil Readathon? I don't do prompts, but I like to read with the theme. Well, the info is on my channel page, so after we're done sprints, you could just go to my channel, and there's like a playlist of Christmas Evil announcement videos. It's like right at the top, like the second row on my page. Arlene says Lehman, as in Richard Lehman. You should all be ashamed of yourselves because Arlene does not like Richard Lehman. I know he's trash. I have said he's the king of trash. I am trash for liking him, but I just can't help it. Kelly is back. Hi, Kelly. Oh, Sylvia's planning her TBR as we speak. Oh my god, yes. I'm so excited.
I need to do that.
Yeah, I'm so excited if you want to join in, but I know you've got stuff going on for December. When's that going to be announced?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. I didn't know if it was a big thing or a casual thing.
No, it's very low key. Don't expect any sort of Halloween level.
Well, I'm sure I can participate in both my thing and your thing because I love to be a part of everything. And
yeah, there's 5 prompts. So it's going to be the first 2 weeks of the month, and I'll just spoil it. I don't care.
Are you sure? I don't want to make you spoil, but I'm kind of like wanting to know too.
It's based on reading 5-star predictions.
Oh, cool. I love that. Yeah.
So there's 5 prompts, but like if you can find one book to fit all 5, like you could just read one book. So yeah, very low key. That's pretty much it. Like that's
oh, Bowser.
He scared me, but yeah, that's pretty much the readathon.
That sounds like so much fun. I was trying to look for my TBR for December to see if I had like a book that I think is going to be 5 stars, but I can't find it. Where did I put it? It's not in my binder. I'm lost without it, without the organization. So yes, as Sherry says, I do have an announcement video with all the info. I did post it last week, so it's like, I think it's the video before this one. So if you go to my main page. Sherry's excited.
You're welcome.
I'm forcing horror books into Once Upon a Readathon. Does Dark Berserk feature a romance and family? Yes.
It most definitely does. And I'm counting Mother Thing for that same thing.
Yes, it does. It does definitely have romance. So that 100% counts.
Yeah.
And technically family.
Yeah, there are people that are family in that book. So
100% counts.
Yeah.
House of Leaves, definitely an experience. I'd like to reread it at some point and read it in a different way. Yeah, because like I don't know how you read it, Lexi, but I think I did flip back and forth between the footnotes and then like when it would tell you to go to the back of the book. And then other people say to not read the footnotes. Other people say read the footnotes like where like in the middle of the paragraph. So there's different ways you can do it.
I read it like as written. So like I would read the page, and if there would be like a footnote number or whatever, I would read that, and then I would go back and like.
It took forever. It felt like.
Yeah.
It is good. The house stuff, especially.
Yeah.
I just didn't like the Truant stuff at all. If I'm saying his name right, I don't know. I think it's like Truant or
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys should read each other's favorites and vlog it. I definitely want to do that next year so bad, like with a ton of different booktubers. Like I'll totally ask you for suggestions, Lexi, like if you could recommend me a book. It doesn't have to be your favorite. I'm definitely going to do reading booktubers' favorites and then reading books that booktubers recommend me.
I'm
Your book.
doing this series where to see like how reading tastes line up with like my friends. We each give each other two books we liked and one we didn't.
Oh,
So
yeah,
like
that's
to
fun.
see, I'm doing it this month with Gabby from Ola Books. And because I have things scheduled very far in advance, I have other people doing it. But if you're free in July and want to do it,
Yeah. July, I am free.
cool.
I love how far ahead you plan. It's
Yeah,
like,
I literally have the list for it right here, so I will add your name.
"Yay, good. I'm going on the list." I just love that because I can relate to planning far ahead hardcore.
Hmm.
My boyfriend and I just went through, like, his work schedule for basically this month and next month and some of January, and so, like, all of the nights he's working, I'm like, "Okay, I could sprint this night, I could host a, like,
Hmm.
uh, like, a movie watch party this night," so I'm already thinking of things for, like, the next few months that I could do.
Yeah, it's so fun. I love
Yeah,
planning.
me too. It's so great to have, like, a kindred spirit to talk to
Hmm.
about planning.
Yeah, 'cause
Let's
people are
see.
usually like, "You're weird."
No, I think it's great. It's the only way to keep things straight, in my opinion, sometimes.
Hmm.
People need to send me the books they don't need to keep, but that are good, because soon I won't have my car to get library books. I love getting ebooks from the library, just because
Hmm.
that really helps sometimes. I don't if it's not on, like, KU, then I like looking right away to see if I can get it from my library. Very helpful.
Yeah, I'm always checking Libby.
Me
And I
too.
have Hoopla through my library too, so I'm like always checking those um before I do anything.
Yeah, and then Scribd, since I have that too, I find a lot of stuff on Scribd, but I don't like to
Mhm.
read e-stuff on there because I have to read it on my phone. I
Yeah,
can't put it on my Kindle.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's always annoying just because it's hard to read on my phone, especially with, like, alerts and stuff.
Yeah, I get so distracted. Like one thing will pop up, and I'm like, you know what? I need to spend 2 hours on Instagram.
Me too, that's exactly it. Yes, or, like, just chatting with people or like, "Oh, the
Mhm.
Discord's going off. Yeah, let's go."
Yeah, yeah. So I have to like oh, also this is from Project Hail Mary. Um
Oh, fist my bump?
yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so Michelle got me this and a Project Hail Mary shirt for my birthday.
They
So
make shirts
yeah, yeah,
for the book?
it's so it's a space book. So they have like an emblem for their spaceship.
Yeah.
So she got me a shirt that had the emblem on it.
That's so cool. Did she get it from Etsy or something?
Yeah, it was either Etsy or Redbubble or something like that.
Yeah, those places have such unique stuff sometimes. It's
Mhm.
so great what you can find.
Yeah.
May have to get KU for a while and read on my laptop. I do think KU is worth it. I like Kindle Unlimited quite a bit.
Yeah, and you can like you can literally Google like 2 months of KU for free. And then a thing will pop up and then you like have to pay for a month and then if you go to cancel it, they'll be like, "Well, here you can have 3 months for the price of one." So
Oh,
then you can get 3 months for $10. I'm currently
yes.
doing that.
Oh my god, Lexi is coming through with the hacks. This is
Yeah,
awesome.
it's like, okay, I wouldn't do that to like Libro FM if there was something like I like what they're doing. So like I just do that regularly. But Amazon,
Yeah, I mean,
like,
it's Amazon. They've got enough money, right? Like,
yeah.
they
So
don't
I
need
don't feel bad about doing that.
no, I don't feel bad about anything related to Amazon at all.
Mm-mm.
Top 3 favorite books of the year are Kingdom of the Witches, The Business of Blood, and Death by Pumpkin Spice. Oh my god, that 3rd one sounds awesome.
I haven't read any of those.
I haven't read any of those either. But Mary agrees with you and says, "I loved Project Hail Mary," and her name is Mary, so
Oh,
extra
that's so
fun.
good. I read it in August and I want to reread it again. I read it twice this year.
Already?
And yeah, and the first time I read it was in November of last year. So I read it 3 times in a year.
Wow, that's incredible. But I totally can relate because I would love to reread Boy's Life, the one that I was telling you about that
Mhm.
seems to have similar themes or, like, at
Yeah.
least, you know, that it examines to Project Hail Mary.
Mhm.
It's like I would totally reread it before the end of the year, but there's just so much I have to read that I haven't read yet.
I'm already like, I'm gonna do a video where I read books that might not seem similar to like favorite books, but like kind of are. So I'm gonna read that.
That would be cool because it might be similar, but you wouldn't necessarily think that because space and then
Yeah.
like summary. Well, it's not just summary, but a basic coming of age story
Hmm.
with like a little mystery at the core of it. Like you wouldn't necessarily connect the two.
Hmm.
That is so cool. I would love to see you do that.
I'll definitely read it.
Yay! I'm excited. I hope you like it. Please, please don't hate it. But it's okay if you do hate it. Everyone has their own likes and opinions.
It's kind of sad when people dislike your favorite book of all time, though.
Cough, cough. It's not my favorite book of all time, but Kelly just DNF'd one of the books I recommended to her. And I was sad.
Wait, what was it? Is it a secret?
It's not a secret. Oh, well, I still advise people go watch her vlog, even though I'm about to spoil it by saying she DNF'd my book. She still reads another book, so you don't know what she thinks about that other book. But it was Under the Blade by Matt Serafini, which I really liked. It was a slasher book, but I felt like it wasn't your typical slasher because it had something else, another element that I know Kelly likes in it, but she didn't get that far to see the part.
Oh,
It took a little while to get going, so.
Oh, yeah. Those books are tough for me. That's
Yeah,
what my other thing has been. Like, the synopsis has not happened,
really.
and I'm 36% in.
Oh, that is hard sometimes.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah. So I was like messaging Katrina. I was like, should I keep going? Like, because I'm pretty sure I'm at the part where the synopsis is starting. So like it should pick up. So like if I made it this far, might as like if it's gonna get good now, I'll try it. But usually, mm-mm.
yeah. So did Katrina already read it? Is that why you were asking her?
Mm-hmm.
She's read a
Yeah.
lot.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Well, so have you. So y'all
Yeah,
both.
but I feel like I don't know. Every time anything comes up, Katrina's like, "Oh yeah, I've read that."
She does say that a lot. It seems
I
like
know.
Kelly too, though.
Yeah.
The other day in sprints, Kelly was like, "I read that. I read that. I read that." I was like, "Damn, I haven't read any of that."
Yeah, Kaylee is one, and Michelle are both like they are almost at 300 books of the year. I'm like,
That is crazy. That is amazing.
mm-hmm.
Guys, I wish I had all of these channels. I don't even have Lexi's channel linked because I didn't know he'd be joining me, but I will have to go back after the fact, guys, and link these people because they're all fantastic. Please check out everyone we've mentioned. Fantastic people. Sherry says, I'm signing up for Audible for the sole purpose of listening to PHM. I have the book, but need the audio. Like Michelle, I can't read without audio anymore. I know.
Yeah, it's a struggle, but the audiobook for Project Hail Mary is so worth it. Like, I can't. It's really worth it.
Well, I already have Audible, so like I don't think I've used my credit this month either. So who knows? Maybe I should use my credit for that.
And it's a long book, so like
I know.
I think it's worth it because of that, and it's worth it because of other reasons.
Well, and you've got me intrigued now. Like, how similar is it to Boy's Life? Like, would it really match up? But I like the things you've already said about it, so we'll see. I'm kind of.
I'm nervous because like it's sci-fi.
It's okay. I like sci-fi. I mean, so
Okay.
for instance, I don't do a lot of sci-fi reading, but like I love Star Trek: The Next Generation, which clearly is a sci-fi TV show, an old school
Yeah.
sci-fi TV show. So it's not like I'm anti-sci-fi in general. I just haven't read a lot of it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't read a lot either, but like 4 of my all-time favorite books are sci-fi. Like I have like 20 books that I consider all-time favorite books, and like a lot of them are at least partially sci-fi.
That's
So,
crazy. For
yeah.
not reading a lot of sci-fi to have your favorites be so many sci-fi books. That's
I know
awesome.
it's weird. So like I should start reading more sci-fi, but like it's scary.
I know what you mean. It's like where do you go? Like where you know you're gonna like it. There's so much to choose from too.
Yeah.
It's kind of overwhelming. I think that's how I feel about fantasy too. Like you're just looking at like a mass sea of choices. I mean, you could say that about horror, but I feel like I can navigate horror because there's so many subgenres of horror, and I kind of know which ones I like.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's just because I know it well. I'm sure
Yeah.
fantasy is kind of the same. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems to be, but like it's scary.
I agree. I am also kind of scared to just dive in. Bob Apple says, I do like the twisted ones a little better than the hollow places, just out of personal taste.
That makes sense.
I've never read a Richard Lehman. What would you recommend I start with? I'm scared, Amy. I'm scared for you to read it. And then you'll be like, Kelsey is truly twisted for suggesting this, because sometimes he over-sexualizes his characters. But it's all of his characters. It's not like just the women. It's the men and the women. Like, the woman's looking at the man and she's like, oh, his butt is awesome. Like so it's not just the other way around.
I mean, at least there's that.
But I do think it's kind of gross sometimes where he's got these younger characters where like they're being looked at sexually or like prowled on. But like that's the part of the book, like you don't want them to get hurt because they're this young person in danger.
Yeah.
So that part is like, oh my God, it's nail biting and intense. And how I describe Richard Lehman is cozy trashy. I don't know how else to describe him, because the cozy part is because it's so easy to read, in my opinion. They're like long books, but somehow I get through his books pretty fast. And Amy, I guess I would suggest starting with Endless Night. That's the one I really liked because it was fast, like from page 2. It's like a home invasion on page like 2, and it like you're just in fear for the main character Jody. So I also read that in November of last year. I remember the month because I had 2 good reads November of last year.
Yeah, it's crazy to like read like your favorite books of the year so late. I don't know. It just
I have a lot of favorites from the beginning of the year too. It's been a great reading year overall, I think, this year.
Yeah, I think I had more 5 stars last year, but like I'm not like I've read a lot of 4 stars this year too. So like I'm not upset.
I've read a lot of 3.5, 4s, 4.5s, 5s, but like I told you the other day, I don't really rate low. Like I hardly ever rate like 2 or even 3 is kind of rare for me. I usually am like, 3.5. I don't know. I don't know why I want to be so like giving with the ratings, but whatever.
I mean, the good thing is ratings really don't matter, so
They really don't. And it's so hard when people look at the ratings. Like, what does it really mean? Like, does it really indicate if you yourself are going to like it or not?
No, absolutely not.
I think it's just a curiosity thing. People just being curious, like, well, what are other people saying? I don't know.
Yeah.
I have 4 5-star predictions that I still need to read off my list. I don't know the prompts, but I'm going to make them fit. And of course, Amy's referring to Lexi's upcoming cool little readathon that I will also try to make what I'm already reading fit. We'll see. Layman is trashy, just like Johnstone, Amy. But wait, Kelly, let me like clarify this. So Johnstone, who wrote the Bats book, Lexi, yes, that is trashy to the max. It's poorly written though too. Whereas Layman is trash, but at least there's some like fun action, and there's literally not a sentence in a Layman book that says they whooped their last whoop.
What a shame.
Yeah, I know. Does that mean he's better or worse? One could argue, I guess, because is that the greatest sentence or the worst sentence ever written? I don't know. You could argue that. It could be the best because it's so ridiculous and great. I feel bad, Lexi. We are still doing comments, but I will try to go faster. Because you're probably like, I'm not getting any reading done.
I'm having a good time.
I am too. I'm so glad you're here. My December is complete. Yay, I know. I'm excited. So many events like at once. Me, Lexi. Yay. Charlie Donnelly, is that right? Is the thriller writer who has surprised me the most recently. Does anyone know her? I think it's her. I don't think I know that author.
I don't.
You read more thrillers than me. I would assume if anyone would know, it would be you over me.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up.
Kat says it's cold enough for us to build a fire in our fireplace. Barry is making shrimp gumbo for dinner. I'm thinking a horror movie is what we'll be watching tonight. Ooh, Kat, that sounds like a fabulous night. What are you guys thinking of watching, or do you have to like look what the choices will be? I definitely think you should watch a horror movie. If you get the fireplace going, that's some great like ambiance there.
This one book looks familiar. But
what's it called?
It's called 20 Years Later. It's just the cover looks familiar to me.
It does. With the car on the road, that does look familiar.
But I don't know any of these books, like, for real. I'll have to check that out.
Look, you're making people want to read Project Hail Mary before the end of the year.
Good.
It's like you're like making people want to. What was your day?
I just desperately love that book.
That is how it was with Boy's Life. Like, I was telling everybody about it. I made my mom read it, and she's primarily like an old school, like really, really heavy romance reader in that she reads the ones with like the Fabio looking covers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And she checks out like 20 at a time from the library and she'll read them in a week. That's
Oh
my
my
mom.
gosh.
I know. She reads a lot, which is
Mm.
so crazy how I wasn't a reader growing up when she is like a reader.
Yeah. Hmm.
But like, I don't know. It was just never a big thing at my house. And I think she became a reader later as well. Like
Okay.
not when I was growing up as much.
Mhm.
But yeah, she like liked Boy's Life and actually talked about it with me. And I'm like, I can't believe you read something that wasn't romance. It was great. I was so excited when she called me. I had gotten home from vacation and she's like, I read that book. I'm like, what book? She's like, the Boy's Life book you told me about. I'm like, oh, you read the book? And then we were talking about it. It was great.
That's a way better experience than my mom read this book and she like had a copy of it and she's like, "Here, read this book." So I was like, "Okay, cool." So I started to read it. I was like, "I hate this." So I stopped reading it and I give it back to her and she goes, "Did you like it?" And I said, "I didn't finish it." She goes, "I didn't like it either, but I wanted to know what you thought."
Why didn't she tell you that going in?
I don't know.
She didn't even brace you that like she didn't like it.
No, she did not tell me at all. I thought she really liked the book and I DNF'd it. And she's like, "Yeah, that makes sense." And I was like, "Lady, what?"
Spent time trying to read it.
Mhm.
So I will say it would be remember how I was telling you about the idea about reading romance that people recommend me? I
Mhm.
also thought about trying to read one of my mom's books that she's read, but
You
it would
have
be so scary. And then I'd feel so weird. Like I don't want to turn into my mom. I love my mom, but I don't want to be my mom.
Can you imagine if you read one of these Fabio romance books and then that's what you wanted to read forever?
I can't even fathom it. Like I'd be like, who am I really? Like what has happened to me? I'd be very scared. Sherry says, Lexi, I don't care what your readathon is about. I'd do it even if you said it was focused on reading historical fiction. That is a powerful statement.
I
Lexi's
very
got
much
power.
I'm never gonna do a historical fiction readathon though, just so everyone's aware.
Good, because I would do it too, but I wouldn't want to do it necessarily.
No, I wouldn't want to do it either. Can you imagine? You know what? I should just like nobody here tell my secrets. Announce a readathon for like April Fools for something that's like I think is a terrible readathon that I would never not a terrible readathon, but something I would never do. And then see how many people act like they're excited for it.
I bet you a ton of people would. That would be really funny. That would
Mhm.
be like a classic prank, and then like you'd make a Discord, like a joke Discord, but it was
Mhm.
actually like you had to actually make it, and then people would join it and be like, "Yeah, like when's it start?" And you'd be like, "Haha, April Fools!" Like it's not happening. Which would be remember how I said something going on? There is actually a real readathon in April, guys, that I'm doing. So I hope you guys want to join in because it'll be a watchathon too, which I'm excited about. And then also another mystery thing that Lexi is involved in as well in April, I think, right?
Kind of. It's I don't know how much I can say, but it's a like an addition to a readathon that was happening before that was
Uh-huh.
like fantasy based.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, then it's two different kind of
Mhm.
readathons, so I think definitely people could do both too if they wanted
Mhm.
to. Even like with your readathon in December and our readathon, I think people could do both of the like both those too. And even
Mhm.
if people like Winterween, I still think they could do that in addition to the Christmas Evil, in addition to your readathon as well.
Mhm.
I think there's always ways to work in reads for multiple things.
Yeah.
Kiki awoke from a nap. Hello, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to the world of the awake. Rally's review says, I think I will do my top 5 books of the year on my blog instead of the one book.
Mhm.
Top 5 list would be good. Gonna get my box of tissues and watch Wakanda Forever this weekend. The car on the cover is from V. Billy Summers. Maybe it should be Billy Summers.
V is like short for very, so they're saying the car on the cover is very Billy Summers.
Oh, I don't know, like, internet lingo. I'm sorry, I'm so bad at stuff like that.
Oh, no.
I'm like
Oh,
a
yeah.
60-year-old going on 34. You're right, that's probably the cover I was actually thinking of,
Yeah.
Mary. V is very. Duh, Kelsey. Oh my god. Good, because I don't wanna be forced to read historical fiction.
Me neither.
I can't think of one, like, historical fiction book that would tempt me to read it. I don't know. Well,
Ev
actually, The Terror by Dan Simmons, which is about, like, this Arctic, apparently that's kind of historical fiction.
Mhm.
It sounds intriguing, but also, like, do I care about, like, a shipwrecked Arctic expedition? I don't know. I don't know.
No. I
Maybe
try
that one.
historical fiction every once in a while, but, like, I usually don't like it.
You remember which one you've tried? And
I've tried the Kristen Hanna ones, like The Nightingale and
Mhm.
the whatever the newer one is. It's, like, yellow on the cover or gold. Didn't like those. I don't know. I've done the what's her name? She wrote Daisy Jones. That one and Evelyn Hugo. I've read those.
Oh, yeah, Evelyn Hugo, I've heard of. I can't even speak. I'm like, Hugo. I can't even talk. Ooh, Kelly actually likes historical fiction if done right. Which are some books that you like, Kelly? That have, that are historical fiction? Just, like, I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm willing to try it, but like I would never do a readathon focused on it, you know? Like
Yeah, I mean, because I'd have to know of a ton of books that I could love, and that would be hard to research for me.
mhm.
I'm laughing at some of Amy's comments here. Kelsey's new channel name, Slime and Smut. I'm gonna be living if you end up loving romance. I don't want to be my mom. That's why I'm really
Slime
against
and
it.
smut makes the slime seem very different than
You guys don't even want to know. So Amy found my slime video because there's a video where I make Nickelodeon slime and slime myself.
What? Wait, is it on your channel?
Yeah, yeah. It's
God,
just like a couple of videos. Like, it's from last year, like early in the year. So it's got like 5,000 views. You'd think like, oh, that's cool. It's because, like, fun Nickelodeon slime. No, it's for sinister reasons. And I am so appalled. My boyfriend
Oh,
doesn't even know this because he'd be like, what the hell? I have told some, like, I think I told my friend Cameron Chaney, but because I thought it would make him laugh, and it did. So I look up, how you can see external sites that link your videos.
oh no.
So it was this one site, and I was like, "What is this site?" And I went to it, and it was like a site about people who get like stuff put on them, like it's like a sexual site for like people who like to see people covered in stuff. And now every time that video gets like views, I'm like, it's people doing gross stuff. Look at my video. So never slime yourself, guys. Never. And that is why I can't name my channel Slime and Smut. Like, because they already are like thinking smut ideas by coming to my channel and watching that video.
Oh, oh no.
No. I can't even
Oh,
remember the site, but I remember I looked at the page and I was like, oh no. I was like, my freaking video is being linked here.
oh no.
5,000 views.
That's like you can't think about that or like I would quit the internet.
Well, I know. Like, I was like, who thinks of this when Nickelodeon Slime's like a kid thing? Like, I think of a
Yeah.
kid channel when I think of slime.
Yeah.
I had innocent intentions.
Oh, wow.
But
That's rough.
Amy did watch that video recently, and she said, I have to go through your backlist of videos now. Oh, geez. April Fool's announcement would be so funny. People would think it was real. Love it. Rally also says, yes, a watch-a-thon for April. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. And we were just talking about earlier, like, doing teams for my readathon, which I really would love to do. And, like, naming the teams after, like, fun old school, like, shows or movies or something. Like, team, I don't know, E.T., Team Goonies, team, I don't know, some great show from the 90s, like Freaks and Geeks, which I love that old show. Don't knock a good bodice ripper. They can be fun. I'm sure they can be fun. I just like wish my mom wasn't known for only reading that. And my boyfriend always is like, you're just such a mashup of your parents. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not just like them. He's like, it's kind of scary how you're just like them, but like combined.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to keep proving him right. Amy says, yes, bitch. The Accursed by Joyce Carol Oates is historical fic horror, and it's one of my all-time faves. Oh, I like how it's like horror fiction, historical fiction.
I think
Have you read
that
that one?
I'm writing things down my slime green pen.
Ooh, I like that.
Um,
Not naughty slime, just normal slime.
I think I am planning on doing a video where I read something by this author. I don't remember what book it was though.
She's a pretty popular author.
I'll have to look at my spreadsheet.
You have a spreadsheet?
Yes.
Yes, bitch. That like deserves a yes, bitch. Yeah. Stalking Jack the Ripper is my favorite historical fiction series. That one sounds fun too. Sounds kind of horror-ish.
I've heard good things about that one.
Taylor Jenkins Reid.
Yeah, that's who. What's her name? That's what her name is. Words.
Oh, that was the author's name?
Evelyn Hugo. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one.
I'm thinking of putting Terror by Dan Simmons on my TBR for the Christmas Evil Readathon. Well, it's definitely wintry. I've heard great things about it. In terms of like it's fun, it's like tense. So yeah, I've heard good things. I've read some great historical fiction books, says Crystal. Pachinko, is that right? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
By Min Ji Lee is go good. Also, The Terror is great. Yeah, like I said, I've heard great things about that book.
I've heard really good things about Pachinko too.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to write. I'm gonna write that one down too. I'm taking notes, guys. I can always go back and take notes, but like since I'm here anyway, and I know where it is. Evelyn Hugo is my year favorite, and I hate historical fiction. Bob Apple says try Island and Night in the Lonesome October. I wouldn't necessarily, this is Richard Lehman books, I wouldn't necessarily suggest Night in the Lonesome October because I think that one's so weird, but I loved it. But I just think that's not, I think Endless Night is exciting, personally. I think you'll be made to understand how Lehman's writing improved over time. Yes. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That was me. The Joyce Carol Oates that I am going to be reading is Zombie.
Oh, Zombie.
Mm-hmm.
Is that about zombies? I'm guessing.
I guess. I don't know. It's books that one of my favorite authors has said inspired her books.
Oh, which author is that?
Katrina Ward. She wrote The Last House on Needless Street and Sundial.
I loved that book. I gave it 5 stars.
That's one of my favorites of last year. Yeah, and that's one that I've reread. And then Sundial is one of my favorites of this year. Like, I watched an Instagram live of her talking about like things, and someone asked her like books that like have inspired her and her writing, and that was one of them. So I was like taking notes. I was like, video idea.
Yeah, that actually sounds like a great video idea. And I actually think my friend Ollie from Criminali, I think he read Zombie not that long ago by her. I'm almost positive I remember him saying that because he had a project where he's reading, I think it was nominated for like a Bram Stoker award. And I think that is why he read it, because he's doing a project where he reads books that were nominated. I have to double check to make sure I'm right, but I think I am. I really liked Evelyn Hugo, says Kelly. The Great Alone by Kristen Hanna was good too. I love stories in the 1920s, 50s, 60s, 70s. See, I'm kind of picky about old school stories, like, you know, stuff that's set in the past, but sometimes I like that too.
My problem is a lot of them are just boring for me personally.
Yeah, me too. I will say Boy's Life is set in, I think it's the 50s or 60s, but it's like endearing. It's like, it's relatable too, in that, like, even the author Robert McCammon has said people come up to him and say that they could relate so much to the story, even though they were born like in the 90s. And how it just seems to be a universal experience. So you don't have to, you know, have been born in the 50s or grown up in the 60s to relate to it. So, whereas historical fiction, a lot of times I feel like it's set in that time period. It's very specific to that time period.
Yes.
And that's why it kind of feels boring to me. But I'm sure if I found the right one, I would enjoy it.
Yeah.
Here and there. I read The Love Hypothesis for a not my genre prompt, and I hated myself for enjoying it so much.
I love that one.
I have a feeling I might like that one too. I think that's one of the ones Keely said to. I can't remember if it was that one.
I said to read that one.
You said to read that one.
Yeah, because that's the only one that I really have a recommendation of.
Well, I mean, because you don't usually read that type of stuff, and you liked it, makes me feel confident that I could like it.
Yeah.
But I just won't tell my mom. I don't want her to get excited about it. I can only read historical fiction if it was written for dumb people that didn't pay attention in history class. I feel like I'd be the same. Oh, okay. So I did hear that this was good from Katrina too. Cold Heart Canyon by Clive Barker. It's historical fiction horror. It's like old school, like movie stars, right? Is this right, Kelly? That like they're at this mansion having a party and like wild shit happens. I think there's orgies in that book too. I don't know what it is that like,
you have to read it now
with orgies. I don't know. Kat is either watching X tonight or The Curse of La Llorona. I'm so bad with pronunciation.
That's
go ahead.
I think that's Spanish, so that's why it's difficult.
Well, I took like 10 years of Spanish in school, and I still say hola like a Valley girl, like hola. Totally Valley girl, and I'm not even from California, but still. I can't remember how to say anything or write anything either. Kat's probably gone by now, but thank you, Kat, for hanging out. Kelly says she wants to read Zombie. Yeah, it sounds like it'd be fun. Oh, I actually did. I read this. Ring Shout was a great historical horror.
I do want to read that one.
It had to do with like the Ku Klux Klan and like a different take on that, and that also I felt like had fantasy kind of elements to it too. I would say definitely had. It wasn't pure horror, and it definitely had some historical stuff and some fantasy stuff, and it's short too. By the way. Crystal said, I haven't read Zombie yet. I think it's about a serial killer. I'm actually not sure what it's about. Do you remember, Lexi?
I literally have no idea. I just like know that she said the titles and I wrote them down and that was it.
I've heard good things about it. So I would probably, did I write it down already? Yes, I did write it down. So I will remember to maybe read that too, especially after I see what you think about it, Lexi.
Yeah, I've been so behind. So like I have all of these like kind of creative ways to like group books together and like just like fun video ideas in my opinion anyway. But I've just been so busy doing other things like between Halloween weekend and like I moved this summer and everything and it was just like I haven't had time to do my like more time consuming like really fun videos. I still like the videos I've been putting out, but like I haven't been able to do as much as I want to. So it kind of bums me out. So like that video has been written down forever, but I just haven't been able to do it yet because it's like 4 or 5 books.
Well, people don't realize like how time consuming reading vlogs are, especially if you're someone who also gets B-roll and stuff, but also if you're reading like 5 books for one vlog, then you've got to dedicate like a lot of time during like a certain time period to read and document reading those books. So yes, people don't realize like who don't do booktube, they're so time consuming, but fun. I do like reading vlogs and making them. They are a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm working on one where I could it's a 2-part video, but like I could end up having to read 20 books for it.
Oh my god. Is that one of the Goosebumps ones?
Oh no, but that one will be 62 books. I am doing that as well.
But not at once, right?
I read the first 11 and I was planning on reading the first half at once.
Oh, that's cool.
Then I had to pause that. So I do plan on reading like 20 in like 2 or 3 days.
That's pretty doable. They're so short.
Yeah, it's just like it follows the same formula, so it gets repetitive and you're just like,
well, that's why I'm doing like a reread, but mostly it's actually the first time read for me for these Goosebumps books. I'm doing a little project where I'm going through all of them too, but I'm like spreading it out. And sometimes I'll go out of order if it's like around a holiday. So like for this Halloween, I read like Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns, even though it wasn't next up in the series where I was, but it was Halloween related. Or like I'll read a winter one in winter, stuff like that. But yeah, they are kind of formulaic, so I wouldn't read a whole bunch at once. I like to spread them out. But I applaud you because that's a great idea. but it takes a lot of focus, I think, to like
Mhm.
stay invested in them.
All of the audiobooks are on YouTube.
Oh, really?
It's like a robot version of the audiobook,
Yes.
but like I don't own all of the books and my library doesn't have them and Scribd only has certain ones. Like so this
Yes.
is the only way I can get through them is these like robot audiobooks on YouTube.
Honestly, I did use one as well. So for Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns, you can't find it on Scribd. You can't find it at your library. You literally can't find it anywhere. There, I don't think
Yeah.
it exists. I'm not sure, but
Mhm.
there is a robot one on YouTube, and I did use it because I wanted to finish a book for Hollow Weekend. I wanted to finish it that night, so I used
Mhm.
it, and I did 2 times speed, and it
Yeah.
works. But the voice sucks, but it works.
Yeah.
So I understand. The movie X was so good, says Kiki. I have not watched that yet, but I've heard great things. And don't worry, Lexi, we're almost at the end of the comments, so I swear we're about to sprint.
It's
The-
fine. I am like by myself tonight, so I'm not.
Like I literally have no, but you can leave whenever you want. I have no time limit. Like you said, I am like all alone. My boyfriend's like, he's out for work, so I'm just like party, read.
Yeah, yeah. I could be here for another 4 hours and not care.
I would not care either. It would be so much fun. The Ola, I'm dead. Ola. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm exaggerating it a little bit, but it is basically how I say it. I got to start dinner, spaghetti. Ooh, well, we're about to sprint, so perfect timing. Slim picks when it comes to science fiction, but I do love time travel stories.
That's my favorite trope.
It is.
I love time travel. Bob Apples, I need you to tell me some of your favorites because that makes me so happy. Have you read 11/22/63 by Stephen King? Because
I have
that one,
not, but I wonder if Bob Apples has. I
it's
have watched the show though,
the
and I
book is
loved the show.
the book is better, but I liked the show. It is very long,
Yeah.
the book, but it's so good. So good. I
That's
love
a
it.
lot of people's favorite Stephen King.
It's my favorite. I haven't read a lot from him, but that is my favorite.
I've heard great things, but I'm just too afraid that I'll like know about the story too much. So I'm
Mm,
trying to wait till it's been longer since I watched the show
yeah, that
to give
makes
some
sense.
separation. Someone told me that Stephen King was bad, Lexi. Wasn't that you, Lexi? Or like everybody
I
in sprints?
I generally don't like a lot of his stuff. Like my
Trust-
least favorite book that I finished this year was from Stephen King.
What was
Um,
it?
it was Mr. Mercedes, which I read for the first episode of like swapping favorites and like one we didn't like with booktubers.
Yeah.
So Michelle gave it to me because she likes it, and I was like, wow, I hate this book.
That's
So
surprising too, because you and Michelle like are so close. You'd think she would like give you one that she knows you would like.
we didn't know each other very well whenever we did it. So like I don't and it's one that like I can see why she thought I would like it, but like mm-mm.
Well, I haven't read that one, but I've read a lot of King this year because I am doing a project where we read a King every month of the year. And it's
Mhm,
been like really tough because some of them are really long. I do agree, and Kat is gone, so I could say this because my friend Kat loves Stephen King. He's
mhm.
not my favorite. I do like a lot of his books quite a bit, but there's a lot that I'm just like meh about as well.
My thing is he needs to shut up sometimes.
Yes.
Like
Too
his
long
books are too
sometimes.
long.
Yeah, I
They're
agree.
too long.
Like Gerald's Game, like I was not in love with it. I was like, it's kind of long, and it's like somebody in a room, but it is tense at parts. But yeah, I
Mhm,
understand what you mean. But I do like Stephen King, and there's some books that I love by Stephen King, but
mhm.
others that I'm just like, overhyped a little sometimes.
Yeah.
Um, I have it on my shelf and almost got rid of it. I wonder if she means Mr. Mercedes.
Oh, 11/22/63.
Oh, okay. Yes. I did not know whether to keep it but Gabby liked it too, so I haven't pitched it yet. I don't like most King books. Yeah, they're long, but they can be
Yeah,
good. They can be good.
I liked this one. I know it's one of Michelle's favorite books. I can't remember, but Kim, who's in the comments a lot, Kim T,
Yeah.
is her favorite Stephen King, and she's been reading a bunch. Like, there it's I don't know, it's so good. There's a romance in that too.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
I liked Needful Things. There wasn't a big romance in that, but Crystal struggled with 11/22/63. It was too long for her.
It is long, but I listened to the audiobook, which made it a little better.
Yeah. Audio always helps. And
Mhm.
Kelly says, I stand on my Dolores Claiborne box, the most underrated King book.
I haven't read a lot of his stuff. Like I haven't really read any of his horror besides Carrie, which I didn't love, and I guess Mr. Mercedes is kind of horror.
Kind of like thriller horror, I would say. I haven't read it, but I assume it's kind of thrillery as well.
Yeah.
I know Kelly says she liked Christine too, and that's a chunker. I have
Mhm.
not read Christine either, but I have read it. I mean, I've read a lot, but Needful Things I loved. It was in the top. It might be one of my top ones, and that one's really chunky, but great characters and lots of action at the end. So I liked that one. Kind of like a small town, like stuff's going down. It reminds me of The Auctioneer a little bit, actually. Needful Things, what I'm reading right now. So, talking about what we're reading, I am going to have us go to sprints. Just to recap, you guys, I am reading The Auctioneer, and just remind everyone what you're reading. Lexi.
I have it up?
You could just
I
say it if you
am
want.
reading Mother Thing
I do
by
love that
Ainsley
cover.
Hogarth. Hmm.
Really awesome looking cover. By the way, are you okay with 45 still, or you want to do less?
No, I'm
Okay,
always good with
45. And I swear, guys, I'll try not to talk as much before, like after, but I'm having fun. All right, guys, see you in a little while. Oops, I have to actually press present. That would help, right, guys? I swear. So how'd everybody do? How'd you
Did the
do,
cat
Lexi?
meow? Did the cat meow?
Yeah, it did.
I didn't hear it.
You didn't? I heard it.
I don't
I
think
think
I
it's
heard it.
I think it's because I might have been sharing my window instead of the tab. Maybe that messed it up. Next time I will share the actual tab.
I got to 44% and Mother Thing. I think that was like 8%. And I only read the last 20 minutes, honestly, but progress.
Yeah, I had to take my dog out, so I only read about the last like 30, 25 minutes as well. And I got about, I think it was 13 to 15 pages. So I'm on page 80. Yeah, page 80.
Mm.
Doing pretty good. It's only 200 and I think like 30 something pages.
Oh.
That's not too bad.
Mm-mm.
If we're just starting it today, I feel like it's good progress.
Yeah.
And without audio, so that's part of it too.
Mm-hmm. It's always a struggle.
So Bob says, Lexi, yes, the long length didn't bother me because it's one of the few books I didn't want to end.
Mm-hmm. And this one is also like historical, which like it's a mix of like I don't know, things that I typically don't like. Long books, historical fiction, romance. Like I apparently don't know anything about my reading taste.
Well, next year I'm gonna be in the same boat, so we'll see. But on purpose, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Sherry says on page 80 of the Poppy War, actually enjoying it. Good, good. I'm glad to hear that.
That one is really popular.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I've just been living like I don't know where I've been living, but I haven't heard of it. I read 16 pages. How is the auctioneer so far? I'm actually really liking it. It's definitely a slow burn. And again, what I keep thinking of is Needful Things, in that the town, there's people in the small town getting pitted against each other, it feels like. And there's definitely like something ominous brewing. And this auctioneer guy is definitely bad news, but it's still kind of subtle. But I don't mind because I like the atmosphere right now. So I'm liking it. Sylvia said, almost done with Goddess of Filth. It's different from anything I've read. Really enjoying it. Good. I've heard great things about that, and it's so short.
Yeah, I give it 4 stars.
Yeah, it seems really fun. Isn't it? Like, don't they do a seance or something at some point in the book?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got to read it one day. It's so short. You know, there's really no reason not to read it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I own it. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I read it for Halloween weekend. Another like possible possession story that's fun is Come Closer by Sarah Graham.
Yes, I have that one too, and I love possession stories, so I'm really excited to read that one. It's on my 23 to read in 23. I was like, I really want to get to this one, that one. A lot of the ones I want to get to are ones that I own, but just haven't for some reason gotten to.
Yeah.
Sarah read 24 pages. Great. So glad you made progress. I love historical fiction, so it worked.
It worked for me too.
Finished 2 stories in the Baba Yaga anthology. I need to know more about this anthology, Crystal.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Because earlier I thought it was Baby Yoda at first, because she does like Star Wars, and so do I. I was like, Baby Yoda anthology, and then I was like, wait, I just read that wrong. It's not Baby Yoda, which is ridiculous. I would totally read an anthology, though, featuring Baby Yoda, because he's so cute.
Yeah, he is.
Didn't read a lot, but I got to part 6 and Usher's Passing, 100 pages left. Trying to finish it tonight. I've been working so much lately, I haven't had time to read. Oh, that sucks. I hope you get a chance to relax soon and not work as much. But it's great that you're almost finished.
Amy, you should join us. Not to invite people.
Yeah, you should. You can if you want.
I invited myself, so I'm going to invite Amy too.
Yeah, invite anybody. Yeah, go ahead. I can send you the link if you want, Amy. No pressure, though. Amy's like, oh, geez, what have I gotten myself into? Crystal's like, I loved Goddess of Filth. Yes.
Yeah, it was really good.
I can't wait to read it. I was telling people earlier, I can't remember if it was on Discord or where I said this, but I would love to do a little like horror novella reading vlog like Gabby did. I think that'd be fun. I've never read like a bunch at once. I've always just like, read one randomly here and there.
I think I really like them, but I haven't read a bunch.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely need to read more. I've read some
Mhm.
here and there. I mean, I just read one, I finished one today. I was talking about it earlier. I don't think you were here yet. Where is it? Ugh, got a stack of ridiculous books here. So it's called Seeing Things.
Oh.
It was pretty good. It's a girl coming of age book, but like with horror elements, of course.
Mhm.
I just wish the main character was a little bit more likable for the most part, but at the end she became more likable.
Yeah.
So, but she is 13, so I guess I was like an asshole at 13. So I don't want to revisit like being 13, and if anyone saw me, they'd be like, "Wow, like you're not cool like you are now. You're a jerk." So
Oh.
I'm glad 13 is over with.
I feel like I never went through a phase where like I was just mean. Um, but I'm the oldest of four, so I always like felt a responsibility to like be more adult like.
Yeah.
So
That also makes sense why you might be organized too. I don't know, like part of a bigger family. I'm an only child, so that explains
mhm.
a lot about me sometimes people say. But I wasn't like mean. It's just like I don't like how I was at 13. You
Yeah,
know,
that's I feel like a lot of people don't. I just feel like I've been this person my entire life.
I've mostly like I was this person at 8, but like at 13 I wasn't. Then I went back to it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The hormones created a momentary like weirdness and then I got back to being me. I
Mhm.
actually have videos, like black and white VHS videos, because I got like a VHS camera when I was a kid. And there's
Mhm.
all these ridiculous videos of me like creating almost like YouTube type of content in my room back then before it was a thing. Like it's me in front of the camera being like, I love the Beatles and this is what I like, and reading in front of the camera and like creating plays with my troll dolls.
Oh my
And
gosh.
I've got some people like I think I showed some clips on Twitch once, and they were like, "Oh my god, you're just like you are now." I'm like, "I know, it's kind of scary." Like I'm somehow a mix of an old person who doesn't know what V means, that V means very, and somehow a mix of an 8-year-old together.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's fine. I have to like look up things. I actually ask Michelle like what things mean a lot cuz like I'm not on TikTok and I feel like that's where a lot of things happen and Michelle is. So I'm always like what is this? And she cuz she's 6 years older than me. So she laughs because like she knows things that I don't. But
And it should be like the other way around, especially
mm,
with TikTok, I guess.
yeah. I just know that I would get sucked in and that's where all of my time would go. So I just like stay away because I know I would like it and I would not ever do anything ever again.
Yeah, like I don't have one either because I'm more like scared to do it. Like I don't want to be sucked in either.
Mhm.
I don't need it. I'm already sucked into things like Instagram. Like BookTube is all I watch anymore unless I make a marathon list of movies and then I'll watch movies. But like my boyfriend's like, "You want to watch a movie?" And I'm like, "No, I want to read or like or watch BookTube."
I know, me too. I don't watch we watch TV when we eat and then like a little before or after, but I'm always like I don't want to just sit and watch this. Like I want to watch my friends like their videos or just like ones that are like books that I would be super interested in or I'm reading. Like
Yeah. And
those
that's
are
how I feel
my
too.
two activities.
So like nights we drink, I'm like, I can't wait for drinking nights because those are nights that he'll watch sports and I'll
Mhm,
definitely be able to read and like be in my room, like my office room, and
mhm,
like watch booktube. So I'm like, is tonight a drinking night? And I just care about it so that we could do like whatever. I could do my own thing kind of thing.
mhm,
But yes, movies I'm just not as into unless I make like a plan to watch like a group of movies or whatever. Guess what?
mhm.
Amy said she'll join us.
It's fine. I had to shower in I mean, I'm glad you all couldn't smell me because I went on it was like 70 degrees here today, which like is fairly warm compared to like the 50s it has been in, and it's going back to the 50s. So I took Bowser on like a pretty long walk, and there were some hills and stuff, and I don't
Ooh.
exercise often. Poor Bowser. But so I was like, I did not smell good. So I was like, I need to go get a shower because I can't.
You couldn't sit there and like just feel smelly. I don't like
Yeah.
that either.
I was like, people are gonna smell me through the computer. Like,
I'm so glad smell-o-vision isn't real.
yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh.
They would just be smelling like candy from me because like I've been eating so bad all day.
Oh my gosh. I threw them away, but there was a time where I turned off my camera to eat candy.
I turned off my camera to eat a piece of pumpkin pie.
Mm.
And it was good. And I made it. I made it for we
Ooh.
made it after Halloween, so I'm still eating my Halloweenish leftovers.
That's fine.
Amy, I am sending you the link now. Okay, yeah, I sent it. Thank you for saying you'll join. I love how Lexi's just like, come on, join us. all are welcome here, so I really don't mind at all. I love Amy.
I knew you were friends with Amy, so that's why.
Like, yeah, she's wonderful.
Mm-hmm. I have not read Mapping the Interior, but I really want to, because Night of the Mannequins by Stephen Graham Jones is my favorite novella and one of my favorite books in general.
Oh, really? I haven't read that one.
A lot of people don't like it because they go in expecting it to be
like killer mannequins.
Yeah, and that's not what it is.
That's okay that it's not that to me. Like, at least I know that, I guess.
Yeah. So I didn't go in expecting that, and I am obsessed with that book. But like, if you go in expecting it to be like mannequins raising from nothing and killing people, like, you might be disappointed.
Yeah, I understand. Expectations does play a big part, I think, in people's enjoyments of things. I feel like if you go in thinking the wrong thing, it could just totally ruin the experience. So I like to be careful not having too many expectations, but sometimes you just can't help it for certain reasons.
And sometimes books are completely mismarketed, which kind of is the case with Night of the Mannequins. It's like not like if you read the book and then you read the synopsis, like they're not lying to you, but like people make assumptions. And like people like that book has like a 3.3 rating on Goodreads.
Wow, that's pretty low.
Yeah. Like people hate it.
So let me ask you this though. Have you read anything else by Stephen Graham Jones?
I've read The Only Good Indians.
Did you like that one?
I did, but not as much. His writing style is very rambly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I gave that one 4 stars, and I do want to read some of his shorter stuff like Mapping the Interior and Mongrels, and I also want to read My Heart is a Chainsaw.
I have Mongrels, so I definitely want to read that one since I own it. I also have My Heart is a Chainsaw, and I want to read that one, but so I read Zombie Bake Off, which was a book by him earlier, and it seems like it'd be so great. So it's like zombies mixed with like a bake-off situation. Like these zombies, like this zombie virus like infiltrates a bake-off type of thing. I just didn't like it. And I don't know if it was the writing style. Like I had such a hard time getting into it. So now I'm scared to like try more Stephen Graham Jones, but I want to, and I will.
Did you read it physically?
I did. Maybe that was why.
For me, his writing works better in audio because it's kind of rambly. It's very like stream of consciousness.
Yeah.
So for me, that works better in audio because I don't have to like just sit and like read it with my eyeballs.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that next time I pick up one of his books. And Amy is here. Shall I admit her into the stream?
Let me in.
You're in. Hey. Thanks for joining. And you do not look crazy or rough, as you said.
I feel like it. So
that's how I felt earlier. Like I looked okay-ish, but I was like, I need to shower. I just can't.
Well, if it makes you guys feel, well, I mean, it's not going to make you feel better, but I am going to look rough after this because I'm going to exercise at some point. I don't know when. But I'm doing a light day, even though I've had pie, candy, and literally nothing nutritious at all. I'm only going to ride the stationary bike, which is basically nothing. So whatever.
That's good. It'll give you a nice healthy glow.
Yeah, exactly. As I've been saying this whole stream, when Paul's away, I will eat like shit, apparently. I don't know. By the way, Crystal answers, what Baby Yaga, I'm sorry, Baba Yaga is. I'm doing it again. I'm saying it wrong. It's from Slavic folklore and is kind of like a forest witch who rides around in her mortar and lives in a house. I can't speak. And lives in a house that has chicken legs.
I
She's
think I
really
saw a picture of a
Is this what Thistlefoot is based off of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
really?
Okay. I
Okay.
have heard of this. Okay.
This is so cool. Okay, I've got to research this more.
Yeah. I like vaguely had heard of it, and it's because I read the description for Thistlefoot because it was book of the month.
By the way, Crystal, though, I know you'd read a Baby Yoda anthology too, though, wouldn't you? I know you would. Crystal, just answer in the comments because I know you like Star Wars. By the way, Sherry says, yes, bitch. Should definitely do a horror novella vlog. They're my favorite. Yeah, I think it would be fun.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of your favorite novellas, Amy?
Trying to look at my list there. Whenever anybody asks me what my favorites are, I blank.
You get scared and like, oh no, I gotta think.
We Can Never Leave This Place by Eric LaRocca, which you were talking about earlier. I really loved that one. I read that this summer. Chainsaw Hooker from Judith Sonnet. That one I read recently, and I loved that one. That's extreme horror, though, so it's not going to be for everyone. It gets really, really gross. Cirque Berserk.
Oh, that one is so good. I love that one.
I'm the only one out of everybody like who I personally know who doesn't absolutely love that one.
I get your criticisms, though. Like every criticism that I saw that you had for it on your Goodreads or whatever, I totally agree. But I just disregarded all of them because I had a good time.
It was a fun read. I think if I was at a different, I was on like vacation, like in a hotel trying to finish it. And I think that was part of like why it didn't read quicker for me. And I didn't have more fun with it. So, you know, it's not bad by any means. It's a great slasher. I just wanted more from the kills. And like, I let that drag it down, but it's still fun. I understand why people like it a lot. So
I also really like We Need to Do Something by Max Booth.
Oh, yeah. I love that one,
one of my favorites.
Not to keep saying this, but that's on my 23 books to read in 2020.
I love
I'm going to keep bringing up all of these great books.
Make sure you listen to the audio for that one. It's so good.
Oh, really? Okay, I definitely will. Yeah, I'm excited. I seem to be picking a lot of good books for next year.
I know. I'm like, I love this book. And you're like, that's on my 23 and 23.
I'm not just saying it. Like, I could show you where, I don't know where the list. Oh, it's on my computer. I could show you the list, and I have proof that it's there. Also, I know that you especially like this, Lexi. Aren't you reading this, Amy? Pen Pal? Are you about to read it?
Yeah, I have it on my TBR for this month.
Yeah. So I'm going to read that next year, too, and it's going to be one of my early reads.
Is that on your 23 and 23? Or
Yeah.
that's just, listen, your 23 and 23 is just like my favorite books.
I know. What the hell? And it's not
It's gonna be amazing.
It's going to be like the best 23 in 2023 list of all time. Like, no one's going to have a better list than me.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be great if it was all 5 stars, all the 23 somehow?
Oh my
So good.
gosh.
That would be crazy. I don't think I could get that lucky, though. But all the ones I've named are good. So yes, I'm sorry, I skipped Sherry's question where she asked if you had read Mapping the Interior.
I saw it. That's why
Yeah.
I said
I love that one too. I read that recently.
I'll
Mapping
have to
the
give that one a
Interior.
go. It's
So
not
good.
on my list, by the way, but I will have to read it. I'm trying to figure out where I was in the comments. Okay, Kiki says 66% into terms and conditions. Great progress. I do not want to get sucked into TikTok either, and have read things on how bad hackers are on TikTok with people's info. So that freaks me out. I did see a 60 Minutes about that.
Really?
Yeah, so that partially is why too. 60 Minutes is like, they steal your info, you know? And I'm like, damn. So that's one of the reasons why I was like, I better not get hip with the kids and start one.
I've tried it for a short time, the TikTok, and it sucked up so much time. I was like, I can't have this on top of everything else. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I went through a phase where I was into like games on my phone too, and instead of reading, like I was playing these like, you know, type kind of like Candy Crush, but it was different. It was the same exact principle though, and it would just suck away time. And I was like, what
But you
am I
can listen
doing?
to audiobooks when you do that.
Well, that's true. I never thought to do that before.
Yeah. And if you have the audiobook downloaded and you put your phone on airplane mode, then they don't give you ads either.
Oh, that's really cool. Wow. You've got some great hacking tips.
Life hacks.
Do this or do that. Like, get free books from Audible, like by making them give you another month free or whatever.
Yeah.
That's paraphrasing. It's not exactly what Lexi said, but similar. It's a hack, nonetheless, that she was talking about earlier.
Yeah, Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah. I do not want... Oh, wait, I already read that one. Sniff, 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 Lexi. No!
I'm fine now.
She's very clean now. She took a shower. She's now craving pumpkin pie and candy, especially sour candy.
I want some Sour Patch Kids. I had sour gummy worms and I accidentally left them at my parents' house and it was really sad because they live an hour and a half away.
Did you know they make zombie Sour Patch Kids?
No.
I didn't know this either, but Kelly, who was in the chat a bit ago, she sent me a pack of them for like Halloween because we were in a Halloween swap group where we swapped gifts. And they have special flavors and they look like little zombies.
Oh, that's fun.
I know. I didn't know they made like Halloween special. Amy, you should love this because Amy likes zombies. So yeah, they're like little zombies.
That's so cute. Probably just Halloween, right? Available during Halloween, probably.
I've never even seen them, but she said, yeah, she thinks they're special for Halloween.
Yeah.
She wants to make, I think she was talking about the novella again. She wants to make it fit for Christmas Evil. The Readathon, need to read what it's about again. Bought it a while back and figured December is the time to read it. Kelsey and Lexi, do you have Instagram I can follow? We all three do. Mine is at Superkickingit, SuperKickingit. Lexi, go ahead and give yours.
Mine is my same as YouTube, Books with Lexi. Lexi.
Mine is the same as. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go.
I was going to say my name is spelled with an E at the end because some people forget that.
And mine is the same as my booktube too. Amy Noel Reads.
Mine is because like you probably like, why is Slime and Slashers like at Super Kicking It? Super Kick is a wrestling, like professional wrestling move when someone super kicks. So like I mixed kicking it with super kick, so Super Kicking It, and that used to be my channel name. I changed my channel name. So my channel name used to be Super Kicking It with Kelsey, and I even had like a theme song and it was like kicking it, Super Kicking It with Kelsey. My friend wrote it for me.
I love all of this information that I keep finding out about you.
It's so random that I liked wrestling. I still sometimes watch it, but I don't really pay attention anymore. My boyfriend I'm in the room when he watches it, and I still kind of keep up with the news. But yes, it is random.
I actually used to
go ahead.
I actually used to watch wrestling back in like my teens. All of my guy friends loved wrestling, so of course I had to watch with them. It was for a short period of time, just a couple years, but
the WWF, like back in the day, like the 90s.
Yeah, one of my guy friends, he even had like a backyard wrestling thing on like the local cable channel or whatever.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah, so I was super into it too. I didn't know this about you, Amy. That this is great. This is so fun. Okay.
I never had a wrestling phase. I feel left out. I'm gonna start it now. You know,
I guarantee you we're like in the minority on BookTube who had a wrestling phase. There's not too many, I don't think.
And I couldn't tell you anything about it now. It's been years and years. I have no idea what's happening now.
I didn't watch back then, which is weird that I like became a later wrestling fan, but I did like research and watched a lot of old stuff when I did get into it. So I know about the time when you watched as well, like the Attitude Era. I'm just guessing because that's when it was really popular, or like the early 2000s, even right after the Attitude Era. So yeah, it's got a varied, crazy history. I could talk about that. And it is horror related though, guys, because it's kind of cool. Like carnival history has like some similarities and tie-ins to professional wrestling because wrestling was born out of like carnivals, traveling carnivals, like back in the day. Like it used to be a sideshow type of thing. So it's called like carny language is the same as like wrestling, like like dialect and language. They
Huh.
still, and in wrestling they still speak carny, but it's kind of mostly like a joke. But there's some like if you read a carnival themed horror book, you'll hear the characters talking about like, yeah, let's see how much money we can get from these marks. So marks, marks, that's like that term is definitely used in wrestling, but in a different way. It's basically people who are like there to be taken advantage of, and they're like not in the know. They're not in on the scheme. They're not in on how the carnival's trying to take money from you. It's not just trying to provide you with a good time type of thing. So that's what a mark is. They're like unaware of what's going on. I just think that's fast. Like I like stuff like that. I think it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Sidebar over. Sorry. Amy, I'm like flabbergasted that you went through a phase. FYI, the audiobook for My Heart is a Chainsaw was perfection. Ooh.
That's good to know.
Did you listen to it on audio, Amy, or you just read it? I can't remember.
No, I listened on audio and read along, but the audio is really great. The narrator is fantastic. She also does the audiobooks for Rebecca Roanhorse's Black Sun series. And yeah, she's really great.
Well, I'm excited to listen to that one then, because I know you love the main character, Amy, for My Heart is a Chainsaw.
Yeah.
So I'm excited one day. I keep saying I'm excited. I will read these books eventually. It's a good problem, I guess, to have. Kindred by Octavia Butler is a great time travel book if you've not read it.
I 100% agree. So good.
You have read it. Okay.
Yes. Also, another one of my all-time favorites that is sci-fi historical fiction.
So that is so funny. You say you don't like historical fiction, but like
know.
you're naming two favorites of all time. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I think those are the only two that are historical fiction, though. Yeah.
So that was a 5-star read if it's one of your all-time favorites, then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's very like tough subject matter, but it's done very well.
I'll have to check that one out. And Crystal agrees Kindred is so good. Christian said, I love how Amy's dog always joins the sprints. I know.
She jumps down now, but she's still sitting here on the floor just staring up at me. I think she wants out of my room.
My dog, like, you guys didn't see because my background's really dark, but in the middle of sprints when I was just with Lexi, like, he stood up and, like, just, like, his back was, like, he was, like, looking off to the wall. I was like, what are you doing? Like, you seem like you're possessed or something. You're just staring at the wall. I was like, what are you doing? Thistlefoot is a different book from what I'm reading, but I do have that one on my shelf. The anthology is called Into the Forest and has tons of great authors. That's cool. I just got pen pal from another library on the other side of PA, planning on reading it in December. I really hope you enjoy it. Lexi loves it. We'll see what Amy thinks about it when she gets to it. Oh, I can't do audio and other things. I completely suck at multitasking. I haven't tested it out yet. I mostly listen to audio while I'm while I'm looking at the book. But I can give it a try.
I can't just sit here and do nothing and listen to an audiobook. Like, I have to be following along, or I have to be doing something like kind of mindless, like playing Candy Crush, or like, I don't know, I don't clean often, but cleaning, like, just things like that.
Yeah, I did start to listen to a nonfiction audiobook when I was cleaning like the patio this year. So I did do that and I was able to absorb. I just don't know if I'd be able to do that with like fiction though.
Yeah, I crochet sometimes whenever I listen to an audiobook. I'm an old lady.
I wish I could crochet. I once asked for like needles, got them, like went on YouTube, got books, like failed.
Oh.
Knitting looks really intimidating, but crochet is fairly easy.
I feel like I need someone to like physically like be with me showing me more than like reading in a book or like watching a tutorial. I don't know.
Yeah, I learned through YouTube.
I might try again. It was like when I was a teenager when I tried and didn't do well. Kelly's like, y'all are still going? I'm watching Advent Calendar on Shudder. I love that movie. I would say that's one of the best Christmas Christmassy horror movies out there, in my opinion. I really liked that one. It was creepy, it was eerie, great atmosphere. I watched it last year. You guys have seen it or no?
No, I'm gonna have to write it down so I can check it out in
I
December.
think it has subtitles. I know it's foreign. I just can't remember if it's like dubbed or subtitled, but I think it's subtitled. But because some people don't like watching subtitled movies, but I don't mind it. But
I prefer subtitles over dubs. Usually,
me
dubs,
too.
like the actors are never very good, and it sounds weird.
I know. I agree with that. I much prefer subtitles. But some people don't even like to watch like a foreign movie that has either.
Yeah.
So I'm just warning, if anyone doesn't like that, it does have one of the other. I just can't remember which.
My problem with subtitles is that I can't watch the movie also. Like, I mean, and I know plenty of people can. I just like only stare at the words.
I know what you mean. It's a struggle to kind of like glance, like to keep looking between the words and then the picture. Yeah. It's a skill you've got to like really hone, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
So you were asking about, Amy, you were asking about like a Snowy Darcy Coates book because you wanted to read a Darcy Coates book, I think you said, for the
Well, I was going to use one for the haunting title because whenever I ever get a haunting prompt, I'm like, now's the time to read another Darcy. But
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't think. Yeah, that one's a zombie one. I don't think
guess it wouldn't fit, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if there's any other elements in it or if it's just straight up just zombies.
Yeah, I don't know.
WWF rep, grew up watching with my dad. Yeah, Kelly has talked to me about that before, how she used to watch wrestling. Same, Lexi. I just can't listen to an audiobook. I'm either reading with it or in the car.
Yeah, I love audiobooks in the car.
Loom knit, Kelsey. That is way easier. YouTube has tutorials. Yeah, I've got to try again. I think I'll try again.
Yeah, crochet is pretty easy. I
Yeah.
think you could pick up on it.
My friend crocheted me a really cool like squid hat. It must have taken forever.
Oh my gosh.
Look how big it is.
So cool.
It's got eyeballs.
That looks time intensive.
Yeah.
Wait, come on.
I'm currently crocheting a rug and it's taking me 12 years.
What the hell? Where's the front of it? There it is. Kind of big right now.
I love that.
Isn't that crazy? I usually keep it on my chair, but it's Nickelodeon colors. That's why she made it for me.
It's so cute.
Yeah, I thought it was fun. I was like, that was so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I met her through like, BookTube and stuff. Very sweet. Something sounds very interesting about punch stitch. What?
You literally just like attach yarn to this like hook thing and stab it into the canvas or fabric or whatever it is. So like it seems very therapeutic.
Sounds like
so you're cool with punching canvas, but you're not cool with punching ASMR.
Okay, that's different. It's not happening to me.
So beating your sewing is fine, but not beating you to sleep.
Yeah, Sherry gets it.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just joking. Stabbing sounds fun. Yeah, as long as you're the one doing the stabbing, I understand. Versus someone hitting a shoe in your face.
Yes.
I do understand. Ridiculous. Gosh. We're actually caught up on comments, you guys. What the hell?
I know.
I went faster this time. I feel like I'm Erin because that time she was like, "Oh my god, it's taking me forever to get to the comments."
Yeah, it was like 40 minutes of getting through comments one time, and I mean, I was having a good time, so I didn't care. But sometimes, especially when I'm watching, I'm like, "Can we read?" Like, not all the time, but it always happens that people are like really chatty when I need to get a book done.
Yeah, like today for your video.
I don't post it until 2, so I have some time.
Yeah, I also have to film a video, so I don't know how many more sprints you guys are good for, but I can do at least 1 or 2 more, but then I really should like film my video and edit it. And it's going to take longer than a sprint would, so I would just do it on a sprint, but I know it's going to take me longer.
To film it?
Yeah. Just because it's an extensive one with like recommendations. and that's why I'm kind of nervous about it. Those I get like nervous about, and those take me a while because I have to be like, okay, my pile of books for this prompt, my pile of books for this prompt, and then going through them all.
Yeah.
So, but I can do 1 or 2 more.
I'm good.
Y'all are good?
Yeah.
Okay, so 45 minutes again. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. This time I've got to hold on. I've got to present the right thing this time.
That
and
was
not
so funny. I looked up and it was just you, and I was just crying.
It actually happened a second time, but you were
You didn't
looking
see
down,
me.
but I saw it happen again.
I didn't know. Yeah, I was hoping no one noticed the second time. I was like, haha, I can't do it. And then I punched me up again.
I missed it.
I know you were staring down at your book and I was happy because you didn't see me mess up. It was so ridiculous.
That's funny.
So let's see. Can I do this right, though? I'm scared. I did it. All right. See you guys in 45 minutes. Unless I punch myself up, and then I'll see you in a second. Bye.
Hello.
Hi, how'd you do?
Good. I got through some 40-ish pages.
That's pretty
I-
good.
I've only got this much left. Just a little bit.
I'm so eager to see or to hear what you think. Oh my gosh. I'm also scared. I hope you like it.
You don't need to be scared. I'm enjoying it.
Okay, good, good. Sorry, my dog is yawning in the background and whining. Guys, if you didn't know, Amy and I are talking about Usher's Passing, which she's reading right now. We're talking about it on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Central Time, and I'm really excited. It's going to be on this channel, so yay! I can't wait to, like, kind of dissect everything and talk to people in the chat.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to you about it because I don't know that I have a lot to say, but I definitely want to talk with someone about it. So
Yeah, me
I
too.
can't wait.
And then I'm pretty sure Katrina's going to be in the chat and she loved it. So I can't wait to hear like more about what she thinks too.
Yeah.
All right, let's look in the chat while we wait for Lexi to come back. Maybe she didn't hear the chat.
How did you?
What?
With
Oh,
your
I
reading?
did. I did pretty good. I did about, I think, 20 or 25 pages. Yeah. So I'm on page 101 now, and things are getting tense in this book. So again, for anyone who's joined, I'm reading The Auctioneer by Joan Sampson. It's like a vintage paperback from hell type of book. And it is reminding me of like a small town where an outsider, like type of story where an outsider comes in, causes a lot of chaos and trouble. So things are like ramping up and just feeling very tense and bleak. And so I am enjoying it.
Cool.
Oh, by the way, Lexi said she'll be back in a few minutes. Her food is taking longer to cook than she thought.
I didn't even check the private chat. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't check the chat right away, so I was like, ooh. All right, I'm going back up because it looks like Katrina was here a few minutes ago. I don't know if she's still here. About to leave work. She has been reading Pearl by Josh Mallerman, and it's crazy.
I've heard it. The concept of it sounds really interesting.
But you haven't read it?
No.
It's the one where, like, I think it's from the perspective of the pig.
Yeah, something about like the pig can get into people's minds and convince them to kill or something like that.
I really want to read that one.
Yeah, it sounds good.
So Kelly just finished Sign Here. She's struggling to find something else to keep her attention. She's going to start Gwen and Green, which is also a vintage paperback. I think there's like a lot of like nature erotic stuff in there. Like, I don't know, some kind of crazy premise where I can't remember the exact premise, but it's something about like she gets taken over by nature or something. I don't know.
Okay. No orgies?
Maybe orgies with plants, perhaps. I don't know. It seems like I'm always reading these books with orgies or talking about reading books with orgies, and I don't even read official smut, so I don't know. I don't know if that happens.
That's funny.
I'll be fine when it comes to the smut, though, because all of the horror orgies has prepared me.
Right?
Yeah, kind of. Then Rally Reviews asked how Kelly liked Sign Here. I don't know if she answered, but by the way, Kelly gave it a 3, I believe, if I remember correctly. Rally Review says just have 90 pages left of Night Crawling. That's cool. You're making great progress with that. John talks about books. I just woke up drinking a nice coffee and will be reading Darkness Tells Us by Richard Lehman. As hopefully a storm rolls in above me. That would be nice atmosphere for reading. Darkness Tells Us and then darkness coming in. That would be perfect. By the way, I haven't read that Richard Lehman book yet. That's one of the ones I have not read, but very interested to see what you think about Darkness Tells Us. I think I own it, but I'm not sure. Elena's here. Good evening. Good evening. She's saying good evening as well to Lexi. And also, don't forget Amy's here too. Hey, just joined. Are we still sprinting? Yes, at least one more sprint if that's okay with you, Amy.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Of Butterflies and Books is reading Six of Crows. Isn't that related to that's Lee Bardugo, right?
Yeah, I haven't read that one. The only Lee Bardugo I've read is The Ninth House, I think it's called.
Yeah, I love that one. Did you like it or?
Yeah, I liked it. I gave it I don't remember what I gave it, but I liked it. I'm definitely want to check out the sequel that's coming out in January.
Yeah, I pre-ordered it, and I'm actually hoping to reread Ninth House in January and then, read the new one. I am so excited because I actually love that book.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought a few things were a bit predictable, but overall it was really fun, and I like the cliffhanger that it left on. So I'm really excited to read book 2.
Me too. And I like the world building too, like
Yeah.
how this crazy, like magical, like element is going on behind like the biggest schools and like the most prestigious people in society. It kind of makes sense. I like that whole concept.
Yeah.
It was just very interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just 120 pages into the Poppy War. You are killing it, Sherry. John talks about books, always fun to have great atmosphere for reading. Yes, agree. Rally reviews, agree. Sarah says, I read about 50 pages. I have less than 100 pages left of my book. Awesome job. Reading for You When I Am Gone by Steve Letter. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Lexi is back.
Hi, sorry.
You guys did see how I punched myself up twice, right?
Yes.
I will tell you what happened. It seemed like I did it on purpose just to be funny. I swear I did not. I was trying to press stop cam and I forgot. And instead I pressed my solo layout button. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not the stop cam button. And I did it twice. It's ridiculous.
So funny.
I know. I will get the hang of it eventually. Jody folded some laundry and read 12 pages. Kiki is 71% into terms and conditions. Great progress. And at the same time, also ate dinner. So that's getting a lot done. Bob Apples, I've been online gaming the whole time. Shame on me. Hey, it's just about having fun, relaxing. You don't always have to be productive in the traditional sense. Yay! Elena also said hi, Amy. She already said hi to me and Lexi. Finished Goddess of Filth. It was great. Not at all what I was expecting. Oh, that makes me extra excited to read it.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly recommend Six of Crows. I'm halfway through it and was very surprised because I didn't like the Shadow and Bones book series. I didn't even finish the first book. Oh, well, then let me ask you, like, is it related to Shadow and Bone? Because I have read Shadow and Bone, the first book. It was okay, but I didn't love it enough to, like, continue so far.
I think they're in the same universe.
But you think it's, like, a different story, kind of?
It is a different story. There's, like, some things that are, like they mention, like, things, like the Grisha powers or whatever, but, like, it's not, like, the stories are separate. I've read Six of Crows. I haven't read Shadow and Bone.
So you could still read Six of Crows and not be, like, completely lost?
Yeah.
Yeah. I might check it out one day. I mean, I like Lee Bordugo, if that's how you say it. Or at least Ninth House. Like, Shadow and Bone was okay. It wasn't, like, terrible, but it was decent.
Yeah.
Are those YA?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, Ninth House, I would consider, it felt adult, don't you think?
It is.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, I just thought it had a different, more darker tone than Shadow and Bone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, I thought Shadow and Bone was kind of like Harry Potter-esque, but like a less defined world. Like, it was like she was trying to, like, craft this special world with, like, magic abilities and, strife going on in this special world. But I just didn't think it was, like, fleshed out as much, at least in that first book, as, like, Harry Potter kind of is. Another book, have you guys read, what's it called? I hated it. It's compared to Harry Potter all the time. And apparently it's not YA, but God, what is it called?
I probably have not, if it's any sort of magic thing. But
yeah, I think it has magic in it. I mean, it does have magic in it, but I don't know.
I don't feel like I've read very much fantasy that's like Harry Potter-esque. So
yeah, me neither.
Either.
Well, I really like Harry Potter, so that's why I picked up this book, and I kind of like. I've never really dove into dark academia, but I'm guessing that's what Ninth House technically is considered.
Yeah, people classify it as that.
Yeah, I really liked it, but I just liked it because of the like occult like parts, and like I didn't really care that it was at school or not. I just liked that there was like occult stuff in there.
Yeah.
And I think this other book that I'm talking about that I can't remember the name, it's supposed to be like where there's occult stuff, but I just didn't like it. It was horrible. I'm trying to find it. A Deadly Education, was that what it's called?
Oh no,
Oh, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, I've heard
Yeah.
of it.
I haven't read it.
I didn't like it. It was very hard to understand.
I've actually heard a lot of people didn't like that one.
It's got really, really high reviews.
You have bots, Kelsey.
Huh?
You have bots.
I know. I just blocked it.
Got it. I didn't know if you could see.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like if you're not at the bottom, you can't see it.
No, I definitely saw it. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, I hate when they pop on.
I feel like if you got bots, you've made it though. Like,
well, I had bots one time. It was like all up in my chat, and I kept blocking them. I'm like, oh my god, there's so many bots. But luckily, there was only one just now. Hopefully, it just stays to one. Like, do not come for us, bots, please. And I don't mean that like in a gross way. Like, don't get onto the stream. You know what I mean? Please. Now they're gonna appear more.
We're getting back to your slime video.
Oh god, yeah. Wait, were you in the chat when we were talking about this, Amy?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hold on, I'm letting my dog in. Sorry.
No problem. Ooh, has anyone read Suburban Hell? Trying to get ideas for Christmas Evil. Definitely a possession book. Is that haunting? You could consider that like the black magic prompt. We've got a prompt that's like Black Christmas, read something black magic, occult. I'm saying that could count like also supernatural stuff. So to me, possession is supernatural, occult type of thing. So I would say, yeah, you can count Suburban Hell for Black Christmas prompt. But if you want to make it your haunting prompt as well, you can do that too, because technically a possession is kind of like a haunting, kind of like a physical haunting.
Yeah, it's a physical haunting.
Yeah. See,
I have not read the book though.
I've heard decent things about it, that it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's summery, though, somebody said. I think it was Gabby Reeds who said it was summery. Like summer, seasonally. It felt like a summer read. Oh, yeah, we talked about this the other day on Sprints on Lexi's channel. Like Shadow and Bone TV show, that I think I might not like the book.
Yeah.
It just feels very YA, in my opinion.
Yeah, so did Six of Crows.
Oh, really? I don't mind that all the time.
My main issue with YA is that I don't care about like high school drama.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to read that, but like, if that's not the main focus, then I'm more willing to pick it up.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't really care for YA as much, just because there tends to be like, I don't know, they seem to have a lot of romance, and while I enjoy romance, YA romance just reads different to me, and I don't like it. So like middle grade, great. There's usually not romance in that because they're too young. It's just like, it's friendships and stuff, which I can get behind. But like young, like teenagers romance type thing, I don't want it.
And sometimes like the teenagers in YA, they're so bitchy.
Yeah.
Like, they're unpleasant to read.
Yeah,
like, kind of.
They're terrible.
Yeah, exactly. Of Butterflies and Books says, however, love the Netflix show. I honestly think watching that first is helping me like this more. Plus, fans say that you don't have to read the original book series. It's a spin-off. Okay, so it is in the universe, but a spin-off officially. Okay.
Yeah, I know the show combines the two, like, so it has stuff from Six of Crows in it.
Yeah, I know some of the Six. I don't know the Six of Crows, but I know the Shadow and Bone stuff. So I at least know that part if I watch the show ever. Right, we read that one. Still rooting for the villain in Shadow and Bone. The actor being Ben Barnes helps too. Understand. I finished Blood Brother by Anne Bird, Scott Peterson's half sister. Does anybody else love true crime? I honestly haven't read much true crime, to be honest with you.
No, true crime freaks me out. Like, as far as like the TV shows and stuff like that, I don't know why. Like horror, I'm like, yay, fake fiction stuff. But like reading about or hearing about like all of the terrible people and stuff like that in the world, it freaks me out. So I don't know. I don't read.
Yeah, I kind of struggle with the idea of like getting enjoyment from real people's like
Right?
like real problems, like
Right.
not even just problems, like,
Yeah.
you know. So I think there's a respectful way for authors to do true crime, and then there's not.
Yeah.
I mean, people can still like it, but I just feel weird about reading it a lot of the time.
Yeah. I know a lot of people who love it, but
Yeah, I've just never really gotten into it. I don't really feel like a big desire to get into it, but I'm not like anti it, but I do hope that a lot of authors treat it respectfully when they do write about it. Like that is
Yeah.
something that I hope they do, but I know that a lot of authors don't.
Yeah, I think more so now it's something that is taken into consideration, but I don't think that's always been the case.
yeah.
There's so many true crime podcasts, it's insane. There's so many.
I believe it.
Yeah, they do really well with advertising. Not that I'm just saying from working in podcast advertising, that's like the one thing I know about true crime. So Deadly Education is by Naomi Novik, and that was what I was talking about. Sherry says she liked the first one, tried reading the second book at least 3 times before giving up. I am glad that I didn't continue because I read it with my like private book club. I do have a booktube book club as well that's public, but my private one is just like, very small. And they all didn't like it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, none of us liked it. To me, Shadow and Bone spent so much time trying to develop the world building / power system that there was no character development, which I feel like is the complete opposite of Six of Crows. That is kind of how I felt. They were trying to like build the world, but like what didn't feel fully formed, even though they spent time trying to like make sense of like what was going on in the world.
Yeah, I think Six of Crows is objectively good. It's just for me was like fine.
Yeah. Well, that's just because you're not like huge into like YA stuff like that.
Or fantasy.
Or fantasy. So it's like two of the things at once. And if it's not like really, really great, I understand like not like loving it.
Mm-hmm.
Possession is good enough for that prompt, in my opinion. So yes, you can read a possession type of thing for the Black Christmas prompt. Kelly is confirming. It's her brainchild. So I feel like if she says it's cool, then it's cool. Melinda Ward, I do on rare occasion, but is real scary horror to me. So this is about true crime. I don't handle that as well, so I do not read it often. I'll Be Gone in the Dark was a good one, though. Scary. I've not heard of that one either.
No.
That one is really popular. There was an HBO show about it, and I think this one is done in like a very respectful way. I would recommend that one.
Is that the one with the guy's wife who like investigated stuff? Or is that something different? Like Patton Oswalt, or is it with him? I can't remember if it was him.
No, this was, I don't even remember. It was something about like someone in California.
Not to jump ahead in the comments, but Of Butterflies and Books says she's still looking for a book for the set in winter. Like, what genre are you looking for set in winter? Because there are a ton of great winter books. Oh my gosh, there's so many.
This was the Golden State Killer.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know anything about the actual, like, part of the crime or anything, but I've heard of the killer, obviously.
Yeah.
My dog is popping in. No. He's getting a little restless. So yeah, let me know of Butterflies and Books what genre you're trying to get to for winter books, because I can give you some suggestions if it's horror. If it's not horror, maybe Amy and Lexi could give some suggestions.
Maybe.
Six of Crows honestly doesn't read as much of YA as I thought it would. That's good. Sherry says too much angst and whining in YA. I have 2 teenagers in real life. I don't need any in my imaginary life. I understand that too.
My imaginary life.
Reading in a way is kind of like our imaginary life, since we're experiencing all these like fictional stories, kind of.
Yeah.
Kelly says she enjoys true crime. Rally Review says, also with true crime, I want to know who gets the profits because I do not want to make killers celebrities or the family more hurt. That's a good point, too. Very good point. I'm reading Stolen Tongues for the winter prompt, I think. Are you trying to read only horror for the readathon? Because again, guys, I want to stress that you don't have to read horror. If you want to bend the prompts and be very loose, you can. Like, for instance, I think the hardest one to bend is the slasher prompt. But Kelly and I already, like, were saying earlier, if you guys weren't here, we were saying that you guys could read, like, a book with blood red on the cover. So basically, just a book with red on the cover. And consider that fitting for your slasher prompt. And I'm going to reiterate that in my video I film later tonight. That'll be released tomorrow with like recommendations and stuff. But Stolen Tongues, I did like the eeriness of it. Like there's some aspects that like I know a lot of people don't like, but like yeah, like the indigenous stuff. But in terms of like the creep factor, I do feel like it's super effective, especially like the very beginning with the parrot.
I
Yeah.
feel like the first half, like I don't get scared a lot from books, but that book definitely had me like creeped out. I had my nightlight on when I was sleeping and all that. I did only end up giving it like 3 stars, I think, because the second half got a little bit repetitive for me and I had issues, you know, like you said, with the indigenous stuff. But,
Yeah.
you know, the first half was great, you know.
I do agree with the repetitiveness, especially because it did feel like after a while it was kind of repeating the same thing. I was like, what?
Yeah.
But some of the creepy scenes are so well done in terms of like horror imagery. Like the imagery, like I remember this one specific scene, I won't spoil, but like I wish I could tell you what the scene was because it creeped me out.
Yeah, it was very effective with that kind of situation.
Yes, so I do think if you want to get spooked, it's worth checking out, but just know it could have some, you know, things that people don't completely enjoy in it, and rightfully so. Not a perfect read, but I still think, you know, check it out if you're intrigued, and if you don't like it, DNF.
Yeah.
I would also like to read more horror since I'm trying to get into the genre more, but not saying no to other genres. Well, there's a lot of thrillers too, which is obviously horror adjacent, that are set in winter. No Eggs that a lot of people like.
That one.
Yeah. Near the Bone people like. I would say that's kind of more like a thriller with some horror elements. I guess it's a little bit of both. So many. I mean, I've got a pile over there somewhere. Even like a Christmas collection. Like I know the prompt technically is set in winter. A lot of like short story collections that are Christmas specific collections, those are a good way to absorb like a lot of different horror, you know, stories at once from different authors. And they're going to be set in winter most likely because they're mostly Christmas stories. So that's another thing you can consider, is like a short story collection of Christmas or winter stories. Like I know Keelan Patrick, is that who has one? Keelan Patrick Burke? Kelly just gave me one. Kelly, what's the one you just gave me?
Oh, I think he does that Dead Winter.
Yes. Yes, and that's a collection of his short stories, but that's just his stories. But there's also collections like with, you know, multiple authors.
I haven't read this one, but The Visitor by Sergio Gomez is like an alien Christmas one. Yeah. Like horror alien Christmas.
Yeah, and that one would work for set in winter, but also we have a prompt about reading either a translated work or a work by a non-US author, and Sergio Gomez was born in Mexico, so that would count for that prompt as well. So you could double dip, or you could use it for one or the other. And yes, you can double dip the prompts. Yes, you can triple dip, whatever amount of dipping you want to do. Dip, baby, dip, whatever. I don't even know the real move. What is the move to that part of the
I have no idea.
I don't feel like
only 98 pages.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try and read that one for the readathon because I meant to read it last year and didn't. So it's short enough. I should be able to squeeze it in somewhere.
I'm torn between that one and one other, which I will reveal in my video, I guess. I don't know.
Also, The Winter People by Jennifer McMahon is one. I personally liked One by One by Ruth Ware, but that is definitely more of a mystery than a thriller. And people went in expecting like a hardcore thriller and were bored, but like I really liked that one. Obviously No Exit. I can't think of any more.
I've got some good ones that would be kind of vintagey, and usually you wouldn't be able to find it, but Kelly just told me earlier, and I said this kind of on the stream. She told me about a website where you can find out-of-print books, which I didn't know about, and it blew my mind when Kelly told me about this, and then I spent half of the sprint looking up stuff on this site. And one of the books I'm going to suggest, and I'll say this in my video again, and we're going to link it in the Discord. There's a site you can go to, and some of the books I'll be recommending that are older, that might be hard to find, I will indicate you guys to go to the Discord, and there'll be the link where you could find a copy of that book to borrow to read. If you want more options for like specifically winter books, especially like old school winter books.
Here's another one called The Resting Place by Camilla Sten. This takes place, it's more of like a mystery, but it's isolated setting in a snowstorm sort of situation. So
that could be a good one. I'm just looking at my stack over there because I've got stacks of books for my video I'm going to film. So it's just like half of my room is stacks.
Yeah, I'm trying to scroll through my Goodreads, but
there's also some middle grade horror or middle grade reads in general that are set in winter that could be fun. Like I know there's a Goosebumps that's winter related, and it's hilarious. Like so it's actually ridiculous, but it's also fun and cute. But there's one line that I laughed out loud. It's Beware the Snowman. It kind of reminds me of Star Wars, and if you read it, you'll know why. You'll see if you read it. But yes, that's like set in winter, of course. And it's a middle grade read, and that would do 2 prompts at once as well, because we do have a prompt for a middle grade read. But also for the middle grade read, guys, you could read YA too if you want. You don't have to do middle grade if you really don't want. And I was actually right about the Golden State Killer. That was Patton Oswalt's wife that wrote about the killer, and she passed away before it was published.
I didn't know that. I knew she passed away before it was published.
Yeah, I heard about that whole situation, and I knew that there was an HBO show about that, and that's why I thought it was his wife, and I guess it is. Let's see. Oh, well, yeah, we were talking about this earlier. It's a zombie book, but Voices in the Snow, it literally has snow on the cover. I'm guessing it's set in winter since there is a lot of snow on the cover. Very cool cover, by the way. I like that cover.
Yeah.
Butterflies in Books says horror or romance. So any wintry romance books comes to mind?
I mean, there's like In a Holidays and
Window Shopping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And The Holiday Swap. Those are the only 3 I know of.
And then there's that one that Michelle was talking about, the Very Little Meet Cute or something like that.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Those are all holiday ones, though. So those are all like Christmas themed.
Well, that would still count for set in winter for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know of any other than that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I haven't read too many. I've read like Krampus smut, and like if you're wanting something that's like 50 pages, just all porn, then I can give you some recommendation.
Slime and Smut. We can't make your channel name anything like, smutty. It doesn't work as well.
It's just my name.
I know, it doesn't work as well. It's not fair.
I could add smut to the end, but I don't want to like put myself in a box.
Or specifically Krampus smut. I mean, how much of it is there? I don't know.
There's quite a bit. And Santa smut. Very, very popular.
I would think that there is more Santa smut than Krampus smut, but Krampus is gaining popularity. I wonder if for my recommended romance, if I'm going to read, like, I should specifically read Krampus smut. I don't know. That would be so ridiculous. Not even in Christmas time. That would be
If
hilarious.
you want to read one, I'll give you a recommendation.
I know who to go to for smut recs. I know Crystal knows some good titles as well. She literally read one about Tetris.
Oh.
I was not expecting that.
Dinosaurs.
Minotaurs?
No, dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Oh, I've read Dinosaur Smut too. It's very
What?
I'll pull it up for you on Goodreads. I someone had posted about it in their stories on Instagram. And I was like, oh, I have to check this out. It was only like 20 pages or something on KU, but it was disturbing. It was
Yeah, like the one she read were 20 pages too. I wonder if it's the same one. Is it like a Triceratops on the cover?
There's an author that has a series of all of these different dinosaur smut ones, but it's like Taken by the T-Rex.
Yes, it was that. Yes.
About any dinosaur basically. But there was one that was like a pterodactyl. That one, I read that one and the T-Rex one, and they were both do not recommend, but they have very low ratings.
I think it's the same author who wrote a Tetris one. I almost am positive.
Surprised.
If you find it, you should click on the author and see if it's the Tetris lady.
I'm looking it up right now.
Or man, I don't know.
Okay. So.
Oh, yeah. Stolen Tongues, maybe too much. I've heard it's pretty scary. I liked Rock, Paper, Scissors by Alice Feeney. And then she adds, but don't tell Lexi I recommended that because I think she hated it. Yes, that's it. Look how crazy.
Oh my gosh.
That's the T-Rex one. I'll look and see if it's the same. It has a outstanding 2.25 average rating.
Oh my gosh.
We're talking about not quality smut at all.
No, it's very disturbing. I'm gonna look and see if this is the one with the Tetris smut. That's strange.
Also, I did not like Rock, Paper, Scissors, but a lot of people do, so I'm not mad about it.
I don't mean to keep mentioning Gabby Reads, but I have watched like every vlog of her since I really love her channel. And it's so weird that I love her channel considering I don't even read romance or like thrillers, but that's what she mainly reads. Anyway, I just think she has a cool personality.
Yeah.
I think she loved that book.
She did. Yeah. It was in her favorites of last year, like her top 10 or top 15 or something.
For like the last year, like before I found like you guys' channel, she was the only reason I knew about like current thrillers. So I was like, okay, well, at least I know what people are reading. Like people who aren't like stuck in the 80s reading like vintage horror about killer bats and people whooping their last whoops. Like, you know, normal people. Ridiculous. I think I might have accidentally missed some things, but if I did not do it on purpose, guys. I'm so sorry. Melinda Ward, I love horror, thrillers, and suspense, but the true monsters are usually people you know, hence true crime. I think it's important for people to remember that. It is kind of scary what people are actually capable of.
Right.
And that's why it's kind of hard to read, I think, at least for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to think about people that I actually know.
Yeah. And so much of it is like relationships and stuff. It's like, I don't want to read about husbands killing wives and wives killing husbands and whole, like either the husband or the wife, like killing the whole family and like all of this like crazy. Like, I don't want to know.
Honestly, it's hard enough to have faith in romance without, like, you know.
Like, I don't want to be in fear for my life.
Yeah. Butterflies and Books says, also, if it's a book for the winter prompt that's available on KU, that's a plus. I don't remember if The Visitor is on KU.
It is.
It is? Okay, that's what I thought. Because I have it saved. Like, I don't own it because I think it was on KU, and I put, like, it in a separate folder on my Amazon, like, want to read on Kindle list or whatever that I made. Let's see. Oh, someone recommended The Shuddering by Anaya Alborn or Anya. Nobody knows. How do you say it, Lexi?
I usually say Anya because I feel like that's what people say more, but I don't know.
Didn't you listen to an audiobook, Amy? How did they say it?
I did listen. I've only listened to the one audiobook, but in that one, the narrator did say Anya.
Anya, yeah. I don't know why I say Anaya. Like, I don't know.
So many people do.
Yeah.
Oh, Sherry said she forgot about No Exit. It's really fantastic. I have not read it. I want to read it so bad.
Oh my gosh. It's like one of those really stressful ones.
Yeah. Well, I like books like that. That'll be fun.
Yeah. I was like, just like couldn't breathe the whole time.
And Amy, earlier you were asking about like Richard Lehman, like Endless Night. I recommend it because it made me feel like stressed out. Like, the
Okay.
whole time I was like, get away from this, like, scumbag guy. Like, the villain, you will hate him. He is so despicable and gross and horrible and disgusting. But, like, that's what makes it so tense because you want the main character, you know, to not get captured by this guy.
Right.
And I do know some other people, I mean, they're just as twisted as me in a good way, but they gave it 5 stars too. But I know another person who literally was just like, I'm done with Layman after that.
Well, I already added it to my Goodreads, and it has an average of almost 4 stars. So
Really? I didn't realize
yeah.
it was so high.
Yeah.
Again, he's not for everyone, so if you need a DNF, like, seriously, obviously you should get DNF if you want to. I don't know why I can't even still explain. Every review I write about one of his books is like, I have no idea why I like him, but I do. Or at least, like, his writing is very tense, and, like, very few books make me feel like that.
Yeah.
Old Country is a good one. Is winter during part of the book. I don't think I've heard of that one.
Oh, I've heard some people like that. Yeah. I don't remember who it's by. Some dude.
By the way, Kelly has a good recommendation. She gave this one 5 stars, and she doesn't often give out 5 stars. This Is Where We Talk Things Out fits the winter prompt. And I think it's a novella, right, Kelly? She literally just read this in one of her videos.
Oh, I'm thinking of Ending Things by Ian Reid.
Oh, yes, that's a great
I
one.
completely forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about it, too.
Mm-hmm.
That is a great one. And I was going to make my recommendation video, and I wasn't even going to mention that one. But I've got to mention that one.
Yeah, that one's so good.
That's one of my favorite reads of this year.
Oh.
I don't know if it's going to wind up in the top 10, but, like, it's one of my 5-star reads.
Yeah.
The Sanatorium by Sarah Pierce is another thriller set in winter. Unpopular opinion, but I liked it. I own it, but I never read it, and I got scared because everyone was bashing it.
I didn't like it.
You didn't
I
like
got it
it?
from the library, and then like everyone was just hating it, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna return this. And
Well, like, my thing was they did not take advantage of the, like, setting at all. Like, I don't know.
I understand what you mean. Like, if you've got a book set in, like, that kind of place, wouldn't you, like, have, like, things go, like, just ape shit? Like, you know, horror to the max, essentially. It just seems like you could do a lot in that setting. So if she doesn't really utilize it well, that kind of sucks.
Yeah. But I'm really glad you liked it, Sherry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always happy when people like things, especially when they like things and most people hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Allie Hazelwood has a short novella, Something with Zero in the title, for winter.
Yeah, Below Zero.
Oh, Below Zero. That's cool. I haven't heard of that one either.
It's just, it's, I haven't read that one, but the other 2 of her novellas, I give one 2 stars and DNF the other one.
Uh-oh. So you might not jive with her writing.
Oh, I love The Love Hypothesis.
It was just those other 2?
Yeah, it's like, so she uses literally the same tropes and characters in every single one of her stories. And I just, like, do not need to hear about this Viking-sized man with this tiny lady every time.
Why does she like that so much?
I don't know. That's her thing. Every single one. She has 3 novellas and 2 books. They're all the same.
That's a very specific thing to have in all of your books.
Yeah.
I wonder if she's a petite woman and she likes these big Viking guys.
I guess. Well, they are. Oh, they The Love Hypothesis is Star Wars fanfic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know this. I might actually like that.
Yeah, I know. Like, I think you'll like that one. But it's Raylo.
Yes, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it wrong now too because you just said it wrong, and I'm gonna be like, I don't remember her real name.
I don't know what it is.
I know who you're talking about, but that's so cool. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's got to be on my list then. My epic romance reading vlog.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite romance book.
I will give it a try. It'll be on my official list. Kelly says she read A Santa Smut last year. Which one did you read, Kelly? Compare notes with Amy.
Yeah. Which one did you read?
Which one did you read, Amy?
I read Dipped in Holly by Dana Isley, and I don't know, I'd have to look up all the ones that I read. I read a couple of them. I read a couple of them. They're, so short. They're like 60, 80 pages. They're good to get through.
Rally Review says, for Christmas romance, I love Skipping Christmas by John Grisham. The movie to it, like the comparison, Christmas with the Cranks.
John Grisham wrote a romance?
Yeah, I know. Isn't he like a
He usually writes a lot of thrillers.
Yeah, thrillers. Like he's like the uber popular. Like he doesn't even write his own books anymore, I don't think.
Probably not.
Melissa's asking, has any of us read Snow by Ronald Malfi? I've been wanting to. I've heard good things. She's thinking about reading that for the winter prompt. It would definitely fit. I think it's like Killer Snow or something.
I was going to add it to my list to read, but there's no audiobook for it.
Oh, really? That sucks.
I'm not reading you.
It's hard when you're trying to do a readathon. You do want a lot of audiobooks.
Yeah.
When you're trying to read that much at once.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just glad it's a month-long readathon so that like everyone could spread it out. And I know people might not want to be reading Christmassy stuff after Christmas, but again, the perfect thing is you don't have to read like exclusively Christmas. Again, it doesn't even have to be winter if you guys don't want. Except for that one prompt that says set in winter, but whatever. I thought Christmas Shopaholic was a fun Christmas rom-com.
I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
I don't know. I would give. I'm giving romance a chance, and I'm scared, but it's gonna
Is that
happen.
part of the like whole Shopaholic series, or is that different?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, I didn't know it was a series.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of monster smut, like tentacles. I didn't know that.
I love monster smut. It's so fun.
Sherry says, does the Tetris one involve trying to fit blocks into things? I think it does.
I did scroll through the author's list of things, and there was nothing that stood out as Tetris based. So it might be a different author.
It is. I swear, I gotta go back and look up Crystal's video because she definitely showed it and she read it. And I was like, what the hell? She didn't give it high ratings either, I don't think.
Yeah.
Oh, yes! Kelly's referring to another one. There was one with the office paper clip.
Oh my gosh.
That was smut.
Oh.
The one that would assist you. Yeah, she read it for, all of this was read for Garb August, which was Criminali's event where you read like trashy books.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things was to like read kind of like smutty type of books. And there was a whole bunch of prompts, but that was one of them in Crystal. So Crystal read like multiple smut books that were just absurd to the max. For that one.
There's a bunch out there.
Yeah. Well, they were all short too. Like you were saying, like 20 pages. She said they were like that short as well.
Yeah, there's tons and tons on KU.
I love it.
Yeah.
Kiki says,
but
go ahead. Yeah, I would give it a try just for fun because I think it would be funny to see my reaction. I don't know. Everyone's going to hold me to this next year when I try to back out of it.
Uh-huh.
Oh God, I'm scared. Kiki says, I guess you never know. I had a hard stance that I would never read Dragon's Bride, and yet here I am about to read it next. Oh my God, Kaylee's here. Hello, Kaylee. Oh, I love Kaylee. Guys, check out Kaylee's channel.
Kaylee, join us.
Kelsey, never record your video. Just join us. You can join us though if you want, Kaylee. I'm gonna at least sprint one more time, if not 2 more times, even though I already said I was gonna sprint like 2 more times the last time. But I'll keep sprinting, whatever. Who cares?
I'm just gonna keep inviting people.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll have like a ton of people by the end of the night. It'll be like a big party. But yeah, if you want to, you can join. But no pressure. It's Lexi who's inviting you, so like I don't want you to feel pressure. Like the pressure's coming from Lexi, not me. All very laid back. I'm cool with whatever. That novella where they're stuck in the elevator. He was a tall Viking type dude.
Yeah.
She just likes Vikings, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Raylo. Wait, right?
Isn't that what I said?
Ray times Kylo Ren. Okay. So there's Kylo Ren and there's Ray. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
So Raylo is like the two characters are like in love.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I would like that because I kind of liked their little like weird romance going on in
Yeah, that's that. Like the characters in all of her books are pretty much those two.
Really? Well, then I would kind of like that. Bad is Rad's Library. I like that name a lot. Hi everyone. Hi. Isn't Hollow Places by T. Kingfisher set in winter?
I don't remember that, but maybe.
No, I just read that. I don't know. They don't spend much time like at the museum place, so maybe that's wintertime, but it doesn't really feel like winter. There's
Yeah.
like, I mean, I guess it's like foggy and stuff, but it's not.
Yeah, the portal stuff is not winter, and that's like the main thing.
So if it is winter, it's like a small part then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember any winter stuff.
How is the Christmas stuff going, or reading the Christmas stuff? We're not started that yet, but I am talking about it a lot. I'm sorry. Well,
I'm
people are asking
excited for it. I'm so excited for it.
I am too. Like, I want to make a ugly Christmas sweater. Like, I want to hang some Halloween ornaments, but also put some Christmassy stuff at the same time. So it's like a mishmash of holidays. Yes. I'm very excited about it. I'm going to go get stuff from Michael's, like those ugly pom-poms and just all kinds of fun stuff.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. And that's what I'm going to wear to the party, I think. But I also kind of want to wear, even though it's not even like considered a sleepover, I do want to wear my onesie again. I loved that onesie. And it's a Nightmare Before Christmas onesie, which means it's appropriate for Christmas as well as Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. We'll see.
Maybe have a costume change midway.
Yes, why not? Especially when another host, like, I want to have some guests come on. You guys could be invited if you want. By the way, we still don't know the date. We're still trying to figure it out. So it's not in the first 2 weeks. So I don't think it will interfere with your stuff, Lexi. Because yours is the first 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we're safe. John Grisham does law and thriller. He's my favorite author. I have 10 of his books and many more that I own on my Kindle. Yeah. Hasn't he like written like, man, I can't even guess how many he's written.
A billion, yeah.
Yeah. When you go into like the bookstore, you see tons of his books.
Yeah. He was always on bestsellers and stuff too.
Yeah.
I was going to do a video where I read like the top 10 bestsellers from the year I was born, and like it was a bunch of like that kind of stuff. And I was like,
Old white dude book. Old white dude books.
Yeah. So I decided not to.
I would have struggled, I think. So I probably wouldn't have done it either. Just bought the book Krampus. I love horror-themed Christmas. Me too. Both movies and books. So I'm excited. I like Christmas in general. Like Amy was so excited for Christmas in one of her vlogs where it was like her Halloween vlog. But I can relate because I also love Halloween and Christmas like a lot. So Christmas was always a big thing in my house growing up. Like I just remember like, I don't know, but like the feel of things stick with me. So like the feel of our house at Christmas time, like the coolness of the floor and the brightness of the fireplace. Like I just remember like weird sensory things like that. And like it makes me feel good around that time of year. It reminds me of that.
Yeah, same. I always like just like the ambiance of it. Like everything's like the whole neighborhood like gets lit up. And I mean, I work in retail, so customers and stuff for you get the worst, but like outside of shopping craziness and retail stuff, it's just everything looks so pretty. We always have the fireplace going, so it's like warm but it's cold at the same time. I just love this time of year.
Yeah, I like this time of year more and more and more because I used to think I was a summer person, but now I actually think I'm like more, and we don't even have hardcore winters. So I think I'm a more winter person, especially because our winters aren't that like, bad.
Yeah, same. I'm in California and in a part of California where it doesn't snow. So it does get really cold still, but not that bad. It's still
what is really cold for you? I'm curious.
I think the coldest it gets in the winter is like nighttime, and it's still like 30s. So
it's supposed to be like nighttime in the 30s this week for me.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
That would be like winter for us. Like 30 in the night times is about as like hardcore as it gets here.
No.
Yeah, for like daytime winters, at least in the part of California that I'm in, and I'm Central California, daytime weather is usually 50s. Sometimes it'll go down to the 40s, but usually it's 50s.
Oh my gosh. I'm jealous.
And I'm freezing.
I get cold really easy too, so it's funny that I'm even saying that I like winter, but I don't know. It's the feel, like you said, Amy. It's like the lights outside and like
Yeah.
I don't know. The
I
hot
enjoy that
chocolate.
part.
You can have hot chocolate, I don't know.
Yeah.
But once Christmas is over, no, I don't want it. January through March can be cut out.
My friend Nathan, who wrote this book, I always have to plug if I mention him, I have to plug the book. But his book is called Pumpkin Cinema: The Best Movies for Halloween. It's a beautiful like coffee table book. Even if you're like a horror movie expert, it doesn't matter. Like this is a great book. So anyway, we have talked about this recently. He says January is the worst month of the year, and it made me sad because January is my birthday month. But I kind of agree with him because it is the most depressing month of the year because all the holidays are gone. And there's not going to be anything for a little while besides like, Valentine's Day and St. Patty's Day. But still, like all the big holidays are done. Mm-hmm. And it's like a string of a long period of time where you have to wait for it again. And he's so right. And this year I'm so sad. I'm going to be alone on New Year's Eve, on New Year's Day. I'm going to be alone on like my birthday weekend because my birthday is on a Friday. But then the weekend part of it, I'm going to be alone. And I'm like, no, I'm so sad.
Do you like big birthday sprints?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be fun. Yeah, so I don't have to be alone. That would be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. I should do it because I'm already bummed about it, thinking about how my boyfriend has to like go out of town.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bummer.
It is.
When's your birthday?
January 13th. So it's on a Friday the 13th this year.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm very excited. So he'll be there for my birthday, just not like, and I'm not trying to have a whole birthday weekend, but like it would have been fun to like just hang out and I don't know, do something like watch some stuff together or something over the weekend. But now I'm like, no.
Yeah. Amy, when's your birthday? I have to add it to my list.
February 28th.
Ooh, I should add it to my list. Lexi, when's yours?
May 20.
Oh, we're all within like a month of each other.
Wait, you said February 28th?
Yeah.
Wait, isn't that leap day or whatever?
No, that's the 29th.
Oh, sorry. I don't know dates. I don't know months. When we were on sprints, don't you remember me saying that like April came after May? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely did do that.
I know.
When was yours, Lexi?
May 20.
May 20?
Yeah. I always say that because sometimes I'll say 20th and people think I say 28th. So I would say 20 now.
Yeah, I just like the date of my birthday because I was born on the Friday the 13th. So I'm like, Friday the 13th, yeah, 13. I don't know.
I knew that, but I did not put it together. Whenever you said your birthday was in January, I was like, oh, what's the date? Even though I technically did know that part.
Well, it's hard to remember what days like what dates fall on what days.
Yeah.
24-hour Friday the 13th birthday readathon. Oh my gosh.
There you go.
That would be hardcore.
Yeah, you should do it.
Rally, thank you so much. Or Rally Reviews. Your name is not Rally, I don't think. But what is your name, by the way? Do you have a channel? Like an official BookTube channel? I'll check it out if so. I always like to check out people's channels. So I'm sorry if I don't realize that your channel name is really like a real BookTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
How do you join in on Garb August? Well, he has it. I think he's going to repeat it this next August. So you got to wait till August. But it's basically just follow. His name is Criminali, Criminolly. I think I'm spelling it right by just saying it out loud. It's hard to spell it like
that sounds about right
verbally. But he will probably talk about it, as we approach August. So I would say follow his channel, and that's the best way to ensure that you're joined in. And his channel has blown up recently. So he's definitely got some great content. And he releases videos like every day, which I
don't know how.
I don't know how either. And like it's sophisticated stuff too, where he's like, I've read this and this, and he compares them, or he talks about just in-depth stuff that I'm like, whoa, how does he do this every day? It's crazy. It's very impressive.
Could not be me.
Love me some Raylo. At first I didn't know what Raylo meant, but like I get it now with the two names, and now I'm kind of wanting to read it. So now I'm kind of excited more than scared. By the way, go ahead.
All I said was, there you go.
Kaylee said she can't join because she's going to do a bubble bath. She loves winter settings. They're her favorite. So she is also getting squeaky clean like you did earlier, Lexi.
Yeah, but then I joined sprints.
Aw, she's really pressuring. She's putting the pressure on people.
No, it's fine.
I know. happy you could stop by. Danielle's book says, hi, we're glad you could stop by as well. Crystal can't believe we're still here. She had to get her kid to bed. Yeah, we're still plugging along. This is the longest live stream I've ever done.
I would say it's almost 8 hours.
I know. This is so much fun, though. Thank you guys for doing this with me.
Of course.
I know this was like impromptu as hell, but I'm glad.
I mean, I kind of forced myself into this situation.
That's fine. I don't care. It made it better. So you added to the stream, didn't take away. Kelly says, I'll send you guys some snow because she lives in NY. So I'm sure she has her fair share of snow.
Yeah, I'm going to get snow too.
Sherry says it's 34 here now and supposed to snow overnight.
Oh, wow.
I want to make a snowman. Every snowman I've ever tried to make on vacation, which has really only been twice that I've seen snow on vacation, and it was last year. Actually, one was this year because it was in January, and then once was last year at the end of the year. It was like an inch big snowman. I couldn't build. I want to build like a real hardcore snowman. That's my goal. Next time I see snow somewhere, I don't know where.
That would be cool.
That'd be fun. Sarah says in Canada they got snow today. That's cool. It actually snowed where Sherry is a month ago. Then it was like 65 for Halloween.
Wow.
Yeah, it's 60 here right now.
Kiki says I could send you some Raylo, Kelsey. Got a whole folder of some. Oh, gosh. We should wait for when I do my vlog, which is next year. But yes, send it away and I will save it. Also, Kelly says, send me some too, please. I've never read Raylo and I need some Rex. Yes, please send us the Rex because I will kind of be interested in this actually.
I picked the best recommendation, just saying. I mean, it's my only, I have very limited and it's like super popular. So like, it's not like I'm actually doing anything, but
I'm still taking yours. So I'm open for recommendation business. Come on, rec something to me.
That's really all I got.
I meant like anybody, but yes,
I
I'm
know,
like recommendation.
I don't have any others.
Kaylee, like tell us some of your favorite winter set books, if you don't mind, since you said you like winter settings.
I know Kaylee likes rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, she does?
Mm-hmm.
So everyone likes it but you?
Pretty much, yeah.
No, I know some other people who have said they didn't like it.
No. I know Sav didn't like it.
Yes, that's who it was. I knew I heard someone else say that they didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
John talks about books. Currently, I'm writing the outline of a horror detective novel investigating a group of killings done by a creature. That sounds like fun. That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're caught up. You want to sprint again?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Are y'all cool with 45? Or are you sure you don't have to go? Y'all are still cool for real?
Yeah.
I literally don't have anything to do except for eat my pasta and read my book.
I still have this to finish.
Really? Okay, you're getting so close, Amy. I hope it's a good rating. Anyway, that's why I crossed my fingers. I'm going to do this with no explanation, and it doesn't make sense. And I had to explain. All right, let's hopefully see that I don't pop up the screen this time with me. I hope not. All right, wait. I've got to like think about this for a second. All right, so share screen, Chrome tab, blah, blah, blah. All right, so guys, we will see you once I get it up in 45 minutes. I will not show my screen big, hopefully. Goodbye. Oh, God. Hi, how did everybody do?
Good.
For a while, I kind of forgot that I was supposed to be reading, and I just like ate some garlic bread and just like sat here. And then I was like, wait a second. What am I doing? So then I read 5% of Mother Thing, and I really am considering DNFing.
Really?
How far in are you?
I'm 55% and nothing has happened.
Ooh.
And the characters are not that interesting either.
Hmm.
And I know Katrina said it gets really good at the end, but like it doesn't normally take me this long to read a book.
I
Yeah.
hate when like you have to sit through 80-90% of a book, like struggling just to get to a good 10%. Like that's not
Yeah.
worth it.
Mm-mm. But I feel bad also because like I have this as an arc from NetGalley.
Yeah.
So I mean, I know the book's already out, so it's not as big of a deal, I guess. But like, I'm really struggling.
Yeah, it's no fun to struggle like that, and I don't know, it just doesn't seem enjoyable. Even if the last 10% is incredible, like amazing, it's like, do you have to really go through all of that? Like, how good is it though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it worth it, basically?
That's how I felt about Rock, Paper, Scissors. I was bored for that entire book. The ending was good, but I didn't care by the time I got there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think I might DNF, but like it also sucks because I'm reading it for a video, and the two other books are like some of my absolute favorite books of the year. And then there's this one.
Well, it's just balancing it out.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can't have 5 or 3 great books. So
So in the video, it has everything. It has like some of your favorites of the whole year and like literally a DNF. But that's like gives range to the video, kind of.
yeah, it just sucks because I wanted to love this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate feeling like that. The one book I came super close to DNFing was by Richard Lehman. It's funny, I was telling Amy to read him, but this one book I just felt like it took forever to get to anything like you're saying, the exact same experience. And then once I got there, the ending was kind of action-packed, but I just didn't care by that point because I was so frustrated by feeling like it was dragging and dragging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I feel like I've been reading this book. I can see when I started it, but like it's feels like I've been reading it for 3 weeks.
Really? Like that's the worst feeling. Like everything indicates that you should probably DNF it.
I started it on November 3rd.
Wow, yeah.
So like that's very long for me.
Oh yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm probably gonna DNF it. I just can't do it anymore.
Well, yeah, if you're sick of it and you're supposed to finish it tonight for your video, it's like you might as well just film an update saying I DNF'd it, and then you're done.
Yeah. You still have like 45% left. Like
I know, that's a lot.
I know, you could be reading the rest of the night and then like be really kind of pissed that like nothing entertaining came of it.
I'll just have Katrina give me spoilers.
Yeah,
That way you could see what possibly happens. It's
Mhm.
like you read it, kind of.
Yeah.
Fully. I know you saw this, Lexi. I think someone suggested a Dean Koontz book.
Mhm.
Yeah, Bob Apples did. Lightning, I think. Yes. Time travel story. Oh.
Wait, Amy, did you finish your book?
No, I have 30 pages left.
So close.
So close.
Oh my gosh. I love that audiobook. Gosh.
Yeah. I'll finish it tonight. Even if we don't do another sprint, I'll still finish it tonight.
Well, I didn't technically say last sprint, so it's up to you guys. We could do one more sprint or have that be the last one. It's up to you.
It's really up to you.
Yeah,
I'm
you got
cool.
the video to do, so
Yeah, but I still have to plan a little bit, so another sprint I could finish my planning.
I'll stick around for another sprint.
Okay, yeah, then we'll do one more if that's cool with y'all.
Yeah.
And then Amy could finish.
Yeah.
But she can't really tell me like
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you what I think about it. You'll have to wait till Tuesday.
Yeah, save it for Tuesday. Kaylee answered my question. I wanted to know like what are some favorite winter setting books for her, and she said for fantasy, Sword of Kaigon. I think I'm saying that right. Maybe not. Bear and the Nightingale. I like that title. That's cool. And Spinning Silver. I will have to put those to potential read lists. since I'm trying to get into more fantasy next year. And this is funny. Lexi says she'll look into that one, but she specifies, oh yeah, Bob Apple's picks, not Kaylee. But Kaylee was a good sport and laughed. So.
Kaylee knows. It's fine.
I know. Then Sherry was just telling Kaylee about how she started the Poppy War and is liking it. And Kaylee is excited about that and hopes she continues to like it. Just finished the part about the tournament. Definitely found the type of fantasy I like. Oh, that's great news, Sherry. Good for you. That's awesome.
That is great.
When people say good for you, I feel like it sounds... I like how you say, Lexi, like, I love that for you. Because good for you sounds mean.
I like good for you.
Good for you.
The way you say it, like, doesn't sound mean, though.
Good. Yeah. I just think it's like a phrase that could be misinterpreted.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But like,
tone.
Yeah, the way you say it does not sound like you're being sarcastic. If I say good for you, it's people think I am being sarcastic.
Is that why you say I love that for you?
Yeah. I'm gonna like put it in randomly and everyone's gonna be like, just so you can hear it. But if I say it now, it's not gonna be authentic.
Right.
But
at some point, say it naturally.
Yeah. So just be on the lookout.
I will. I will keep my ears open. Finished my chapter outline, 22 chapters long. Wow. Read 10 pages of Darkness Tells Us in 5 minutes. Wow. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what you think about that one. I think like I said earlier, I think I own it. It's a Richard Lehman book, as I was saying earlier. Rally reviews, only got 50 pages left of my book. Oh, OMG tears me up, or no, I'm sorry, tears me up. Tears me up. What does that even mean? I'm such a weirdo. I can't read. I care so much for the characters. That's great. I love that you care about the characters. Books like that are awesome when you can actually get invested. I love that. Mm-hmm. Tears me up. 160 pages into the Poppy War, only about 400 pages to go.
And somebody tried to say that wasn't a long book earlier.
Really?
Yeah. Oh
my God. I guess for like, a big fantasy book, it's not that huge.
Fairly long.
Yeah. And considering it's a trilogy and they're all that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I will admit, I can't say that I'm going to read a short fantasy book because I think I watched a video of Kaylee's where she was talking about wanting to start the Wheel of Time series, and that's long. It's like 7 books and they're all like 700 pages. Yeah. And I was like, I want to start it too. Yeah. And I do. But I don't know. I'm scared.
I do understand why fantasy is so long. Like, it definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
But to me, that's too many pages.
What do you guys consider long?
For me, anything over 400 pages. Sometimes even if it's like 375, I'm like, oh my gosh.
For me, if it's like, I don't know, like 550-ish, that's long for me. I typically read under 500. It's rare when I read a book that's over 500 pages.
Yeah. I can look at my stats for like the books that I've read this year, and 33% were under 300. 65 was 300 to 499, and 1 was over 500. But those are rough numbers because it's literally one book, and it was Uzumaki, so that doesn't count.
Yeah,
that was your longest book.
Mm-hmm.
That's surprising. I also started a story graph because you were talking about it on Sprints, and I was like, the stats you were saying, I was like, I like the idea of those stats.
Yeah, you would love the story graph. Like,
I do love it. Like, I've actually updated it quicker than I did my Goodreads because I was like, this is so easy. I love checking off like dark, or instead of writing a whole review, if you just want to put something on there, I love how you could just check shit off. And I love how you could do half stars and quarter stars. Oh my God, I'm freaking out. It's awesome.
Yeah, they have a paid version too. which is just a bunch of extra stats. And I might pay for it in December just to like get extra information for my like end of the year stuff. Because it's like $5.
That's not that bad.
No, and you can like they have a like you can pay annually and it's a little cheaper, I think. But like especially for December, I think I really want it. And I also might use it for a video that I plan on doing, so like I could just do that in December as well. But yeah, I really like them, and they're always updating stuff too. They're currently in the process of making it so you can update your preferences so that they don't recommend books with like certain tropes or like trigger warnings.
Well, that's nice.
That is nice. No, I really like it. Like, do you know what specific stats the paid version includes?
You can see it. I can look. If you wanna like I can look while you're
Okay, yeah, I'll tell you guys my page numbers if you want. Although it okay, so of course it goes to no, I don't want to see the all right. I apparently have 61 books under 300 pages, 35 books 300 to 499 pages, and come on, stupid thing. Sorry, I'm clicking the wrong thing. And 6 books. Wow, I did 6 books over 500 pages. Wow, that's pretty good
yeah.
for me.
I have one too. I haven't updated for this month, but I have 49% under 300 pages, 59% 300 to 499, and only 2% is over 500 pages.
Yeah, so like my percentage for 500 plus is 6%, which I think is pretty good.
Yeah, but you've been reading like some of like the chunkier McCammons, and you've been doing the Stephen King project.
It's the Stephen King project that's putting me over. Like I know I just clicked on it, and the 6 it's Needful Things, Pet Sematary, It, and then 2 McCammon books, and one of my favorite books of the year, Toady by Mark Morris, which is like an old school book. So yeah, definitely all like older school, like horror, lots of King. Yeah. I guess it makes sense that Pet Sematary is over 500, but for some reason, I listened to the audio on that one. That one was good. I liked the audiobook a lot, so it didn't feel too long.
Yeah, audio definitely helps with the big ones.
I still feel intimidated. I don't know about you guys. I'm trying to feel less intimidated by longer books, but like it's just looking at them, and then I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, and then also like I could read 3 books, like 3 novellas within that time.
Yeah, or just like not even novellas, but like just shorter books. I mean, yeah.
Also for the Storygraph Plus, you can compare 2 time periods at once. So like you can compare 2 months to each other or 2 different years. You can also where did the thing go? You can see ratings per type of book. So like through like you could see your ratings for all of your books that are marked dark or whatever. Any genre, fiction versus nonfiction. There's also like recommendations and stuff. There's more personalized stuff on there.
Kind of like that too. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, so they have there's exclusive charts and stats that like if you like there's a free trial. So you could do that. But you can see stats for like custom tags. So you could put like 5 books together that you want to see the stats on and get stats that way. They have suggestions for what to read next based on your to read pile, buddy read book suggestions, personalized similar books. So you can look at a book and it'll tell you books that are similar to that are unique to things you might like.
Yeah, I really like that app. It might be worth it. It's not that much. I mean,
yeah, it's $5 a month or $50 for the year, which is 2 months free.
That's
but like
cool.
there's a free trial, so it's worth checking out.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot of people use it though. I notice.
Yeah.
I think more people should check it out because I just love I like the stats. So
Me
I don't know.
too.
Stats is great. I mean, Goodreads has some stats, but not like a
Yeah,
ton.
and I'm surprised that they haven't added that on now that they have. I mean, Storygraph is still small, but I'm surprised that now that there's like a competitor that they haven't added that in.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's like they should up their game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just used to Goodreads, and it works fine enough. So
Yeah, I keep it just because I've had it for so long, and they have it on Storygraph where you can transfer all of your information over and stuff. But I'm like, I just
did
have my
transfer
Storygraph
mine.
number. I just have this year's.
yeah, I transferred mine initially, and then I was going to use both, and then I just like immediately switched to only using the Storygraph because I personally like it more. And I do my best to not support Amazon when I can. And that for me is an easy way to not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the ratings thing is huge for me because I like giving half stars and stuff, and like not putting that on the Goodreads. I have to put it in the review every time, like 3.5 rounded up.
Yeah.
And
That's
so when I
another
go to
thing.
look at the stats, it thinks I have all these 4 stars, but they're really 3.5 stars though.
Yeah.
That bothers me. So I
Yeah.
like the Storygraph way.
Yeah, that's another thing that I don't know why they don't, even if they don't want to do the 0.25 and the 0.75, at least add the half. Like, I don't understand why that's so difficult. And people have been asking for years. I don't.
And I feel like that can't be that hard to add.
Right.
Like, I'm not any
Yeah.
sort of app developer or website. I don't even know terms. But like, I feel like that has to be pretty easy.
Yeah. It's like, are they just against having half stars for some reason? They want a pure rating system with
Yeah.
nothing in between. But to me, there's such a big difference between a 3 and a 4-star read.
Yeah. The only reason I could think is maybe like there's been pushback from authors because they don't want their like average rating to possibly drop if they add in half ratings. But
Yeah.
True.
I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I guess that could be the reason. Still, though, it frustrates me as a reader, like who likes to, rate things a specific way. Ugh.
I know.
Let's see what people are up to. Sarah finished How to Survive Your Murder. I'm so glad you finished. Congratulations on finishing the book. It's always nice to finish something. I started They Never Learn, already loving it. Good. That's awesome. Kiki, 75% into Terms and Conditions. You're making good progress today. As well as started watching the TV series The Shining, too. Ooh. There's a series? Like the movie?
I don't know.
I didn't know that.
Me neither.
I don't know what Kiki's referring to. Which book was it, Lexi?
Oh, that is Mother Thing.
Oh, the one you were going to DNF. Oh, yeah. So are you officially going to DNF it, you think?
I think so. I just like have no desire to pick it up. Like 0.
I don't know. That tells you something right there. Like you might as well not like have a miserable time for the rest of the reading night,
Yeah.
Crystal says, I've switched over to Juan's from Plagued by Visions. Check out his channel. She switched over to his short story collection, Poking Holes, and it's very dark. Even the cover is dark. I really like the cover of that.
Wait, I didn't put that together. I didn't know. I've seen Poking Holes, but I just didn't realize that. Got it.
It was him? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a really good channel, too. Like, very informative, very, like, I am perky and, like, oh, this is great. It kind of, like, not very in-depth when it comes to reviews. I just get excited about things. Whereas Juan is very eloquent when it comes to speaking about books and reads a lot of disturbing books, too. So it makes sense that his short story collection would be dark. I could see that. But yeah, anyone wanting to check out his channel, it's Plagued by Visions. Darkness Tells Us is the typical layman packed with breasts and rumps similar to every other layman book. It's fun. I like it so far. Yes, he does talk about pinching like butts a lot or something. I don't know. And he does talk about women's breasts. Yes. Wait, what?
I said, why are people like this?
I don't know.
I like if that's what you want to do. Okay, I guess, but like you have to write that in all of your books.
It's like it was the 80s, I guess, and he was like, "Yeah, I can get away with it." I don't know. I'm sure it wasn't even conscious. It was just like accepted back then.
Yeah.
2 fantasy books I want to read are 950 pages, and that to me is long. Well, yeah, that to me is long too.
Yeah.
That stresses me out.
Yeah, I mean, I did just read 2 1,000-page book. No, not 2. 1 1,000-page book this year, which would be it, and that was stressful too. I read The Stand, was it last year? And I read that with my eyes, and I can't even still believe I did that. Like, it amazes me that I didn't use audio.
Yeah, that's impressive.
We're going to be reading another close to 1,000 pages, right? In January?
Yes, yes. I think it is. I think it's like 900 something.
Yeah.
I have the new edition somewhere. I don't know where I put it.
The one I have is 954.
Yep. And I'm also planning to read like a lot of other stuff in January. But I'm so glad you want to, because like I've heard
if you want to push it, that's fine. You know, I'm not in any rush, or if you want to take a couple months to read it, you know, whatever works for you.
Well, whatever works for you too. I don't want to pressure you into reading it in January. I'm excited. I think I'm going to get through it. I mean, pretty quick.
Back in the day when I read it just physically. And I feel like then I didn't have any problem reading big books. Now I'm like, I'm definitely using the audio this time. And
it's weird how it's affected like our entire mentality. I've only been reading audiobooks for like freaking a few months. Well, like 7, 8 months. And like it's changed who I am. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh. I've been listening to audiobooks since 2018.
Wow.
And like, it's my whole life. Like, I can't. Like, I don't think I would have liked this book with the audio either, but like the fact that I didn't have the audiobook made it so much worse.
Yeah. I mean, you can't just like, you know, fly through it. You have to like sit there and like really concentrate.
Yeah, and then I'm like, this is boring. So then I just like zone out, and then I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to be reading. So like
yeah, I hate when that happens. And that also tells you need a DNF if you're zoning out and not even absorbing it. So it's not even worth like the effort at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So Sylvia is asking if I've read Stinger by Robert McCammon. I recently got an old trade copy of it and it is giving me major Tremors vibes. I want to read it. I've heard amazing things about it. It's definitely on my list. In fact, so this year is my Year of King project, which I've talked about already during this whole sprinting stream. But I'm not doing that next year. No, I might even take a break from King just because it's been every single month. But my friend Kelly was like, yeah, put King on the back burner. And like, since you love McCammon so much, read McCammon's backlist. I was like, oh, hell yeah. So I'm definitely going to get to Stinger next year. 100% for sure. I'm glad it's giving you Tremors vibes because I like Tremors. So that sounds like fun.
Tremors is so weird.
I know. It is
like the concept.
I know. It's like these weird worm-like things and they look weird too.
Mm-hmm.
Don't walk on the ground or you'll get like freaking like taken underneath. I like Storygraph because I can make my own private challenges for readathons. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Didn't you do that for Halloween too?
Yep.
I wasn't on there then, so I didn't like look at what that was, but I should go. Is it still up?
Yep.
Or I'd like to just look how it looks.
I don't know if you can add anything to it now because it's technically over.
I just want to look at it really.
Mm-hmm.
And see how like someone does the private challenge thing because that seems really cool.
Yeah.
Sherry also likes lists. Yes, Sherry, yes. Lexi and I are with you 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Kiki says, gotta get better at Storygraph. It just took me like a night to kind of get the hang of it just because I was so used to Goodreads. But once you kind of are on the site for like a night, I feel like you get it. You just, you know.
Yeah, it's a lot more user-friendly now too. They're always updating things. Also, if you ever like your books aren't like the stats aren't accurate, like sometimes the page count is wrong or it doesn't have like a picture or something, let me know and I can change it.
How do you you just know how to do it?
I was approved to like be a librarian for them.
Cool.
So I like help do the tickets that people submit for incorrect information and stuff. But I can just do it without somebody submitting a ticket. So I can just like change it.
There was a couple of things I saw without a cover, but sometimes if you put the like ISBN in, it'll like pop up the cover, but other times it won't.
Mm-hmm.
It just depends. But yeah, I'll let you know if I come across anything like that. That's so cool that you're like a librarian for it.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
I always get nervous that I'm accidentally gonna like change something.
Like important.
Mm-hmm.
Like make like an 1,000-page book, like one page on accident. It's like, what happened to my page count?
Mm-hmm.
Completely like wiped away 999 something pages. That would be horrible.
Yeah, and I can also like so people can submit books on their own, like if it's not in the thing, and then I can like approve it so that it's like actually like a book instead of just saying it's user added, and then like those ones people don't trust as much because like it's not approved by the website, but like it's just random people that does everything. But
That's cool. I love how you could just like approve it. Like you've got the power. Like literally. Rally Reviews uses both Goodreads and Storygraph. Kiki, Goodreads is the Apple phone of reading tracker sites. I have a ton of novel ideas and I am too young to be a proper author, 14 years old. So I am going to write a ton of chapter outlines and stuff. Well, that's a good plan. And Darkness tells us one of the characters was describing a woman's swimsuit and said that if it was a different color, it would look like skin. That is typical Layman. So I told you he's sleazy. He's definitely sleazy. But the in like for instance, Endless Night, the excitement is like crazy, like the tension. I should read one of my 951 when you guys read that one in January. That will be the long book peeps. We'll be buddies.
Yeah.
One of the men says to one of the women, I left because I wanted, oh my God, that's horrible. And the woman instantly fell in love with him. OMG, Layman was insane but hilarious. Oh my God, he's so terrible. I know.
My God.
He did not say that in one of the books I read. That's really bad. Oh my God, that's horrible. That is like legit the worst thing ever. Why have one at 950 pages when you could have two at 425 pages? You'd make more money and they would be picked up by more people, I bet. Yeah, that does kind of make sense, I guess.
I feel like fantasy is just expected to be long at this point. And if they're not, then they're like, I don't know if this is going to be good. Is the world building going to be all there and all that stuff? I know I definitely like side-eye fantasy that's really short. So I'm like, how are you fitting everything into so few pages? Some people can do it. I feel like the Black Sun series is a good example. Like they're not super, super long. I still feel like I think they're 450 or something like that, but that's like really short for fantasy. So
yeah, the fantasy I read is the Wayward Children series, and they are novellas.
Yeah, I love that one too.
I would also be suspicious of a short flippin' fantasy book, even though I don't even read fantasy. I just know they're supposed to be long, so seeing a short one, I'm like, is that really fantasy though?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Urban fantasy.
I don't know. I'd rather just have to buy one book than two. Well, I guess that's a good point too, huh?
Yeah.
Big Baller Lexi. Yeah, librarian Big Baller. Yeah. That's not even like a cool move. Whatever. It's like the opposite of cool, or like what a big baller would do. What would a big baller do? I don't know, but not this.
I don't know.
I don't know. Wait, what was I saying earlier? I was like, dip. Just dip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There is a song where people say just dip, and they do this dance move.
I know what the song is, but I don't know what the move is.
Well, there's like a choreographed dance people do. I don't know.
Probably.
Did y'all ever hear back in the day at school dances, which I hardly went to any, there was that song where it's like, oh yeah, drop that stuff now, roll with it. Drop that stuff now, roll with it. Now walk it like a dog. Walk it like a... Y'all never heard that song?
I don't know. That's like vaguely familiar, but I just wanted you to keep going.
No, I don't want to keep going. It's so bad. You guys have not heard that song at like old school dances where everyone was like, yeah, whoop dog, whoop dog.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe. I'd have to hear it.
What
Sing
year?
it again. Sing it again. Maybe I'll.
There's also other random parts. Like I never knew what the guy was saying because it was all this weird stuff. But everyone in like, it was like even in elementary school, people would know this song, and I was like, "What is going on?" So this is the '90s into the 2000s. This was like the most popular like school dance song, and everyone would gather in circles and they'd start going whoop dog, and then doing all the freaking moves, and it was like a choreographed dance thing. Does anyone? Oh my god, wait. Well, this is a different song. The Tootsie Roll, I think, is the dip song. I don't know.
remember that.
I don't know.
from the
I
90s.
did not have school dances until the late like 2000, like around like 2009.
Yeah, but they still played this flipping song. Maybe it's a Southern thing. I don't know. I'm
I
telling
don't
you,
know.
everyone
Maybe
knew
if
it.
I heard the actual song, I would recognize it.
Yeah, instead of my poorly done version. I'm gonna search for whoop dog, and see if it comes up or something. Hold on.
You
Talk
could
about
put,
whatever.
like group dance or something with it.
Wait, like I start Googling drop that stuff, now roll with it, and it comes up.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Who is it by?
I don't know, now it's coming up with all these different.
Oh,
Oh, here it is. Yes, this is it. Get it ready.
no.
I think this is it. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Talk that stuff now. Roll with it. Talk that stuff now. Roll with it. Walk it like a dog. Walk it like a dog. Oh, it's not whoop dog. It's woof dog. Woof dog. Okay. Sorry. Okay. It's
Now I know what you're talking about.
You do? Oh, okay.
I
was
have
gonna
not
say-
heard that one. Mm-mm.
Oh my god, it was like so popular. And they were like monkey on a stick, monkey on a stick, monkey on a stick, monkey on a stick, and everyone was like doing like monkey on a stick. I don't know the dance moves. I was hoping you guys would know the dance.
Sounds amazing, though.
I really love this.
We've got to Google a dance of it. Come on. We gotta Google old school dances and see these people dancing to it, and then learn it, and then do it at my holiday party.
Can you imagine if you just like started playing the song and the three of us just like start doing it out of nowhere, people?
I just know the monkey on the stick, monkey. I don't even think that's the move, but it's something like this would seem right to me. Like that looks wrong. Wait, no, that's so weird.
Oh,
gosh, that'd be so funny.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous. Please ignore my rapping, everyone. A big baller would make it rain.
I don't think this is what they meant.
Right, this is rain, right?
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Make it rain.
I couldn't be more nerdy. What is wrong with me? Oh yeah, you guys are on. I needed to read more Smithy. But I don't think you need to hear more rapping. So
I think we do. What other songs did you dance to at your dances?
What's that? Oh, well, I'm sure you know this one. This one's older. The WAP song. WAP, 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 WAP. You know, that one's great.
What? What are you doing?
I only know the Nicki Minaj WAP song.
You
Or not
know the other WAP song?
party one.
So good. I don't know the lyrics, but it's something about money and playing dead or something. I don't know.
What?
Not really. Hold on.
Okay, lyrics and then sing it to us. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, here it is. J Dash is his name.
No.
Rapping is his game. Hold on. No, I'm just making stupid stuff up now. I am literally the nerdiest person that ever lived.
Oh gosh, it was so funny.
Hold on.
Also, Lindsay, how far are you into Smithy? Ooh, I'm ready for this.
Isn't that a novella, Smithy?
No, it's like 550 pages or something.
Oh, wow.
One script anyway.
She's been updating us over like the last couple of days because she was reading it Thursday.
Yeah.
I think. All right, here's the part that I like because like there is like a choreographed dance to this. So I can't believe you guys don't know about this. Anyway. So they go, now drop it to the floor, drop it to the floor. Then whop, 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 whop. Now lean, whop, wop, wop. Turn around and wop, wop. I'm not doing the wop part right. Turn around and wop, wop, wop. Play dead like, now wop, wop. I'm crying. Make a pose like, then wop, wop, wop. Check lady. Check that lady like, dang, she fine.
Oh.
Then wop, wop, wop.
Why have I never heard of these?
I don't know. How come I know this and you guys don't? I thought it was
Okay, we're gonna have to keep going through these songs because oh gosh.
And then it's like speed it up like wop, 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 make it rain. And then he says make it rain. Oh,
Make it rain like
I keep forgetting it's this. Sorry. Anyway, you guys gotta see it. It's cool. There's like, oh, and so I used to film high school dances for this stupid, not stupid, I'm sorry, this wedding videography place I used to work at. And so I used to get to go back to my old high school after I graduated and see like the classes after me. Like I would do their senior video essentially. So there was this guy who would go to all, I forgot what year, it was like 2 or 3 years after I graduated. He would go to all the school dances. So I went to an all-girls school. So it was like, I guess some girls like regular date. He'd always be there. And I nicknamed him, and my video assistant was with me. We nicknamed him Seth Rogen Boy because he looked like Seth Rogen and he did the WAP. And that's why I remember it. And I made a separate video. And this is really creepy because I was not in high school, but I was like, look, it's the Seth Rogen boy doing the WAP. And I had a video of it like at my house, but I lost it. Anyway, I'm telling you, he looked like Seth Rogen. And we just called him Seth Rogen Boy. And he was doing the WAP. WAP, WAP, WAP. The best part's when they're like, play dead. And then wop, wop, wop. I don't know.
okay, I need more dances. What else?
I don't know any other ones. I don't think.
I thought you were gonna say like the electric slide or like something people actually know.
Is the electric slide where they're like boogie woogie woogie?
Yes, I think
Right?
that sounds
Maybe.
I don't remember the chorus, but I think. Okay, good. I don't even know the dance moves to that one, and I think all you do is slide, but I don't know.
You literally just like walk to one side, clap, walk to the other side.
Yeah, that's
Clap. That's about it. It's not as exciting as yours.
Well, I will say, what is their name? There's a rap group who's like not that well known, who's super popular here because they're from here. So what the frick? The Birdman. Hold on, but it's his band. What the hell? I'm sure you guys have heard of this band. Hold on. Or maybe it's just a Louisiana thing. Like, they're huge here. Hold on. Oh, wait, I know who to search for. Manny Fresh. You guys know who Manny Fresh is, right?
No.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so Manny Fresh, who was in
I think
the
y'all
band-
get your own music.
I know you guys know this song. Come on, get your roll on. Everybody get your roll on. Everybody get your roll on. What? Come on, you guys know that, right?
No, I've never heard that in my life.
No, it's popular. I swear.
It's popular where you are.
I thought everyone knew about this in school. All right, well, this is their big hit. Maybe you've heard this one. All right, Still Fly. You know, gator boots with the pimped out Gucci suits with them Gucci suits.
I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's the lines. I don't know. You know, my dog's and you don't like the rap. I'm sorry.
I've never heard of any of those things. The first one sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah.
It is so funny that like I'm like busting out this like very rare rap apparently. Very obscure beats.
I have heard of Birdman, I think.
Yeah, Birdman and Manny Fresh, and I forgot. What is their group? Oh, Big Timers.
Sherry
Sherry
remembers.
knows. Sherry knows.
Oh, Sherry knows.
The last song, yeah.
Where does Sherry say she? Oh yes. Oh yes. Birdman has been around too for a while. Yes, Birdman flies in any weather. That's one of the lines of the song. Birdman flies in any weather. Crap.
Is this happening during the song?
No, that's my move.
I was gonna
Just
say,
like
I've never seen a rapper do this.
Well, I also like Outkast. I know you guys know who Outkast is.
I know who Outkast is. Yes.
I saw they didn't break up, but they took a break. And I saw Big Boy. He's one of the members. I saw him, and I was like not the only person, but I was one of the only people, definitely like the smallest looking person there in terms of height and looking like I was not supposed to be there, but it was fine for me to be there. I just looked really young, and I was the only one rapping to all of his like solo songs, and everyone was like looking at me. And then he invited women who knew the songs up on stage, and I was like, I kind of want to go, but I'm not gonna go.
You should have.
It would have been scary. People are saying it was funny that I was rapping. Thank you.
Yes.
I think I should go back and like make a clip of it.
I
And
know. I was like, I should just put this in my vlog.
I asked if people know about the dance. We need to shout this out and ask other people if they know about the, monkey on a stick.
Okay, you know what you should do? You just have to download this from StreamYard and then just cut out everything except for this clip and just post it as a separate video. And have people...
And basically be like, if you know the moves, contact me and teach them to me.
I'm sure there's got to be people. There
has to be.
Right?
Everyone at my school dances knew this thing, and y'all are like, what is this?
No.
I don't even know the moves that I knew about. I just knew monkey on a stick was a thing.
I know, that is just playing on a loop in my brain.
Monkey on a stick.
Yes.
They don't really know like any other words by heart, so there you go.
I don't know anything except for that, and it's just playing.
It's very catchy, apparently, just that one line.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look those up.
We should all learn them for my holiday party and like literally do them in sync.
That'd be so funny.
Sure.
Or we could just karaoke NSYNC, the band. I would love that. Anyway, I'm big into NSYNC. That was like my favorite pop band back as a kid. I was in high school in the mid-90s. We had some awesome hip-hop songs. Yep. Do you know Monkey on a Stick? Or whatever the hell it's called.
I feel like you can't just Google monkey on a stick.
No, wait. I did have the name, but then I went away from it when I was looking up the other songs, like WAP, which somehow y'all don't know, but it's newer.
The ketchup song.
Yeah, I don't know what the ketchup song is.
I don't know either. Tell us about
Okay.
this ketchup song. Tears or tears? Tears that Monkey on a stick looks like milking the cow. Wait, do you know about it? Or you're saying my version looks like my version? Milking the cow, milking the cow, milking the cow, milking the cow. Oh, no.
Oh,
Where did she go to school with the songs and dance? Apparently the weirdest places ever because it was more than one school. It was like my elementary school, my middle school, and my high school. They weren't like connecting schools either, so I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
My stomach hurts from laughter. I love this so much. I'm glad I can amuse you. Funny how? Am I funny how? Like a clown? That's from Goodfellas. I've got 150 pages to go. Meanwhile, I'm rapping. I'm sorry.
I asked. It wasn't a hint.
She looks like an angel with that light above her head and she busts into rapping. She does remember. Sherry, like you said earlier, she remembers.
Mm-hmm.
Melissa,
I've
never heard from any of these songs, but I'm from Canada. Maybe they don't make it up there. Yeah, that's true. It's a Spanish song with this really catchy beat and a bunch of hand gestures. So that's what the ketchup song is. We're gonna have to Google this as well.
Yeah, I just don't want to play anything and get you in trouble.
Yeah, I know. And that's what sucks because like I want to dance to this at the holiday party now. I guess I'll just have to like acapella it.
Yeah.
And then we synchronize dance. We all
All you have to do is learn how to play all the instruments needed, record your own version, and sing it yourself. And then we can all dance to it.
Yes, okay. I think that was after my time, but Tootsie Roll, Bust a Move, Baby Got Back. Those were
Yeah, I
my.
remember
I
all
like.
Oh, I know those.
Yeah.
I also did the Macarena,
Macarena.
Yeah.
right?
The
Yes.
I do the most like to skip. And I would do this and then be like,
yeah, there you go.
Kiki can put it in the Discord. Yes, put the ketchup song in there, please. Also, remember impressing my music teacher because of my knowledge in music and how many bands I know. My 8-year-old nephew is into some song on YouTube called The Corn. Oh, the Corn song! I know about that.
Yeah.
Are you listening to it, Lexi?
I'm listening to the ketchup song.
Oh, the ketchup song. I love the corn kid. He's so funny.
Yes. Also, I have heard the ketchup song.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Well, what if you heard Monkey on a Stick and you just don't know?
I don't know how to find that song for real.
Well, I will tell you the name.
Okay.
I want you to secretly listen, not secretly, just okay, it's called Get It Ready Ready. So get it ready, comma ready.
Okay. I'm gonna get some like random things suggested on my YouTube now.
Who is the artist? DJ Jubilee.
Okay. Oh, you can type in dance afterwards, and the first thing that comes up is like,
oh my god, someone's teaching it?
yeah,
Yes.
Let me turn this out.
yeah. There's a bunch of different. So you might have to watch multiple videos to see which one is like your version.
Can you tell what Monkey on a Stick looks like? What do they do? You won't be able to tell what Monkey on a Stick looks like.
I've definitely not heard it. But there's a bunch of people dancing.
See, I'm telling you, it's a dance thing. Oh, there's the the woof dog. It's not whoop dog. I forgot. My bad. I've been saying it wrong for literally like freaking 25 years. This is sad. I'm just guessing 25. I don't remember how old I was when I heard it, but
Yeah, I've not heard this one.
now it's gonna be in my head all night. Whoop dog. I mean woof dog. Woof dog.
I don't think I know this.
I know.
She knows it. Yes. See? They know it. All right, y'all want to sprint one more time and it's the last one
All right.
before I bust out more raps?
I am having a great time with the raps.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Me too. It's kind of fun. At least it's some exercise doing these really terrible dance moves because I haven't exercised yet. All right. Oh, wait. That is big. What the hell? Why isn't it scrolling?
If you go to edit it, you can click
Yeah.
sticker.
Oh, let's see.
It's like the three dots.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Duh. You're a good StreamYard friend to know because you know. You know.
So both Michelle and Aaron, I was in the comments on their very first sprints telling them how to share their screen and like do things.
Were they able to like absorb it?
Yeah, they both did it.
Well, now they're streaming experts now, so I think they got the hang of it now.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a good teacher. All right, guys, 45 minutes okay still, or y'all want to do 30? Yeah. Okay. So last sprint, everybody, 45 minutes, and I will see you guys if I can get this done. Hold on. All right, see you guys in 45. Bye. Hi, how'd you guys do?
I was reading this.
Ah.
I have been reading it for a while, but putting it off because I was putting off Mother Thing because I needed to read that for a video first. But I listened to 30 pages of this and I'm now 35% in. And so far it's interesting. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, that's good that you're liking it because I've heard like mixed things about that one.
I really like that one.
I know. That's why I still have high hopes for it.
Is it like a haunted house type of story, kind of?
I think the synopsis says that it might be.
Because I was gonna suggest it for when I record my video after we're done. I was gonna suggest that as a possibility for a haunting or ghost type of story because it seemed like it was a haunted house story, but I'm not sure.
I think it would qualify. I think.
Like the way the synopsis read kind of made it seem that way, but if it bends it a little, I still think it's okay to use that as an idea.
It's not your average one.
Okay, I'm still gonna recommend. I'm gonna still say if you're looking for ideas, like, because that's like a newer book. I think people who don't just like horror would be like, oh yeah, I want to read that.
I think this is technically horror, but like one of the ones that's more of a mix.
Yeah, I feel like non-horror readers would be okay with reading that.
Yeah.
Basically, I didn't anything Gabby like reads. I'm like, I guess non-horror readers would maybe be okay with that, or people like on the fence.
I know Gabby likes horror too, but like not as horror as you.
Exactly. I think she's like a good person, like to determine like. She's like a go-between because she likes non-horror stuff too. So she's a good gauge of like what people who don't usually read horror would still like. Even though she does like horror. I'm saying her tastes still go like both ways, kind of. Books on a Wire, 37 pages of Smithy. Nothing big happened, but I'm getting near the end, so stuff should get crazy soon. By the way, Amy, what did you read? Did you read it all or nah?
Oh yeah, I'm almost finished. I have 4 pages left.
So bad. You had to stop it close to the end.
Oh, but yeah, I'm practically done.
Yay! Oh my gosh, you did so good.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
I did not read. I researched for, my video, and I'm just gonna stop researching and just record it when we're done. Like, just do it. Like, instead of like I'm stacking books, writing insane amount of books. It's like I don't have to recommend every book that fits. It's fine. I'm going crazy. So yes, I just kind of researched and was playing around. This website that Kelly told me about, not to talk about it again, but it is so cool that you could find like hard to find books on there.
What is it?
It's like an internet archive type of site, but I'm going to link it in our Discord, for the Christmas Evil, because I'm specifically going to give recommendations of books that I found on the archive. So even though they're rare books and old books, they're books that I've already confirmed are on this site. So you could technically, it's like borrowing the books, and I'm not sure if you can download them. Like, you can read them online for sure. Like, so not everyone's going to like to read it this way, because of course you'll probably have to read on your computer. Probably. Either way, whether it's online or downloading it, I don't know where else you'd read it besides your computer. But anyway, it's an option for people who are like dying to read certain titles, but it's like hard to find.
Yeah. Yeah, you said a lot of them are out of print too, right?
Yeah, like tons of them are out of print. Like, Such Nice People, which I was talking about earlier. Do I still have it in my stack? No. It's by Sandra Scopatone. It's super rare, super hard to find, very expensive. You're not taking money out of the author's pockets by reading it online because the author won't make anything, or her estate won't make anything. If you buy a vintage copy, it's just going to the seller anyway. And there's really not that many vintage copies to find. So it's really not hurting anything, because I don't like pirated movies, and I wouldn't like pirated books per se, but I don't think this is not the same thing.
Yeah, I feel like if it's something that's like out of print stuff and like stuff that like libraries don't really offer, and like there's not an ebook you can buy, like
there's no ebook, and like they don't want to reprint it. The family, like I know for a fact that the Such Nice People book, Will Erickson, who helped co-write Paperbacks from Hell with Grady Hendrix. He has his own blog about horror fiction. He like commented, because I talked about how I read it last year, and he commented on my Instagram post where I showed a picture of it and said that I liked it and that it was crazy. He said, yeah, we tried to get that one as part of the Paperbacks from Hell line, but I think that they didn't want it to be a part of it or something. Either the family or I don't know, it wasn't approved or something. And it could have been the family, I'm not sure, of the author.
Huh.
So yeah, this is so cool. Like I had no idea this thing existed. And you could read like anything you can't find, not anything, but a lot of stuff you can't find on there.
Yeah.
Which is exciting. So I've kind of gone down the rabbit hole right now looking at it. But it was time well spent, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I have 30 pages left. Woo! Emotions, grins. 83% into terms and conditions. You are getting near the end. You're doing it. Wrote 9 chapters of a new chapter outline. That's good. Good job. Lots of progress. I definitely will finish this book tonight. The part I am on is tearing me up, not tearing me up. OMG, so involved. I'm so glad I said it right this time.
What were they reading again?
Yeah, what are you reading? What is
I think it's night crawling.
Oh yeah.
That's
well,
a
I
cool
hope. Sorry, go ahead.
It's just a cool cover.
I hope you enjoy it when you finish it, Rally Reviews. I hope it's like, time well spent and everything. Did you read it, Lexi? No.
The cover is like orange and purple, I think.
I like those colors together.
Mm-hmm.
I also like orange and blue. Those are my 2 favorite colors, actually. Oh, and thank you for your Instagram message. I forgot to message back because I was in the rabbit hole.
Oh, no, that's fine. The book is, I mean, I've seen like the orange and purple one. I guess the pink one is the UK cover.
Yeah, I like them both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad you guys joined me for like impromptu random sprints and then like let me rap as well.
It's always a fun time.
Yes, I'm so glad you both were here. And thank you, Lexi, for inviting Amy. That was such a
good thanks.
Of course. Anytime.
And also for inviting yourself, because I actually love that you guys were on here. It was much more fun than just me.
I can't believe we've been here for like 8 hours.
I know. Thank you so much. It's like most of your sleepover party length. Like, what the hell?
This did not feel long at all.
I know. It's kind of weird. Like, my boyfriend was like, what are you up to? I'm like, I'm still on the live stream. He's like, what? Like, how long have you been on there? I'm like, 10 flipping hours.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we've been here forever.
No, it just feels really fun to me. I'm having a great time.
Yeah.
Rally Reviews says it was so fun. I'm so glad. Yay. Thank you all who joined and were like popping in and out of the chat. I really appreciate you guys. And anybody who happens to stumble upon this after the fact, thank you too. But before we sign off, I do want to remind everyone to please follow Books with Lexi and also Amy Noel Reads. And that is the names of their channels. I do not have it linked because I didn't know they would appear with me. I just didn't think I was going to have a guest at all. So I'm so sorry I don't have you guys linked. But please, guys, just one more time. And I'm going to write it in the chat, too, real quick. I can edit it afterwards. But just for people who are here right now, I'm not going to put an @ symbol. I'm just going to put something where you guys can copy and paste literally like the channel name. And it should come up when you literally copy and paste this into your YouTube search bar. Please follow. Just making sure. Hopefully I didn't typo anything. There are their channel names. And that is the spelling. Just copy and paste. Please follow because these ladies are lovely and awesome and fun. And I just had the best time today. You guys made my day alone so much better.
I'm so glad I could come.
I had
a great time.
So are we going to learn the dance or not? Or is it just me? Come on.
I'm going to need to know which video you're learning from.
Yeah, because
so that it's the same.
Quite a few.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I'll do it.
Sure. I'll be the only one who actually learns it, and then you'll be like, do it at the holiday party. I'm just all alone. Monkey on a stick.
While we sit and laugh.
The milk and the cow. Thank you for the sprints, says Sarah. I got so much reading done. I'm so glad. I got a lot of reading done too, and some planning for my video, and now I must edit and film, but I should not, hopefully it won't take too long. All right, guys, well, thank you once again, and I think that's it for all of us. Till next time, guys, you know what you can do. Anybody who's watching, keep on killing it. Bye, guys.